on live. We are going to check the studio and see if it connects, and it seems to be connecting so far. I've got quite the series of misadventures to share. It's been a royal pain in the ass, even though things are working out quite well, thanks to all of these incredible members of Team Dietrich, without which whom my life would literally be impossible. I am still dealing with challenges, and it's the small things that kill you. When you have complex post-traumatic stress disorder, it's the small things that really just destroy you. Okay, so we are going to check the YouTube and refresh that, make certain that we are streaming, and we will count on everyone around us to also reinforce that notion. Everybody respond, let me know, give me your upvotes, and T-Tank Barry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother 100. Thank you, God bless you, love you dearly. T-Tank Barry is far more than a member of Team Dietrich. He's a brother. He is truly a brother, and really came through. Well, I think it was yesterday. It feels like, yeah, it was yesterday. It feels like 100 years ago when I was dealing with these awful problems. At any rate, we are now going to ask our dear Aristides to say hello again, just so I can make certain it's registering on OBS, which I should have done before.
Okay. Hello again. Am I registering on the OBS?
You are, and excellent. So just your technology sounds great. Do me a favor and just shout anyway. Pretend you're shouting at the mic and speak a little louder. It could be simply I have it on too low. My volume's probably too low, but yeah. All that being said,
how's it?
It's good. It's good. It never hurts to project yourself. That's it. When you're on bandwidth, always project yourself. And my problem is, of course, I get used to doing that, and I do that everywhere I go. But yeah, okay. I'm going to ask Aristides if he's ready to go into the blurb. At some point early tonight, we're going to strive to have someone bounce off of dear Aristides so that I can take a break. And that's Amy is with us, so she can help to do that. God bless her. I got to take a short break to put out my Meals on Wheels home delivered meals food bin. And I want to do that as early as possible, because otherwise I might be combating the street people. And I do my best to just try and avoid that. There's no need for unpleasant experiences. And so all that being said, as well, I'll take some supplements. So it would take about 10-ish minutes at the most. I'd say about 10-ish minutes to do that. So we'll do that sometime very soon. How long are we gifted with your presence tonight, Amy, before Aristides goes into his blurb? Let's find that out. Dear Amy.
Yeah, you got my time for a little bit, and then I'm sure somebody else is gonna join.
Yes. Now, okay. So later on, I'm not quite sure what to make of the file that you sent me, where apparently there were people in the bureaucracy of your state that are kind of like deciding who gets the funding and who does not. Is that what that was about? Something of that nature?
Oh my God, I was probably just like overwhelmed, and I mean it was just just so much ridiculousness, like just terrible leadership over here. Although I understand that Bernie Sanders was the only one to vote against some of this advanced nuclear research money. So I have to stop complaining about him and try to like him, even though
I don't know about that. That's
like stalled, like in my state as leadership, and it's falling apart. And I mean, just shuffle along.
It's
all the geriocracy.
Yeah, gerontocracy.
Yeah,
you did good. I mean, hey, you got to correct my French, right? Hey,
your French is improving.
Oh, bless
it's
you.
always improving.
Thank you, honey. Well, it couldn't.
Well, I mean, and all I heard was you and Brendan upset about my talking about Nietzsche. Like, it's like I can't leave you alone. I can't, because then you just go off on me. I have to
Oh,
show up.
please. We've just had. Oh, please. Come on now. Nietzsche is just an intrinsically controversial character. That's all. It has nothing to do with you per se, but we're having fun with the fact that you were, that he is a rather sinister fellow. You've got.
I mean, here's the thing is like I guess I wasn't clear about how I'm approaching it.
Understood. No, honey, you're fine. We can get into the philosophical nuance soon enough, especially if we're joined by Brendan. But tell you what I'll do now is take that break while you're with us and get this out of the way right away, so I can have the rest of the night to talk to you for as long as you can stay with us. And I will basically have our dear Aristides run through the blurb while I put out the food bin and take my supplements and then come rushing back. Does that sound okay with everyone? Aristides?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do that. And as soon as Aristides kind of like runs out of steam or completes his circuit, just start talking with him, Amy, and then the two of you can bounce off. And we might be joined by Brendan soon because he asked if I called. So that'll also add another conversant. And in the interim, I'll just go mute for the moment, okay? All right. Thank you.
All right.
I love you both.
Okay, the blurb. As soon as you get here, please hit the thumbs up upvote. It's very important. First thing you should do. It matters for the algorithm, and it matters because there are downvotes placed by people opposed to Douglas and possibly in numbers of bots. So that affects his ability to be searched and suggested and found and to make a living doing what he's doing, which he does through donation or contributions, and we'll get to that. So please do that. Please slide over nearby. There should be a button to subscribe. Please do that if you haven't, and or double check that you are still subscribed if you had in the past. It may have become undone for whatever reason, and hit the notification bell right there. Make sure that's on. It puts a handy little pop-up on your device. You may get busy and lose track of time. That helps. So please do all that. In order to do all that, you will need an account with YouTube or Google, or maybe it's the same thing. I think it really is at this point, but just try to make an account if you haven't. Should be easy. And when you do that, actually under your main account, you can create channels. Usually people use them for different kind of content. You don't have to. You can leave them blank, and then you can switch between them, and each one can do a separate upvote if you're so inclined. So actually, I've just put a second upvote there, and I'm one person, so that is one way to increase the upvotes. Also, as far as upvotes, after the program is live, it becomes a regular video. Douglas will put a pinned comment underneath the video, which is separate from the live chat. That may be on replay itself, but there are comments enabled underneath. He'll put a pinned comment with his crucial information. Please upvote that for similar reasons, so it's not like downvoted away, because Douglas will has explained many times the people who work against him, but is what it is. Very controversial fellow, which is why you should stay here and hear what he has to say. And please upvote there any other positive comments as well. So with all that, we can get back to contributions. The PayPal link is in the chat now. Please find that if you can and contribute what you can. Try to keep that link in the chat there, visible periodically. If you can't find it, or if you're just listening on audio, you should be able to go to PayPal, paypal.com, or just type PayPal in your search engine. Go there, and he should be easy to find there, either under his first and last name or his handle, which is displayed on the thumbnail here, or the live stream, Douglas D. Dietrich. So you should be able to find him there. And I believe you can donate even if you don't have an account. There's a way to click and just use credit card or to contribute there. So I don't think you have to, but I mean, I guess not everybody has a PayPal, but it is very common. And if you're more ambitious than that or so inclined in this way to download the programs or even turn them just into audio and repost them somewhere, please do. There are free programs you can get to do these downloads. Also, an easier thing to do is just to copy the link out of the browser bar, youtube.com link. That will stay the same before and after, while it's live and then after. And you can share that, record that, share that. And also, I still haven't figured out how to do it on the phone because I use the computer. But on the computer, in the replay, if you're at a certain point, there's an interesting topic and you want to send that point in time to someone, if you just right click, now there's got to be a way on the phone, I hope, to do that. I have to look into that. If I right click, it'll say copy link at current time, and you send, it'll have a timestamp in the link, so you can send somebody a link at that time that the topic is. So that is another little handy thing you can do. I think that's about it. Amy, you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
We also are hoping that somebody will step up and download and repost some of the videos.
Yeah, I did mention that. Yeah. I mean, it's not the easiest thing. I mean, you can't. I think if you have the subscribe, there is a paid YouTube. You can pay and get more features, and that's one of them. But there are, if not, I think most people don't, pay a subscription to YouTube, but you can get
it's time. Like it takes a lot of time to download all these hours and then re-upload them.
Yeah, but for some people, that's very within reason. So.
Well, it's something you could do. There's lots that you could do. But you could also just send cash. Cash works. It's summer. There's always something fun going on in the summer.
Yeah.
And that's important also throughout the year, is to be able to manage from season to season.
Yeah.
Summer is, it's always the one that you're looking at August 15th going, wait, I have to fit in one more day of fun. It's always my struggle. Love summer here. Summer is, a Vermont season that nobody complains about. I am noticing there's a lot less traveling at this point in our history. Like usually Vermont in the summer, there are less Vermont plates than any other state on the road. And I'm only noticing like one or two out of staters. Like people aren't traveling, just, for whatever reason, they're not going to vacation land, which is what Vermont really is for New York and New Jersey. It's just it's their summer fun. But also, like, the Canadians, historically, the Canadians would be traveling down, and I'm not really seeing the Canadian plates the way, I mean, I remember going to the store this weekend, seeing a Quebec plate, thinking usually there's all kinds of Quebec plates. Like, it's interesting that I'm noticing just the one, because it's not like this time of year, it's usually very like people transitioning back and forth, going to school, starting school, doing that, whatever, moving, taking off. And I'm not getting that in my area here anymore, or currently. In breaking news, we're really not getting the tourism here,
right?
Which is different. We've always had a lot of opportunities to play tour guide for me, and I haven't done enough tour guide in the last 5 years, but I just don't think people are doing what they used to do anymore. I think it's very,
that could be
are you in a tourist area, or are you in more of a metro area?
No, I wouldn't call it tourist. It's more of like a school area.
Oh yeah, college town. Yep. Yeah. So yeah, it would be slow then for summer.
It is a whole different thing here. It is the slow time, unlike a tourist area where it would be like the busy time.
Right. And did Did you guys get a heat wave?
Yeah, it's been bad, and it's like the bad heat. I just keep complaining about it. I always do. This is hardly dry and breezy. It's just stagnant humidity, which is infinitely worse. It just really is. It's not just about the temperature.
Well, and your poor little doggies, little
Yeah.
chihuahuas.
Well, I mean, at the least, other dogs suffer with heat a lot more, but
Right.
yeah.
Well, no, this is something that was a problem, and now it seems to have mellowed up here. Like we're not. It is really sticky still. It's like a rainforest. There's fog and haze everywhere, but it's
Yeah.
not like it was like a couple weeks ago. It was like just absurd. Just the like 95% humidity, 90 degrees.
Yeah.
It's like it was really like it was too easy to get overheated, and that's nothing I've ever experienced before, and I had to deal with that
Really?
recently or this summer for the
Really?
first time.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I've never.
Well,
I've lived in the desert. I've lived in the swamp in New Orleans, and it was only here in Vermont where I got heat exhaustion. So
probably a rare thing. I'm sure summers are more tolerable there than many places.
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It was kind of a sneaker. Like it was kind of
Yeah.
like it didn't appear to be that dangerous, and then all of a sudden it was like my body just was like overwhelmed, like too hot.
Yeah.
It didn't break, like sometimes when it gets super hot and muggy, it'll just rain and feel good.
Yeah.
This was just heat and then heat and then heat. And
Yeah. Well, let's see. Like how you felt there is how it feels here, like the entire summer.
yeah. No, that does not sound great.
No, it's not.
Well, in those places though, isn't it like nobody leaves their house until after dark, after sunset?
No, it's not quite like that. But it depends.
Sometimes.
It can be not
Very
fun.
good. What's been interesting on this show that's caught your attention lately?
Oh, the discussion last time about the kind of the intersection of physics and magic, and trying to hijack physicists with with, Epstein, and physics tying into spirituality, and that's an interesting crossroads for me. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, I was thinking about, Epstein.
Yeah.
It looks like somebody's trying to join. Did you see that?
No, because I should be. No.
Somebody was on and then it just flipped
Oh,
away.
well, they should be able to.
Okay.
If not, most of the regulars should know how to do that. They can always send a message in the in the chat.
Nothing is ever the same twice on this show. It's always
True.
It's always more detailed, and I think that he said he would get more into that particular topic also. Didn't he say that he wasn't going to go?
I'm not sure about that. Maybe he may have said that.
Yeah. That doesn't sound like anything that he's really gotten into in the past. So
that is an interesting area. I think we could hopefully he expands on.
Well, I'm sure if he didn't get eaten by people going through his trash.
I doubt that.
No, he's not. He's
not.
not.
Anything's possible, but I doubt that.
Maybe he will return and go more and more into that particular thing where Epstein was, working with all these different physicists or talented scientists.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate. I'm kind of interested in that, like how it ties into metaphysics and the crossroads there. But I mean, of course, there's all these unfortunate real world things too, like Epstein and child hookers and whatnot.
Yeah, I did. I've because I feel so out of touch because I'm just I'm in the country. I'm really like just in the woods up here, but or rather the wetlands over here. But the part about this, like the diversion of, having to look at this thing where Epstein was like a big deal for a while, and then now they're trying to make Tulsi Gabbard look like she's got like some new information, and she's just like
screaming.
Yeah.
She's screaming. Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, just got back in time for that. Oh, did I hear Brendan's voice join us?
I thought I saw a flicker, but it didn't seem to work.
Oh, that was Aristides. He's okay. Thank you for being responsive to Amy Aristides. And what's your own impression about what Amy was speaking of? By all means, I want her to complete her thought process, of course.
Which part?
Oh, I didn't hear the rest of what she brought up. I'm assuming it was all fascinating, and now I'm here to join in. And you all been holding it quite well.
By the people going through your trash.
Oh, let's not go into that. The trash night is Tuesday. Refuse collection. That's the correct term for it. Refuse collection is Tuesday morning, so it's on the it's on Monday night. I have to take that out, so that's a whole different issue. So it's this is the food bin, which I put out on basically the day after each transmission. It's all in other words, I got to put it out before the transmission because the food's delivered after the transmission, before, if I'm lucky, 10 a.m. in the morning. And usually they're pretty good about that, and they usually get it here before 10 a.m. in the morning. By the way, T-Tank Berry says Aristides is Crystal. Let us know. I'm presuming also Amy is also Crystal. God bless you, T-Tank Berry. He's the one who helped me over the weekend crisis. So we had what for me was a terrible crisis, which has just been building up over the past few weeks because I've been inattentive and also busy with other things that I was dealing with at the estates. And I make the mistake of presuming things will work for me when I'm a targeted individual as much as Amy Como is. So I do want people to understand Amy Como lives a life which is just, people might think she's unmotivated, or they might think that she's like, oh, why don't you just, there's all kinds of suggestions pour in from even Team Dietrich members. I'll be the first to say it, myself included, is that we tend to pile up on Amy, and we pile up on Amy because her situation is so extreme that they're, oh, by the way, T-Take Berry says Amy Crystal, so thank you, dear brother. And but because Amy's situation is so extreme, it borders on surrealistic. In fact, it goes beyond. Amy lives a fucking Fellini movie. She's just basically, she's in a surrealist Fellini film where, people are not, they're not obeying the laws of gravity. They're just.
I see your effort to say something nice to me, and I return it. You are lovable, Douglas. Really.
By the way, Incubate says hi, Douglas. Hello to Incubate. Love you dearly. Thank you for your kind comments. And if Sheila Gavin ever returns, honest to God, honey, I will get around to reading aloud your letter. You have no idea. I had so much input coming in over the past several episodes that it's overwhelmed me. It literally swamped me. And I can only speak of it privately to members of Team Dietrich. So one of these days when we're on a private Skype call or individually on private calls with each member, I'll tell them what was going on. But let's just suffice to say there was a lot going on. And I feel obligated right now to keep a lot of it secret from the public. It's not anything overwhelmingly spectacular, not like what happened one time when I tried to take out the trash and got attacked, in the middle of the night, in the dead of night, which is one of the reasons I just try to do everything as early as possible and try to avoid the night scenario in my neighborhood, because my neighborhood is just seething with surveillance, which became quite obvious yesterday. and I still can't believe it was yesterday. There was so much that happened. But like Amy says, this, when I say what I do about Amy, it's like we try to provide suggestions a lot of times, and a lot of it shows our stupidity, right? Just our inability to comprehend. It's our inability to comprehend the fact that she's in an environment where things just don't work, and this is because as a targeted individual, oftentimes for her they cannot work, and so we're in a situation that kind of is reflected with what I have to deal with. And for those of you who don't remember, we don't yet have the Aaron Tice on with us. He may or may not show up tonight. I'm hoping that he does, because it would make what I would talk about more relevant concerning what people were bringing up about a subject that we brought up in our last episode before tonight. And I'm just acknowledging multitasking here while I'm talking to everyone. I'm acknowledging what our man T-Tank Berry is sending. And so he's sending some pretty good images of some of these surrealist films in his last image. So when it comes to...
Did you talk about thumbnail?
Of tonight. Oh, it's just mostly the to reflect my stress waking up after I went into a dead sleep after talking with T-Tank Berry about my emergency, and the emergency was that T-Tank Berry had gone out of his way after I explained to everyone at what seems like 100 years ago. I told everyone at the beginning of the month that I opened the door to my little toaster oven that had been purchased for me by T-Tank Berry. He had actually taken a trip down to whatever super stock market he went to and purchased this, Oster toaster oven. And they're usually famous for lasting a while and being of good quality. But this one, its door spring snapped. And once that door spring snaps, which it flips forward, there's no fixing it. If you spent the money to fix that, even if you could find somebody to do that, you just need to buy a new toaster oven. The cost would be more exorbitant than buying a new one. So I told him... I'm sorry?
Cord it or anything?
What's that?
You can't just bungee cord it or tie it.
Seriously, come on, honey. Please. It's just not safe. It's not safe.
I have an Oster that the door doesn't quite shut on it. It still works really good.
Really? And now he points out both were delivered...
I've had it 20 years. I've had it forever.
Oh my God. Well, I mean, all I can say is if it works for you, that's fine. In my case, believe me, it's not something I want to fuck with. But right. Yeah, he points out both of them were delivered by Amazon. And this has been a problem. For those of you who don't remember, the time they cut off my phone service, which again, for anyone who has any meager comprehension of what my phone service is all about, this has nothing to do with Douglas Dietrich paying bills. If there's any idiot out there who says, oh, well, you should pay your bills or something stupid like that, all you're advertising is your ignorance of my situation. So because I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal and I'm on the Lifeline program, thereby I get free cellular service, which means the state pays for my cellular service. And this isn't just chicken shit cellular service like any other state in the union outside of California or Texas. California or Texas are the only two states in the union where Lifeline means something. You get unlimited minutes in both those states. Texas because of the oil, and California because of the technology. They have the capacity to honor that, to be that gracious. But in any other state in the union, you get minuscule little mini bytes of data that you can use on your cell phone strictly for calling 911 and nothing else. No need to go mute, Amy. Honestly, I want your interjections throughout this. But
no, I'm I'm living in the woods or in the wetlands, and I was trying to kill these bugs in my sheds.
What kind of bugs are they?
To hear me slap them to death.
That's cool. I don't mind. What kind of bugs are they?
I'm still here.
Yeah.
And I think it's great that they gave you that phone. I've applied for 10 years. They haven't given me my phone.
Oh my God! See, you're a targeted individual. We've gone over, but has something changed recently about that? Something's changed recently with something concerning you with something.
I'm sure it has. Not that I can really see. I mean, I had to do that appeal because I was able to find the application when I lived in Pennsylvania for the winter. The state of Pennsylvania was willing to process that claim, and so I've just been going back and forth between Pennsylvania and Vermont, and then talking to lawyers. But I don't think it's really changed. Like, I mean, I just feel like the same kind of censorship and interference with communications. Like I told you, my friend with the Porsche, and I'll tell you what, it was a 9/11/2004. He came by, but he lives like 4 hours away now, and he had to drive all the way up here and find me. Like, he was just shocked to see me here in the shed, because this shed wasn't here last time he was here. But he can't talk to me on the phone either. Like, can't get a hold of me. Like, none of his messages go anywhere. Like, yeah, so I don't know what's changed. Like, it seems like it's more transparent, just the blockades, I don't know. What happened to you in the last 24 hours?
Yeah, so, well, it's been over the past few weeks, really, and so what had happened was, just to give people a perspective on this by the parallel of what happened with the cell phone. What happened with the cell phone is that the state pays for my service, and so the private company that Assurance Wireless that provides that service gets its money for free. And so they have no complaints, and yet, for reasons inexplicable, for reasons that have never been explained, at one point they cut my service. And when they cut my service, it took me months to get it reinstated. And there never was an explanation. Nothing happened that made any sense. So it was just obviously some kind of deep state sabotage that resulted in a tremendous amount of inconvenience for me, during which time, when my phone service was off, many life and death experiences took place that could literally have ended my life because of that window of vulnerability, the operational window in which to attack. So this is a targeted individual's life. These things happen, and if you see it outside of that perspective, if you say, "Oh, it's just some kind of coincidence or just something happened," without taking into account all of the circumstantial events that then follow up or take place in that matrix of situational factors, you're just in denial. You're denying this person their experience, and I understand it's easier to do that than acknowledge the reality that there are people that are targeted, because for some reason most people are really weird about it, and they really feel jealous because somehow they're not targeted, and that makes them feel less important. It's really that stupid. But when it comes to yeah, go on.
Not that stupid though, because we've talked about before how, if they wanted us dead, we'd be dead. Like, the fact that they can't get rid of us, I don't know if it shows their stupidity, or if, like, it's just divine intervention most of the time. Like, not being led around by your desires seems to help me.
Mm-hmm.
Watching the theater present itself, and the things that would appear really pleasing to somebody in my circumstances get presented, and then you don't bite. Like, you don't jump into it, and that's really protective in a lot of ways. But these are also inhibitory to building relationships and, like, finding your community, because then you're like, oh yeah, I'm really glad that I changed paths or went this other way, or, like, didn't actually take that that job that wasn't like, you know, it wasn't a real job, but you could see that like it was being set up. Like, I mean, for example, like in the last Friday, somebody was asking me to meet up with me in order to collaborate, and just the fact that like there's really nobody else getting through on my phone. Like I said, my friend had to like drive 3 hours up here just to make sure I was okay because none of the messages were getting back and forth. You know, and this one guy's like, "Oh, I want a meeting with you," and I'm like, "Well, here," and I send him my calendar, you know, and what does he do? He starts like starts emailing me like, "This is not going to work for me. I can't do it that way," and I'm going, "Whatever." So, you know, like okay, this is all you as far as I can tell. So I'm not worried about it. But then like he sets this special time to meet. I'm on the phone. I'm like trying to do stuff, and like, oh, it's half an hour after he said he wanted to meet. I guess he's not calling me. And you know, like just these particular like setups, like to get you excited about something and to not provide any information, you know, like not to say what it is they want to work on, and then to just bail, like, and then to not even show up after making a big deal less than 12 hours previous. That's just like ongoing, like these kinds of interactions that are like null and void and empty, and you would say that they're really insignificant, and it would be insignificant if it wasn't so extreme, if it wasn't like so obviously trying to point me into a direction that I just need to have that cactus, like to be like a cactus, like to present myself with picky thorns, like that this is not working for me. I'm not doing that. Like it's very simple to just go onto my calendar and block space, and then I get a message. I get the guy's phone number, or the dude, or the person. You would hope that women would call me, but it's always ever dudes. You know, like I mean, I think it's so simple, but then I'm getting this. I'm not going to do it like that. Like I'm going to do it my way. and you know, and this is all well and good. Like I'm working to passively accept whatever comes my way, and then not say no, but then really starting to like fine tune my hard maybe no.
Right. No, we both have to learn to stand up for ourselves and really just you know, protect ourselves and look out for ourselves. It's funny because the experience you've just described is, I wouldn't say identical, but parallels in so many ways as to be almost a mirror image, in many ways identical to something I experienced very recently with our last episode. And again, I haven't talked about it to anyone, haven't had the opportunity to speak to anyone about it other than Brendan. So Brendan has a idea. I'm sorry, go on.
Oh, I thought I saw his name. Well, he's not here.
No, he's in the chat. He's putting things in the chat. A few things, yeah.
Oh, look at it. Those are cute. Very cute. So Brendan has a... Are you okay?
Yeah, just giggling at some of the way you're describing what he's doing is cute. Yeah, I mean it's cute in and of itself. So, yeah. At any rate, and I'm multitasking and I'm trying to just acknowledge you while ticking off responses to what Brendan is saying. So at times, Brendan and T-Tank Barry will go into like a cascade mode where they just kind of inundate you with images. But he's joined us now. And, of course, what I told Brendan about, we were not going to discuss on air. And he probably doesn't even know exactly what I'm alluding to, but, I'll let him know if the topic gets broached organically. We'll simply... submerge it. I do have to credit again the assistance of T-Tank Berry. I will get to that. And we've had an anonymous contributor who also helped in his own way, but wants to remain incredibly anonymous. So that is all part of a lot of strange surrealistic things that have been happening lately. So all of that being articulated, when we just heard what happened with Amy, I had a situation that was similar with a approach, if you will, that I had to deal with, and that took a lot of time with what little time I had on our latest transmission day. And for that reason, I was so overwhelmed I couldn't read Sheila Gavin's, or didn't even remember to read Sheila Gavin's email out loud, which acknowledges everyone on Team Dietrich, or a great many of our members. So Sheila, I will get to that soon, sometime soon. I'm sorry?
Very brave.
Yeah.
She's brave, showing up in the chat as she does regularly.
She seemed to have stopped showing up as soon as she sent me those emails, but that's okay. It's, you just roll with it. No expectations in this world is the key to happiness. She sent me exactly what I asked her to do. I said, can you send me an email of what you wrote in the chat that was mentioned by Amy Como? And so she was very thankful for you, of course, recalling her, and has expressed that thanks. I can look her up. Just remind me to look up her email later, and we'll read about it. I'll read the parts that she expressed are okay for me to read aloud. In the meantime, let's check the audio or the technology of Brendan. How's your technology, Brendan? Let's see if we can hear you over there, if you wish to speak. Which I presume you do, since you joined the call, since you're on bandwidth with us. And if he
I think
does,
he was earlier. I thought it was him that kept bleeping on and then not.
I'm sure he was. He's at work, so the situation changes minute to minute. So he's maintaining mute right now, probably because he's engaged with something. So, such having been said, as I said, when I was working with the phone situation at that time, and it's still relevant to conclude with that, because I want people to understand the enormity of what it's like to be a targeted individual. When I was working with trying to get my friends to send me a phone so that I could call the cops or the paramedics or the fire department, every phone they sent me would not work. And I don't know if you remember that period of time, Amy, but Aristides certainly does. Aristides' phone worked, and that was because it was something that he basically had personally for a long time. And because he had this personally for a long time, he basically just sent it to me, and it was half mechanical. It was so old that he sent me something that really was, first off, was not something they could sabotage. They, meaning deep state. What else can I mean? The deep state, the NSA, the people who monitor me relentlessly. But whatever someone else ordered, it would arrive and it wouldn't work. And it's not like I didn't know what to do to turn it on. It was like none of the phones would work, to the point where I'm calling the phone companies and they're literally pinging them, and they just say, oh, well, you have a defective cell. Your cells are not, you have a defective cellular unit because the chip inside is not functional. This kind of shit. And it was just horrific. It was, it's impossible for 3 different people to send me phones that are fresh, brand new phones, and all of them have a defective chip. It's obviously at that point it's sabotage. You can't conclude anything else. And the only reason Aristides' worked was because he had it for years himself, and then sent it to me, and it's half mechanical anyway. It was a push button phone essentially. And so there was no opportunity for them to reach that and sabotage it. So that served me well. Huh?
I do feel like that is part of a way that you can get around a lot of the targeting, is with older electronics that don't actually feed into their program, because their program runs on newer tech.
Yeah.
I mean, that's always been something that I've because I prefer to spend like $10 on a refurbished phone from 2009 than to, spend thousands of dollars on an iPhone that's just basically looping into your brain.
Yeah.
Like, these are specific things that can be done that will alleviate some of the difficulty in my experience. That's been the case anyway.
And it's definitely appreciated, and it's quite true. It's this is why a lot of these older phones are making a comeback for just that reason. So when it comes to the the situation, Amy's correct. But have you gone so far as to get yourself a phone like that?
Yeah, I have a burner phone right now.
Mm-hmm.
I have an extra phone for when this one goes, because I've really had this one a long time and it's pretty unsuccessful in a lot of ways. So, it's just it's so hard to like have to redo everything every couple weeks, like get into your new phone, like try to get all your stuff organized again, like try to log into some of these places that you go to regularly and then realize it's going to log you out of all the other devices, and now you're not going to remember the new password, and
its life is rendered increasingly complicated and unnecessarily so. It's my own Lifeline phone continually reminds me I've got 29 apps to upload, which I will try to avoid uploading as long as possible. The last thing I need is probably the majority of them. There's a very basic with my use of the phone. As Brendan Zogit was witness to, I leave it off most of the time, which most people never could dream of doing that. Such having been said, so we're going to acknowledge some other messages here as they're incoming. I do want people to understand that with the phone, it was Aristides' phone that I used to continue calling the phone company, calling Lifeline, and ultimately getting my service reinstated. But what makes it so offensive, that whole entire incident, as I was emphasizing, not that it meant anything to the people I was dealing with, was that the Assurance Wireless took the money from the state of California before cutting my services. I mean, they literally sent me the message that they had received the money from the state of California, which they send me a message every month that they received the money from the state of California and my services are renewed. They literally sent me that message before cutting my services at midnight so that I couldn't call out during the series of attacks that happened after that. I couldn't call for help. So this is when Amy says if they wanted us dead, we'd be dead by now. In her case, perhaps she's monitored, and I don't mean any insult by this. It's kind of like an animal observation program where they put the tag on you and they release you in the wild and see what you do in the wild, just see where you wander with all of the advantages that everyone else has taken away from you. Don't think they don't do things like that. In my case, they most certainly wanted me dead. They just can't kill me, at least not yet. But don't think they haven't been trying. As we all know, they've been trying very hard. So they've tried to kill me repeatedly, but just haven't succeeded. But when they cut off my phone service at that time, during that 2 months period, believe me, they did everything they could to kill me. And the only reason I survived is because I'm whom I am. So such having been said, it gives people an idea of just how serious my situation is. Now, then what happened recently with the Oster toaster oven door snapping, no big deal, right? Well, for me, it's life or death because I can't eat my meals on wheels without it. They're inedible unless they're heated. You really cannot eat them. It's
inedible. They're terrible. They're just awful.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the only... Yeah, I'm sorry, say that again.
Those things, I mean, so, but in both cases, taking care of my parents and taking care of Tokyo's mom, we were given these Meals on Wheels.
Yeah.
I mean, in Pittsburgh, they came in boxes, 6 giant boxes of frozen food.
Yeah, yeah.
And they were awful. Like right before she went to the hospital with pancreatitis, she was complaining about how awful whatever she'd eaten.
There's some of the dishes are worse than inedible. They're actually dangerous. It's almost like they're trying. I hate to say it. I mean, it's almost like they're trying to kill the people off who are receiving the food in some cases, because the vegetables are the worst. They give you vegetables. I swear to God, hand up in the air, like in a court of law, there are wood chips in those vegetables. There are vegetables that have wood chips in them. He's like, they crack your teeth. I have cracked my teeth eating Meals on Wheels vegetables. Yet some of the dishes are fine. But they're rarer, of course. They're not extraordinarily rare, but they're rare enough. But it's like one in each delivery generally will be good. The other, maybe 2 of them will be okay. One will be actually almost on the level of great, really, with every 2 deliveries. Then a few of the meals generally will be good, and sustaining you. They do their job, but, all this is just to keep me alive when I'm in the crypt and don't have access to blood, of course. It's important to have food. I am, after all, 3/4 human. Actually, I'm not, because I'm 1/4 vaporoid, and then we've got the nanoplasma, which makes me half cybernetic, so I'm only half human at the most. But yeah.
Well, you might be more human if like you had a garden and you could just go outside into your yard and clip some lettuce and throw some maple syrup on it with some sausage and call it dinner.
That's cute. I mean, that would be lovely. That would be lovely. You don't even have that, do you?
I just had my first. I was able today to grab a bunch of arugula out of the garden.
Yeah.
Like it's up. It's been raining, so the lettuce is doing great. The arugula was delicious. I have some arugula and some purslane.
Yeah.
I put some maple syrup on it with some little breakfast sausages. I gave some to Tope.
You do realize I have no acreage. No, I love your vision. You do realize I have no acreage. I'm in San Francisco, the most congested city in the United States outside of New York City.
I just feel like there's got to be one of these crazy food movements.
No. I understand. It's appreciated. If I really wanted to go all out, I could try and get myself on some various vegetable they call them like vegetable services.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's like I don't need that. I don't need that. It's like the granted, the Meals on Wheels vegetables are generally speaking pure shit, but it's like they're just there for the calories, and I do supplement it with food that I buy, which adds to my expenses. But the base of my diet is centered on the home delivered meals when I'm interred in the crypt. And without that, my health will become seriously impacted, because I'm going to have to start buying food outside, which is what I did for a week, because I was putting off on starting the Oster oven, assuming it would work, the one that was mailed to me by T-Tank Barry, whom, by the way, please mail me that QR code so I can return it. Please do that, T-Tank, because if you don't do that, I'm going to have to throw it away, and that means I'm going to have to run up and down the street looking at the apartment level refuse baskets to see who's got room for me to fit that monster in there. And that is, of course, illegal. Of course, I'll be doing it in the dark of night. I'm not going to be busted, but I hate to do that to an apartment full of people where they're going to be, confronted by the refuse collectors over that, because that's not supposed to go into those bins. And they'll just say some other person did it, and they'll be telling the truth, but, at some point they might get tagged or something. I don't want to do that to my neighbors. Of course I'll still do it if I don't get that QR code. But if I go through that trouble, carrying it down a block or two, I might as well just return it to UPS. I might as well take that QR code and just call a cab.
In the metro, just put it on put it on Craigslist. Free toaster oven.
Yeah, look, I'm not gonna bother doing that, honey. It's not worth that trouble. Yeah, and he says put it. He says put a bow on it for the porch pirates, and so that's yeah, that's cute. I mean, look, I'm not antithetical to doing that. If I had to, I'll just take it to the alley down the block and just abandon it. But yeah, but all that being said, so here's what happened with the just to give people some further perspective on. I guess we could always go back to the nuances of this, but basically what happened was T-Tank Berry didn't expect it. Thanks to Amazon. Amazon told him it wouldn't arrive till Monday of this last week. So because of that, when it arrived early, I had to go to the Estates. I picked it up just before I went to the Estates because I was waiting for the Meals on Wheels to arrive, and then I bring that in, the food bin in, and then go off to the Estates. So my son doesn't pick me up till after the delivery. So when that happened last week, or the week before last by now, I went to the Estates, and by the time I came back, I had already purchased and also from the Estates brought home enough food to keep me until Monday, because we really hadn't expected it to come until Monday. So I had been to the Estates twice in a row, once before its delivery, once after its delivery. And as a result, I had kind of like a little bit of a surplus of food, and I figured it would work, right? And, which was really stupid of me. And I just, kept eating that stuff. And I kept putting off assembling it because it looked really intimidating. I had never had a model like this. It was a French door model. And the French door model, it was big enough to fit 2 trays, which is what I need. But when I began to assemble it, I should have noticed it because I removed it from the box right away before I went to the Estates, and or right as soon as I came back. But I only subconsciously noted it and didn't really think there was no instruction manual. So the box had obviously been opened and somebody had removed the instruction manual, or they had never inserted it during assembly, which doesn't make any sense. So it had obviously been tampered with, but I didn't really think about it. And then by the time I sat down to start it up, which was the middle of the night before last, I basically realized it doesn't work. It plugged in, the lights were on, and nobody was home. It was, the clock went on, none of the buttons would respond. It's just like the buttons just were not working. It's like the buttons were a solid panel of buttons that are just like painted or something. It's like you can't, and there's nothing to remove to find real buttons. There's nothing else on. It's just horrible.
What you were saying about it's really the small things that build up that make you appear insane when explaining all of the nuances and the context and the habitual disruption of your routines. That is the thing that will discredit you, because like you're always reporting like this is the same, this doesn't work, that doesn't work, I can't get this to do the thing it's supposed to. Like it's all meant to discredit you. So having the ability to talk about it and to remain calm and to be detached enough so that you're not emotionally charged up with it.
Oh, yeah.
Think about how long it took for you to get to that point.
Yeah. I appreciate your observations, believe me. And so when that happened, in a sense, I try to look at these things as how they work out for the best. If it had worked, this was right after I had spoken to Aaron, and Aaron wanted me to discuss certain things. George Knight has been pressing me to discuss certain things, and by that I mean to members of Team Dietrich exclusively. That they were looking for some feedback on certain subjects, and Aaron has joined us. And we see you on camera, dear Aaron. That's nice. You're very comfortable. Nice, brilliant rug. I mean, love the rug.
Thanks.
And so welcome aboard. And I sure you've been listening to all of this. So you know I've been going through it was just awful. So what happened was I had to go buy a new toaster oven. I'll relay the rest of that story later. While we're gifted with your presence, how long do we have with you tonight, Aaron? Let's see if he responds. Or maybe he
probably 30 minutes or so, but my connection's a little bit wild, so let me just rejoin quickly.
Okay. Thank you. And so for everyone, what happened was once I realized it didn't work, I basically forced myself to go to sleep, woke up very early in the morning, called T-Tank Barry. T-Tank Barry rushed over right away with 600 United States dollars and slipped it right through the door slot, after which I called my gang brother Beaver, and he did that while I was asleep. I went into a deep sleep again. By the time I woke up, it was 3 p.m. Then I called my gang brother Beaver, and we went to get a toaster oven. So we'll go into the funny details about that later, because anything that has to do with Beaver is always morbidly entertaining. But that's, we'll go into that later tonight. If we get back to it organically. We'll cover it eventually. And again, Sheila Gavin, I will read your email eventually, hopefully tonight. And right now we're going to talk with Aaron Tice. And welcome aboard. Say hello to Amy Como, the lady first, and then, of course, everyone else on Team Dietrich, dear Aaron.
Hello, Amy. Hello. It looks like Aristides is on. And Brendan, hello, everybody. And Douglas, hello, dear friend.
Yes. Hello, my dear friend. And again, very appreciative of your participation. So, whatever you feel comfortable sharing, little status report, update report on life in general. The Waymos, of course, have hit your city.
The Waymos of Atlanta. They were far more nefarious in San Francisco. There were more of them. But the stories from the locals in Atlanta were scary as hell. They all get close together facing bumpers to share data. So there's 5-6 Waymos converging to share data, which is really odd and strange.
Oh, that's got to look scary as hell.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah. But, I mean, the circling and shark-like effect in San Francisco is very intimidating. Plus, the first Waymo I saw was at 1:30 in the morning Pacific time, which is really 4:30 in the morning Eastern time. So it's time I'm waking up normally, and I see a naked lady's back against the side window in the rear. It was just, so I saw a prostitution Waymo, my first entrance into San Francisco. So Atlanta wasn't as nefarious, but it's still so strange for the East Coast, especially, to have something like that.
But by the way, Incubate in the chat, he says, when I was speaking about your sending me a cell phone and how it didn't work and I had to call the company and they said, oh, the chip is defective. And I'm saying, how is this even possible for this to happen with 3 different cell phones that 3 different friends had sent me? Obviously, I'm a targeted individual. Incubate, of course, is still skeptical and says, couldn't it be that the phones your friends sent were not compatible with whatever carrier the state service provides? You don't understand. This is not like they're providing me cell phones so that I could have a carrier outside of Assurance Wireless, which was refusing me my services.
And this is a safety. This is a safety net for the brain.
Yes,
because it's a little bit difficult to admit that there are targeted individuals. And if you send, I think I sent 2 cell phones.
Yes.
And these are the track phones that drug dealers use, nefarious womanizer cheaters use when they're married. I mean, these phones work day in and day out for the average pedestrian.
Yes.
And when you send 2 brand new high-level phones, and then both of them don't work, and then they can't even diagnose it on the tech line, the 800 number, after 2 or 3 hours. And then they send you a replacement chip that never arrives. And then they send a second one, and you can't put it in because it's not meant to have a replacement chip. It's meant to work the way it is. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty, but again, it's easy to say, oh, it's just happenstance. It's just, but if you're listening to this channel, that really shouldn't be your first,
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
first go-to.
Thank you.
If you're incredulous, move on and find another channel where those inconsistencies are obvious.
That's beautiful. Aaron, that was said so well, and it reminds me of someone else. And again, we're not coming down on Incubate, and we're not coming down on...
not at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
On the other individual who was here with the latest episode before tonight, who said, when I was talking about what happened with Paula, he said, wow, this is really dark subject matter tonight. And that's when I said, what did you expect?
When the things Douglas discloses, even his basic tenets for reality, who he says he is, how he's lived his life, what he's done, that's the least of which he's said. Tune in for a little longer and have your mind blown. Like, this is easy stuff, comparatively speaking. I mean,
right. And just to get it out of the way, and I'll cover this in just a few minutes. By that I mean I'll sum it up in just a few minutes worth of time. When I brought up what I brought up about Paula in our latest episode, Brendan, who is with us, and if he can speak, please go ahead and do so if you're able to at work. I don't even know if he's at work. It's actually a Sunday night, so I don't know if Brendan's at work, but if you're able to speak, go ahead. He expressed skepticism, which is understandable. He said, it seems really convenient that you would remember this horrible detail about Peter Moon when Aaron brought up what he did, because why does it take till now to expose to us that Peter Moon is a literal shit-eater? And I pointed out to Brendan that Paula was in a very vulnerable state at the time. I had not physically met her yet. She had only been introduced to Peter Moon ultimately through the machinations of the Evanescer, Dr. David Lewis Anderson. And that is a fact that we've gone into in great detail in the past. Even Peter Moon was forced to admit multiple times on record she was a victim, grew up in an environment of intensive satanic ritual abuse. So she was obviously involved with espionage. She had a brother who was quite obviously not her biological brother. This guy was Pakistani or some kind of South Asian. He looked identical to Salman Sheikh. He looked like Salman Sheikh's twin brother. But this individual was passing himself off as a quote-unquote Tibetan monk who was regularly going to Shambhala and accessing the books with the golden pages, or the golden bound books with the gold. Insanity. Yes. Sure, insanity.
I can verify. I can verify all that, personal conversations and on air. Yeah. And I remember he got in it wasn't an argument, but it was verbal jousting when the subject of, I think it was Paula's father was brought up.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I remember where I was. I remember that conversation. It was a very strange conversation because there shouldn't have been any disagreement upon it, but Peter was very boisterous about that particular subject. I'm not sure why, but he was.
Right. And, but of course Peter's brain was obviously heavily compartmentalized. I don't know if you've seen the latest AI output from Peter that he uploaded on his YouTube channel. If not, Aristides can provide the link if you would be so kind, Aristides. But he shows my mother, her favorite ballet was Swan Lake. And Peter Moon shows Swan Lake. He's playing Swan Lake, and he shows all the swans forming the hearts with their necks, and then all of them dying. It's like, this is like his idea of some kind of assault on myself, no doubt, because it has nothing to do with Montauk. Nothing whatsoever.
But I will say this. I believe Preston Nichols, and I think he told me this in person, Swan Lake was one of his projected most perfect songs.
Yes, but...
and that's one of the songs he would listen to. So it's probably a combination platter. You know what I mean?
No, I appreciate what you're saying. But understand that while Preston Nichols said that, Swan Lake and Montauk being mixed together through the Preston Nichols connection makes sense. but for Peter Moon to instruct AI to show all the swans dying and lying dead all over the lake for several moments in his. What does that mean? Yeah, that has nothing to do with anything other than.
Well, that's very telling. That's very telling.
Yeah, yeah, and certainly that was never expressed by Preston Nichols. I can bet that.
No. He thought it was a beautiful, elegant rendition of a musical piece. He would listen to it regularly.
Right. And he said it was some perfect example or resonance of something. But such having been said, when Paula was speaking to me and really going off on complaining about Peter, again, I had not yet met her, and it wasn't until I physically met her I realized that she was a down flyer, and in other words, a person like myself or a creature like myself. And that's when I could suddenly see things in a different context. But until that point, she was basically expressing herself as being an unwilling or circumstantial agent. She wasn't trying to present herself as this poor little girl who was trapped into something she didn't want to be part of per se. But she was saying that basically she was all pissed off because Peter Moon had gone to Romania, presented himself as the big man, was throwing money around like water, and the officials, meaning the authorities, severely overcalculated his material wealth. And so when she was assigned to marry Peter Moon, which she had no problem telling me, she said she was going to get U.S. citizenship out of the deal. She certainly didn't want to compromise that. And they told her, look, you get yourself U.S. citizenship. We don't care that you ultimately become an American. But in the meantime, you get his money so we can, integrate it into the national coffers, the national treasury. And she was assigned to do that. But when she arrived in America, she found out, comparatively speaking, that Peter Moon was dead broke, and it was all facade because the money is worth so much more in Romania than it is in America. But she was basically now living in a money pit, which needed a massive overhaul that Peter Moon was, not even bothering to do. So she was the one who was instructing him to constantly refurbish the home, and she was hoping ultimately, of course, to get it in her name and sell it, which he ultimately denied her and said, no, the home goes to my daughter, which was another point of friction. Anyhow, she was in a horrible situation. But when she really got to bitching about it, understandably, she went into Romanian. And I speak Romanian, and I speak Srpski better than I do Romanian, but I fought in the Balkans as a mercenary. I'm familiar with these two particular languages, Srpski, the Serbian language, and the Romanian language, which, of course, people might know. I would often try to speak with Peter, and he would have none of it because he couldn't speak a word of it, which again goes to show what his personality is like, that he marries a woman from a nation, doesn't bother to learn her language. But when she expressed the fact that here she is basically an agent assigned to get money from this individual, and I had just begun to work with Peter, and I wanted to get the book out, I was seriously wondering, when she started telling this story in very quick Romanian, whether I was hearing it correctly or processing it correctly, because I'm telling myself, am I understanding what she's saying? Or maybe I'm misunderstanding what she's saying. And at the same time, I'm thinking maybe she's also trying to piss me off enough to where I kill Peter Moon so that she gets everything without having to do nothing. And which would not be an unreasonable conclusion to draw, considering everything else she explained. So all that being said, back to Aaron. So yeah, anything else that strikes a chord with you with before we go on to more serious subjects? But I did have to explain that to our listeners who also might have expressed the skepticism that Brendan did about that situation.
Yeah, it's easy to be skeptical, and tonight seems the night to discuss that. But it also brings to the forefront the fact that Peter was translating books in a language he couldn't speak a single word of.
Oh, she did all the work. You knew that, right? Tell people. It was her. She did all that.
Yeah. Well, he did try to push the facade that he was working on the books via internet translation, and then he would check with her on the difficult phrases. But it just seems like he didn't do. He got the books from. Was Radu in Romania? I think he was, right?
Yeah, he was Romanian.
Yeah. So he got the books from Romania, and his, assigned Romanian wife did the translations. And as far as I can tell, he didn't pay hardly any of the royalties either. So
Of course not.
it's a very strange scenario. But it's easy to be skeptical about that. But we observed them real time for many years. I was, frustrated to find out he didn't pay anybody any royalties. That's not the way to do business.
Yeah, well, that's well, you thank you for looking at that through a moral, shall we say, a moral perspective that he doesn't have. Obviously, of course, that's what we expect for someone like himself, who was essentially assigned just to make certain. This is what I was trying to say the other day. As I told Aaron in a private conversation, we had the concept of metaphysics before we had physics. And physics is actually a downgrade from metaphysics. So we've actually gone down in terms of our capacity to work with the universe. We've actually degenerated. But beyond the fact that physics has a moral comprehension of the power of the mechanics of our universe, the metaphysics, that is, the physics without that wisdom, without that philosophical insight, becomes simply a destructive force. Physicists have not provided us flying cars or anti-gravity or starships cruising the space lanes. All we have are weapons of mass destruction that they're working on, whether it's nuclear weapons or masers and lasers and various other, anything to do with anything destructive, but nothing constructive has come of physics. The point is that a physicist, however, will tell you this much: their definition of work is that if you haven't reached your objective, no work has been performed. So if you're pushing at a large boulder, stressing and straining and sweating, and yet it hasn't moved an inch, a physicist will tell you haven't done any work because your objective of moving it has not been accomplished. That's what Peter Moon did for 10 years. He sat here just doing no work. He went through all these motions of droning and drolling and just, spewing. And this guy was it was like watching someone jack off forever without the cum shot for 10 years. And then says, "Oh, I'm not going to put the book out." This is what we dealt with. It's beyond no work being done. He sabotaged all of our lives. But to Aaron with that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's called gooning these days, Doug.
What's it called? It's called the
gooning.
Gooning.
That's like a Gen Z term for you, I'm sure.
Yes.
You've heard it. You just didn't know what it was.
Yeah, there we are.
What's up, Brendan? How are you, Brendan?
Greetings. Yes. Doing well.
Good.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And on a side note, Douglas, in my private life, I observed, because people, when they see the failed model of capitalism that is our Western civilization, they tend to say capitalism is evil. But what I observed is capitalism isn't evil unless it's an atheistic, godless, immoral capitalism. I think a moral capitalism would work really well. I think it's the atheistic capitalism that has failed society so poorly, because as bad as capitalism is, it's not quite as bad as what communism has done to the other nations over the last 50 to 100 years.
Okay.
Just an observation.
No, definitely appreciate it. And by the way, just from the chat, Incubate says, "Oh, I do not doubt that you are a targeted individual. I just worked at AT&T as a teenager," and he's bringing up like an AT&T phone won't work on a Verizon network unless it's carrier unlocked. Well, we explained everything to hopefully put that into perspective for him. And Artigo Tale, or Artigo Tail, says, "Hi, Mr. Dietrich, quick question here. Will you ever consider making videos exploring the paranormal? I think your efforts would be greatly well received." Well, I certainly take what you say into consideration. Obviously, we'll, just do that for now.
There's always new people showing up. We have to remember that. I think sometimes we have this history with each other, and we have these conversations have been spinning around for so long that we forget that people just pop in sometimes too. What about Douglas isn't paranormal?
Yeah. And I would say to that, correct. And to that person, I would say, look up the Night of the Broken Circle discussion. That's on your website, right, Douglas?
Yes. Yeah, it's on the channel.
I-
the channel.
Yeah, on the channel. I mean, that's like possibly the greatest paranormal discussion I've ever heard discussed. And that's right from the Presidio military base itself in San Francisco,
Well,
right on the bay.
If I might just interject, maybe Aaron could add to this. So there was a time where you discussed the relationship you have with the young lads at the estates, how their lifeline is now purple instead of red.
Ah,
Do you
yes.
remember this discussion?
Yes, yes. I'll go into that again. We don't need to go into that right now, but basically, just so everybody understands, when I speak of this phenomenon, it has to do with the kind of infusion that happens in a person who has regular contact with a Dampfire, because obviously a true vampire will drain a person dry and they're not going to have any lifeline. So,
Good
yeah.
clarity. But what about Paula and Peter?
In terms of their lifelines, now remember, I'm not one of these kinds of people who can actually see these lifelines. There are people who have that talent that I was describing, who actually were working with the U.S. government. I'll happily go into that again soon, since you brought the topic up. I mean, like tonight. I mean, like within minutes. But before, we'll get back to that. But before we get back to that, we want to take advantage of the time we have with Aaron while he's with us, and have him at least say one more thing in terms of almost a gossip level factoid. It's not trivial, however. Anne-Marie was someone who Peter Moon was adamant that I had never met, yet I know I met her. I knew I spoke to her several times on Skype. She was someone who had taken Peter Moon in after his divorce, when he was at the bottom of his microscope slab, just literally on the streets. He was couch surfing with, of all people, the man who claimed he had been sent back in time to kill Christ. Who is that Slavic dude? I can't even remember his name.
Sverdlow.
Stuart Sverdlow. Thank you. And yeah, she took him in and nurtured him, after which he threw her to the curb like so much used Kleenex or toilet paper once he picked up on Paula, and she was completely devastated. But she gave me a jade hairpin when she met me, and I spoke to her for a while, but she was such a tragic character, so forlorn and so devastated. I couldn't really bear to speak to her very much. There was nothing I could do, because she was in love with a man who was completely inaccessible. And I kept trying to tell her he's really gay anyway, and Paola's just a beard, as they call it in the subculture, which of course she knew, because she was the one who was shoving the dildo up Peter Moon's ass. But she also got very, very sickened, apparently, as Aaron said, when in the company of any of her encounters with David Lewis Anderson, or whatever you remember about that. Do share it. Also point out to people that you actually heard the episode in which Peter Moon admitted she had given me a gift personally, physically.
Yeah, he admitted it in 2019, one of the early transmissions. And I can't remember the details of her and Anderson, but I do remember, I believe she got sick, or she saw him come through the door when he wasn't there, or something. It was something very paranormal, as to the last caller's question. So a very physical person, Anne-Marie, who was dating Peter for a long time after his divorce, had a very supernatural experience with David Anderson several times, and really couldn't stand to be in his presence, I believe is the case. Even if she was there once, I can't remember if she was or not, but I know she had a very difficult time with it.
Yeah. And it was so sad. Anything else you remember about her? Her personality was just this forlorn, hopelessly in love with Peter Moon for God knows what reason. Why would anyone be attracted to that individual?
Yeah, I probably just happenstance. Long Island is its own ecosystem, and she probably got into the crew in the early days. I would guess that was the 90s. And, just staying in touch through the Psychotronics group, and probably just, at the end of her life, a little bit of a companionship, more or less than anything.
Mm-hmm. Now, before I speak of lifelines, because I'm sure people are now curious about that, I'm already getting some input about people wanting me to go into that, but believe me, we want to take advantage of Aaron's time while he's with us right now. What did you want to bring up? Did you have any further questions about physics, for instance? And, welcome to Holly. Everybody say hi to Holly.
Thank you.
Oh, Holly.
Hey, what's up, Holly? How are you?
Not too much. A plane crashed in Monterey Bay last night.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God, another plane.
Yeah, what did you do to it?
That was the only big thing that's happened.
Oh, my God.
Thing.
Were there survivors?
No.
Oh, sorry to hear
Little
that.
private plane, short hop from San Francisco. Private plane, 3 rich bros, I guess, coming down to party.
Well, in that case, it's hard for me to find any sympathy.
I hear you. It was right where John Denver crashed, though.
Really?
So we call it the Denver Triangle.
All right. Yeah. It seems to suck up assholes.
Tons of wrecks there historically, at least by sea. So it's a scary spot.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Fascinating. Thank you for sharing.
It's national news,
Oh.
so you might encounter it.
Yeah, I was so involved with my own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, Incubate tells Artigo Tale, or Tale, that the Hitler's Son May 4th video is a great place to start. Such a great listen. Thank you so much, Incubate. That is profoundly appreciated. But do continue, dear Aaron, if you have any questions about physics or something else that comes to mind. Yeah.
I'm trying to wrap my head around, was it Mr. Chu's physics? And you describe it so simply, but it's almost like the particles themselves are their own fathers. So it's almost like everything is connected to everything else. Is that kind of an oversimplification?
Well, I mean, it suffice. It certainly gives people an idea of what they, to start with. It's a good starting point, and it's not it's not inaccurate. What we're dealing with is so, shall we say, incredible in and of itself that we need to start with simplifications. So that's as good enough an explanation to begin with as any. It's part of the question in physics of can the universe create itself? It's basically an attempt at an atheistic explanation for the God creating himself. I am my own creator. So it's trying to take the God out of that, and
that makes sense. That makes sense.
And which is an anti-godly thing to do. But it
yes,
brings us down to
yes, indeed. And then the anti-gods, and then all of it was mostly gentlemen. I don't remember any ladies hanging on to the show and trying to coerce you to mention the names of the anti-gods. It was mostly these degenerate men, from what I can remember.
God, always,
right?
Yes. But by the way, the term is creatio ex nihilo, or creatio ex nihilo, the creation out of nothing, or nihilogeny. That's the doctrine that matter is not eternal, but had to be created by some divine creative act. And the theological term for God creating himself is aseity, since I'm getting questions about this already. aseity, aseity, God creating himself. It's Latin from se, for self, plus ity for self-existence, self-causation, self-causality. So what the physicists, again, this is physics without the meta, they just take God out of it and say, well, then the universe can create itself, hence the bootstrap theory. I'm pulling myself up by the bootstraps. Get it?
That makes sense. For myself, because God creating the universe is such a paramount point in it, it actually makes me think how much more important frogs are and amphibians, because they are, I believe, asexual and can morph sexuality as needed. So, science deems them the least intelligent being, but I would differ based on this theory.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Very good. And
yeah, it lends gravity to the dumbest of the creatures as per science, because I never view the dumbest labeled creatures as dumb. I think all creatures are special.
absolutely. Oh, you're very much like my legal father in that regard, and that's appreciated, of course. And such having been said, so were there anything specific again about the anything?
No, I'm just trying to wrap my head around the physics of it, and
Of course, I'll have to
Dr.
start
Chu-
writing about this. I promised you, God willing, and the river doesn't rise, that I would get to writing about, that planet within our planet. And God knows the river rose. Of course, the river rose. That's when the oven didn't work and I couldn't eat. And
it's the worst.
Oh,
Food is important.
Yeah,
is more important than an essay.
Yeah, even for someone like myself, yes, food is important. It's I can't go on without it. I can longer than your average human, definitely, but not, it's still not that much longer.
Is the oven fixed? What's wrong with the oven?
Oh, I've had to purchase a new one. It was like, I went through the basics of the horror story, but what happened was that T-Tank Barry mailed me a brand new one from Amazon. And I had stored up enough food till when it arrived, because he didn't expect it to arrive till Monday of last week. And so I actually had some surplus food. And when it was a big motherfucker, and when I put it together, it was a new model, French door model. It was rather intimidating, but I knew that once I put myself to it, I could make it work, because, there's only so many things you could do. There's just so many buttons you could push. But unfortunately, when I plugged it in, somebody had sabotaged it. I subconsciously remembered that when I had taken it out of the box, there was no instruction manual. So that was very suspect, but I passed over that thinking, well, I don't need an instruction manual, because I can always look online to say, how does this model work? But when I went online, it said, oh, well, you just press these buttons. Well, the buttons were completely non-responsive. The clock was on, so it's like the lights were on, but nobody's home. the buttons are non-responsive. So it was, yes.
T-Tank is such a hero. Can he at least get it returned in a refund?
That's what I want to do for him. So T-Tank, please send me that QR code in the mail. Get that printed out and send it to me in the mail, because my local UPS is so fucked up, they can't scan it off a phone. I remember going over there with different things to return, because, believe it or not, as a targeted individual, this happens to me all the time.
Yes. And as Brendan has alluded, I believe he said he worked at UPS, and he knows it's very easy to do these things.
Yes, and so by all means, Brendan, you can confirm that or deny that as you see fit. Oh, he may not be in the mood to talk. So
people would steal shit all the time. And it's been getting worse. And I heard the Amazon people are the worst.
I've been dealing with Amazon. So Amazon has third-partied their delivery system. They don't own the drivers or the vehicles for the most part now.
That's right.
Which means they're not responsible for their actions. So where I live, most of the Amazon drivers are driving their own vehicle or a rented vehicle or a third-party vehicle. Most of them, and I don't have a problem with ex-convicts. I understand this is a prison culture. But most of them are ex-convicts. You don't know who they are. And I have security footage at my front door of an Amazon driver trying to get in my front door with a delivery.
Oh,
of course.
Yeah, and I've never subscribed to Amazon, door where they walk in or drop it in the door or I would never do such a thing. So I have the video. I called Amazon. They couldn't do anything. I did a police report. They couldn't do anything. So what I did was I literally sent the video to everybody in the neighborhood and alerted the next driver to say, listen, I don't know who this guy is, but I know you do. And everybody on the street is armed. And if he shows his face again, he's probably going to get shot. So just let him know not to come back, because he was literally trying to open my door with a package. So that's the new Amazon.
Yeah.
The other thing I've heard about Amazon is that with some popular stuff where it's easy to do, a lot of phony Chinese copies will slip into the stock. So people order stuff, they think it's brand new, they open the box and it's full of mold and rat shit, and the parts are broken. So could it have come? When I do have to use Amazon, I always check the comments and see how many people that's happened to.
Jesus, that's aggressive.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
it's actual. So that's something, another factor to consider.
Yeah, I've heard similar. I typically only buy products I know of and know what they look like, and then you're typically okay. I mean, you're never okay. Like
typically, but if you can, go to the company direct.
Yeah, I've been doing that more and more.
Yeah,
I've been doing it more and more ever since that driver tried to get in the door.
Right.
You know, and you can't really come. It's kind of like when someone steals your credit card. The local police can't handle it. The credit card company or the bank can't handle it. You're on your own because, I mean, how do you prosecute a crime that didn't happen? It was an attempted crime and a small crime, really, till they get in.
Right.
That's that's so frustrating. It really is. But then again, any other thing concerning physics in particular? Because what I can tell you when it comes to the law of physics is, again, these things require essays. But I'll try my best to summarize what can be said about it when, if you have a specific question or a particular concept that you'd like to approach.
I don't have another one other than those basics that I brought up.
Okay. For now. For now.
Yeah. It just seems to me God left us here with a set of rules, and the rules were hijacked and stolen, and over thousands of years there's just a small group of people that remembers what they are, that take advantage of them to shape reality and herd humanity in the way that they see fit.
Yes.
So it's almost as if the deists have the correct view of the population, in that God kind of dumped us here with a set of rules because we should be fine with them and we should have everything we need, but we've been coerced and co-opted through espionage, chicanery, and just thievery.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. It's quite true. And so what our dear Amy Como brought up initially referred to what is known as a kokoro, or a heart line. And when it comes to that, it's something that became a real cringe factor between myself and Peter Moon, because Peter Moon was claiming that his heart line was now threaded with mine, in implying that he and I were yes. Oh, wasn't that so sick? Brendan, Brendan, tell them it was so awful.
I don't want to touch his heart line.
You heard it.
I heard it too.
You heard it too.
I heard it. Yes.
Yeah, that was pretty violation worthy.
Yeah. Thank you.
Foul.
Thank you. So, but for our basic listeners, for the Japanese people, human relations are predestined by a red string that the gods tie to the pinky fingers of every man and woman at birth. And legend says that the two people connected by this thread will have an important story, regardless of time or place or circumstance, that this connection is not necessarily romantic or limited to couples, that it can extend out towards all those significant and perhaps even seemingly insignificant others that make up the story of our lives. So the red string may become contracted or stretched or tangled with other threads, as surely often happens, but rest assured, it can never be severed. Now, this is somewhat similar to the astral projection concept of the astral thread, which, of course, if you're astral traveling, can be severed. Aaron, tell him that. I think Aaron knows a little bit about this sort of thing.
Yeah. So most people that travel astrally have a cord or a thread, and they're taught that way. And they're taught that way because the people that taught them were also taught that way. But it's not necessary, but it's what everybody does. And all it does is give everybody who can astrally travel or see astral travelers a good idea of where you're located and the ability to sever your connection and cut your life short. So yeah, this is very similar. But you don't have to travel that way astrally. If you just travel without the cord, you're just as fine, and you can't be snipped.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. And so when it comes to the human body itself, it houses this endlessly complex network of blood vessels, and we owe our existence to these life-giving rivers. But there's this one rather special channel within the system that connects the heart with the pinky finger, and it's formed by the ulnar artery, spelled ULNAR, and it's the channel that makes your least notable finger the true representative of your heart. And it's for this reason that in many cultures, when two people make a pact or swear a vow, they do so by linking their pinky fingers. Now, according to Japanese culture, this thin thread emanating from the core of our being doesn't end at the tip of that finger. It extends invisibly throughout the world to end its course in someone else's heart. It's a way to understand that our itinerary of encounters are a predetermined plot where couples' relationships, the intimate brushes against someone, and all the little stories we crisscross with others are neither random triumphs nor accidents, but part of a scarlet tapestry whose threads were given to us when we were born, but which we knit ourselves. As the Japanese would say, our world has its share of obstacles, but nothing in it happens by accident. So this is essentially the red thread of fate. And it's really ultimately all about love. It really is. But when it comes to what difference there is between humanity and that subspeciation of Homo nocturnus, or the vampire, as was brought up by Amy Como, there are sensitives who can see this thread. And so when it comes to these kinds of people that were recruited by the United States government, among others, they're among a whole battery or arsenal of talents that that require explaining ultimately. I've tried to go over this in the past, the kinds of psionic specialists or people with these paranormal talents that are not so much supernatural as almost simply like an organic gift through evolution, that certain people can sense things that others can't. You know, of course, every living sentient creature carves this ethereal path through the non-existence of polyreality as it leads its life. It's essentially a path where the sentient went not just physically, but emotionally and intellectually. And it's best considered a metaphysical trail left by the mind and the soul as it grows and changes and evolves through its existence in whatever time-space universe in which it resides. And these lines, they extend backward from the creature to reveal everywhere it's been and thought and felt in the past. And similarly, they extend forwards to cover whatever or wherever the sentient will have once gone when viewed from a future perspective. So there's what's called a seer. And these seers are espers. They're espionage agents, or they're talents recruited by espionage networks. And ESP, just think the first three letters of espionage are ESP, extrasensory perception. So these espers are almost born to serve in intelligence, and they're exploited as such. Espers are, well, the specific ones with this talent that are called seers, at least in the United States. The intelligence networks in the United States call them seers because they can see these lines extending from the hearts of people. And that these lines are the trails of the heart and the soul, and they have these bends and squiggles and kinks and frays wherever the owner had an experience of some sort. And with practice, a seer can learn to interpret these deviations and make a reasonably accurate forecast of the future. And furthermore, when a seer can see multiple lines and examine how they interact, the seer can make predictions about the interrelationships or outside events which will impact the people being read. And when lives interact, the lifelines cross each other. The tangles and the deviations indicate how, and when Twa lifelines cross and they both experience nearly the same aberrations, the seer can determine that the Twa either will get along well or else they'll both experience the same outside influence. And when Twa lifelines cross and one suffers and the other swells with power, well, then the seer can determine that one has caused injury to the other, or perhaps the suffering person was mugged or got fired, or the other was someone the one had been hoping to avoid. But the most easily read of all phenomenon would be death. It's for the simple reason that only living people have lifelines. When a person dies, the lifeline stops. And if the death is traumatic, the line ends abruptly. And when the line fades to black during lingering, hospital-bound cancer deaths and the like, whatever the cause, if there's no lifeline after a certain point, the seer can be certain that there's no life either. But all sentients have lifelines. And for human beings, these lines are bright red in color. But vampire lines are bright blue. And that's because the vampire's blood is in and of itself useless without the infusion of the E-core, that iron-rich E-core, from its prey. And but for the blood boys, you see, when a person is fed on by a vampire, but not killed, not drained dry, and becomes a regular source of food for that vampire in particular, like the blood boys, then, well, the lines merge. And the blue, well, the deep red of the human's line, it shifts slowly through to purple. If I were to do something like what I tried to do with my son, by my son's own desire, which was to try and become a vampire through myself, there's enough of a feeding and infusion going on over the years where his own line is gradually shifting from the purple through to a blue, as his essence is gradually consumed by my own lifeline. So there's a change in the color spectrum of the energy of someone who's in this kind of relationship with a vampire, and it will mark them literally for the rest of their lives, and that impacts their future. It impacts their ability to interact with the world, in some ways positive and in others negative, but it can be spotted by certain agents of the state, and that's always to be taken into account. But all sentients have lifelines, and when the lines of these less intelligent creatures, like cats and dogs, well, they're much dimmer than those of humans and vampires. They're easily overlooked by most seers. In theory, a seer could read a person's lifeline, and even those of their descendants, all the way to the end of time, or all the way back to time's beginning. Fortunately, in the minds of most seers, the Esper skills, the psionics, are not quite that powerful. It wouldn't be much fun to know the future of the planet for all time anyway. There's a constant argument among them when I dealt with them when I was involved with Michael Aquino about the permutability of the future. Some seers claim to be able to see multiple future timelines for any person, and argued that each split was indicative of a potential future which would only come to pass if the person being read exercised free choice and caused one or the other to come into existence. But the detractors of that theory were those seers who could only see one single or singular future timeline. And to those seers, the future was immutable, and any attempt to avoid it would somehow cause it to come into existence anyway. In their opinion, the seers which could see multiple lines we're seeing the one true future and several other ghost images, which could never come to pass. And the multiple line seers maintained that those who could only see one line had a less flexible talent, that they were unable to forecast all the possible futures. There was, of course, a third camp espoused by Michael Aquino himself, that the seers who maintained such attempts to define the flexibility of the future were conducting an exercise in pointless philosophizing, since trying to make sound predictions based on squiggly red lines was a vague art at best, and a far cry indeed from the hard science he wanted to stick to in terms of practical exploitation of these talents. But regardless of their beliefs in the mutability or unavoidability of the future, the seers were almost uniformly, well, they would always avoid forecasting their own future. This became a bit of a superstition among the espionage circles. It was the basic causes being twofold. I'd say the desire to avoid a paradox, the fear of seeing your own lifeline, and, well, watching it end 10 minutes down the road. But some seers hypothesized that the shock of seeing their own lifeline end 10 seconds from the moment they tried to look would be enough to give anyone a massive cardiac arrest. So such possibilities were enough to prevent the overwhelming majority of seers from ever attempting what was called auto-divination. So we hope that puts that in some perspective. Amy, does got any other questions about that? Feel free to ask. I mean,
along the lines of vampires being much more severe in their speciations towards humans, like they just use them as food mainly, but that dampfires have, some human in them. They have a capacity to hunt the vampires that humans lack.
That's quite true.
Right?
Yes. And have been exploited for that forever, yes.
Forever. And the likelihood of a vampire being female is very small. Could you explain that a little bit, like the gender specifications of vampirism?
Yes, it's because just so people understand, this is what led the Soviets to speculate that the vampires are an alien species, is because when it comes to the fact that you look at our nature on Earth, the first thing you notice is that nature is overwhelmingly matriarchal. Overwhelmingly, females have the advantage. And the majority of evolution tends to ultimately go towards a capacity of females to reproduce without men. There are more and more animals that we are discovering that are essentially females that reproduce without males. And so when you take that into account, the vampires seem to be quite the opposite. They are, as far as the Soviet Union could ascertain, being the only government, the only state that put a massive amount of financial effort into studying vampirism. The only true vampires they ever found were male. There was no such thing as a female vampire. That doesn't mean that the males are reproducing by some kind of parthenogenesis. Far from it. They reproduce by rape, but they don't normally tend to go into this reproductive mode except very rarely. For whatever reason, something at some point in their fairly extended lifespans triggers a need to reproduce, and then what would normally be food to them, which is either sex of humanity, they would then suddenly assault one of the women that they normally would drain dry sexually. And to them, truly, a true vampire, either sex is food, because vampires are essentially asexual. They're normally, until they go into this period of time where they feel this uncontrollable need to reproduce, they're asexual. But in terms of the evolutionary paradigm that the Soviets concluded that they follow, was simply that when they impregnate a woman, then it can go either way. The child can be male or female. If it's a female, certainly either case it will be, generally speaking, a dampfire, about 50-75% of the time, meaning half vampire. But in maybe about 25% of the cases to 50%, they were never able to calculate an exact demographic because the situation was too rare. But 25 to 50% of the time it'd be a true vampire, in which case it was always male. In which case it wouldn't be long before it separated from the mother, simply because it was more than capable of taking care of itself and going out to seek blood. But in terms of the dampfires, they would be half human and have been used throughout history to hunt vampires because, of course, they would be better equipped to do so than any human being. Such being said, why are vampires exclusively male? And the Soviet conclusion was that because the laws of survival don't give a damn about equal opportunity, that evolution is not a politically corrected mechanism, that essentially the vampire is an exclusively male species because males are stronger, taller, built to resist more damage, and are better equipped to rape their foes, and ergo reproduce. So it's this is what leads to that fact. In fact, another reason evolutionarily that makes sense is that all human females must retain enough body fat, much more so than human males, to sustain both themselves and the offspring that they carry through the entire process of multiple pregnancies that they would normally experience before humans were capable of interceding in that process. So the average vampire, of course, has very little body fat, if any. It's not something that they need because of their physiology. So to reproduce through a female part of the species would be almost impractical. It would almost make no sense. So, but however, a dampfire is half vampire, is very similar to a vampire in many ways, to the point where the female dampfires are very powerful. Go on, honey.
Sorry.
No, please continue.
No, it wasn't you guys. Sorry, I forgot I was off mute.
Oh, no worries. So the when it comes to Paola, for instance, you had a dampfire who, because she's a dampfire, understand this, she is never going to have any evolutionary need to feed her children milk. So Paola was the perfect svelte example, physiologically, the very personification of a female dampfire. No tits, no ass. And still Peter Moon was only able to get it up enough to fuck her by forcing her to strap a sausage to her inner thigh. And it was only then, when he was raping her anally, that he could get off pretending then that she was a young boy. And that was the only way he was able to perform with her at all, the few times that he did. And she, of course, being human, is much more sophisticated than any true vampire, because a true vampire is basically someone who's basically autistic. It would be a severe case of autism, as a matter of fact. You're talking about somebody who has no need for social interaction, and basically emulates humans at a very intuitive level, knows that he has to put the clothes on to appear in public, knows that he has to behave in a certain way and restrain himself in a certain way to avoid being arrested in public, But other than that, is not going to be very interactive. It's not going to be a person who fits this gentlemanly fantasy that was imposed upon vampires by Hollywood because Hollywood thought of them as European and understood that the Europeans had a higher culture than Americans did, and therefore imposed upon them the nobility. The Europeans also are responsible for this initially because of the Black Plague and the number of peasants who died in the Black Plague by the millions, whereas the nobility, as Brendan Zoget would describe, were using a faulty colloidal silver tincture that had lost the original secrets of the formula, and therefore were, in a sense, poisoning themselves as much as they were protecting themselves. They were using the colloidal silver to disinfect themselves internally and prevent themselves from dying of the plague, but this had the collateral damage of turning them blue with the gradual metallic poisoning from the colloidal silver. It wouldn't be enough to kill them, but it would change their epidermal tone to a blue state, so they would appear to have died. The peasants said, why are all the nobility surviving through the plague and turning blue while all of us are dying? Obviously, they must be undead vampires feeding off us all. And that's would lead to peasant uprisings and the pitchforks and the torches and the storming of castles by the peasantry at times in the Black Plague because of misidentifying the nobility as vampires. It was a misidentification that Hollywood took and ran with. But vampires are not normally nobility. Dracula was the historical exception because he had a recessive gene. And this comes from, of course, these periodic rapes that vampires perpetrate will lead to, every once in a while, someone who's born who will be a vampire, but the recessive gene doesn't kick in until a near-death experience triggers it. That effectively really was what, in a sense, happened with myself. It was when I died, literally clinically died, and was dead for 2 days, 48 to 72 hours, they said, between 2 to 3 days. And when I reanimated after this blood transfusion, total body blood transfusion, which literally killed me, the nanoplasma transfusion, which had killed everyone it had been applied to, all adult prisoners who had volunteered at Letterman for the sake of avoiding the death sentence. They took the chance of instead being subjected to a full body nanoplasma blood transfusion. All of the adults had died, but because I was young enough and, of course, half vampiroid, they calculated my chances of survival would be much greater, and therefore the full body blood transfusion did kill me, but the recessive gene kicked in and I reanimated, after which my vampiroid symptoms, if you will, it's traits, we'll call them traits, it's not a disease, my vampiroid traits became much more pronounced. The doctors would use the term symptoms because they were doctors and were used to using terminology like that, but it was a misuse in my case, I will insist. So our dear Brendan says at lower concentrations, blue-colored copper salt induces vomiting, and at higher concentrations, it acts as a stomach irritant. Further conditions associated with copper toxicity are vomiting, headaches, migraines, spastic, all this good shit, enlarged prostate, depression, allergic conditions, liver disorders, many other chronic infections. I think he's trying to point out something. You can come out and say it if you want to talk about the colloidal silver. I think he's talking about the colloidal silver formula that the nobility was using. He says copper adulteration in the Thalin alchemical processes. Yes, thank you. He's speaking of what happened during the Black Plague. But yes, in my case,
what about the use of the?
Go on, honey.
I know you've spoken before about how they would shackle a bunch of vampires together in World War II.
Yes. Go on.
The manacle, five at a time, and because they don't get along, they would just terrorize neighborhoods.
Yes, this is what the Soviets were doing. By the way, Aaron Tice says signing off shortly. Good night, everyone. Let's have Aaron Tice come on for a few minutes first before going into some of that. So, dear Aaron, please, by all means, share with us any other insights or observations you might have, my dear friend.
Just so I don't forget, you just handled a lot. You go through so much data, but Parthogenesis was how I first found Peter's work in the first place, because nobody touches that with a 10-foot pole.
Oh, tell them about that. That's true.
Yeah. So Peter did write on Parthogenesis, and it attracted me because of the virgin birth and Jesus and my religious upbringing. So I was looking at it from the divine, and now that we look back, we can see that he was looking at it from the perverse and more based on the Babylon working ceremony and his infatuation with L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons, etc. And that takes us to Stuart Sverdlow, and the most brushed over part of the stories was Stuart going to Mars to collect Jesus' blood, and then Jesus freely giving it to him and blowing up the project. And Peter would always deny any part of that story and say that's Stuart's story, and he would say, Preston would say that's Stuart's story, and they both had different recollections. But it's one thing Peter would never talk about, because he always framed Jesus as a social archetype, not a real person.
Well, at the same time, claiming all sorts of things like Parthogenesis to, it was like, as you say, he was perverting it as opposed to applying it to the virgin birth. But the horror was ultimately with Herod. And do explain to people about Herod, how Peter acknowledged Herod while denying Christ.
Yeah, he spoke very highly of King Herod. Two versions of Herod, two of the Herods. He's like, this is a very unarguable historical character. I believe in Herod. I think he said he imprisoned Peter the apostle. However, I can't really speak to Peter because there's really no documentation on Peter. I can't really say if he existed or was real, but Herod I know was real. Like it's very strange. But to quickly brush through that, and we can touch on all these things. I have notes here on them, but you had mentioned the seers that can see these lifelines and even people's auras and things like that. One of the things I looked into, and I think this would fall in Aristides' category. Have you ever heard of it's a tincture, it's an alchemical tincture. I think it's called Dysonin. And Dysonin is like a dark purple mixture that's very difficult to make. And there was a gentleman, I think in the early 1900s, you can frame it with a steampunk view of things. He made Dysonin and Dysonin glasses, and they have a purple hue, and you can see basically the soul of a human being, and if there's any entities, straggling along behind them. And what happens? Well, the government bought all of his glasses, took the formulas, and it's illegal to make Dysonin. It's illegal to get the ingredients to formulate it. If you do it, you will be arrested. You can't find them on the market other than trinkets. So that is absolutely something the government did. I have a fractured portion of the original book in which the formula was written, but it's not entire. It's not whole. So that's an interesting formulation. And last but not least,
remember that old and that was obscure medicine, gentian violet.
I'm sorry, you were
guys
breaking
remember
up. What was that?
violet?
No.
It was sold as a medicine, as an antiseptic. Am I coming through?
Yeah.
Yes. The only one I know is the
sold...
methylene blue. It might be similar.
Yeah, I gotta look this up because it clears athlete's foot, and it was a bacterial, disinfectant. Gentian violet. It's an old-fashioned remedy with the cod liver oil and stuff.
Oh yeah.
But it is so intensely purple.
Yeah, and as is the methylene blue, but the Dysonin is far more complex to make. It's a very difficult formulation.
Yeah, I'm wondering if gentian violet's in there.
It's possible, but I don't remember the formulation, but it is very possible.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And then last but not least, as to what were we talking about with the seers. Mm-hmm. Speaking of, they can see one timeline that is for sure, or multiple timelines. The best description of this was given to me personally by Preston Nichols. And it rings true with what Red Elk taught as well, in that you can see a future, but there's so many things that have to happen. Let's say quantum physics, so many buttons have to be pressed, so many boxes have to be checked. And there is mass free conscious will that does shift things, which is why they're bootstrapping reality in the first place, right?
Yes.
So Jesus, when he went to, what was it, Mount Transfiguration, before his major, spiritual journey, or before his more public journey, a lot of people feel that was called Mount Tabor. There's a couple people that feel it's a different mountain, but Mount Tabor was where they feel it was, as a majority. And when I talked to Preston, who definitely had psychic power, whatever he was or was not, he definitely had psychic power. And he was a very, very unique individual whose physical appearance was disgusting. He had zero hygiene, zero sense of self. He was extremely perverse, but he was definitely in contact with other realms. I mean, he had Wilhelm Reich's work within his house. He had Nikola Tesla's transformers and transmission devices in his studio. I mean, very few people have that type of stuff. Anyway, he said that it was an entity that talked to him that called himself or itself Tabor. And he felt it was a version of God or something to that effect. And Tabor said it was a self-generating AI that the probabilities changed randomly. So you can predict far down the road, but there's so many items that have to happen for that action to happen that more than likely it's going to be something different based on mass consciousness. And that ties in with what Red Elk taught as well, where you can't, Red Elk and the Inner Hyoka, the Native Americans and the shamans will tell you can't accurately predict more than 3 days away, because more than 3 days away, there's just too many actions that involve other actions, and it's like the butterfly effect. There's just no way of knowing accurately more than 3 days away. You can have an idea, but you can't say accurately. So I just figured I'd drop that off as an aside, because we touched on all those topics, different angles of it, and hopefully that's good food for thought for everybody who likes the paranormal or anything like that. The paranormal, if you like the paranormal, to the people who mentioned, look up Dyson and glasses. I think it's DICYN. Something in that nature, and you'll go down a rabbit hole with that one, paranormal wise.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I really want to thank you for that, Aaron, and hopefully you can listen after you you take your leave of us. I want both of you and Holly to take a look in the text box here on the call, where our dear Brendan has entered something about dicyanin. So he does go into some detail about dicyanin there. And honestly, Aaron, we love you dearly and look forward to speaking to you again privately soon. Share our love with your family, of course. And I do want to say that when it comes to the Sears and what you brought up, certainly that's appreciated. It's I'll try and bring up something after you leave that reminds me of. It's niggling in my mind right now, and I'm sure it'll come to the forefront of my brain as soon as you take off. But do listen in, and I'll speak a bit more to it. Okay.
I will indeed. Good night, everybody, and thank you all for being a part of this. Yeah. And T-Tank Barry, you're a hero, and love you all.
Yes, thank you so much. And all right, take care. That's our dear friend Aaron. And so welcome aboard, Holly. And aside from this crash about what's probably a bunch of cold-blooded assholes that none of us give a damn about. I mean, national news. Yeah.
Hate to say, but yeah. But I wonder, perhaps CEOs of some importance.
I didn't look. I mean, I'll take your word for it.
No, they're not releasing the names yet.
Yeah.
So there's always that.
Okay.
CEOs of importance.
Yeah. It's
time will tell, if ever. It depends on how secret it ends up being.
Yeah. So just so Aaron knows, I didn't want to keep him on too much longer because, of course, his family responsibilities. But the kind of environment I was working with, which I will dare say, obviously, our dear friend Aaron, his experiences are to definitely be respected. Of course, when he's dealing with red elk, we have to have deep respect for red elk's indigenous heritage, and red elk being one of the last representatives of that bloodline. And obviously, everything Aaron said made sense when it came to red elk. When it comes to Preston Nichols, as he said, I have no doubt Preston Nichols had some kind of psychic sensitivity, but that is always to be taken into context of the horror of his crimes. I mean, there's no other word for it, really. We're talking about a predatory pedophile who was working with the mass exploitation of children by his own admission, something that essentially was covered up by Peter Moon, which, of course, since Aaron's not with us at the moment, Brendan Zogit can testify to, and I'm sure Aristides can as well, where Preston Nichols would say this is where the young boys were kept in these cages, with Peter Moon claiming, this is just like chicken wire. They could have torn their way out of that at any time, when Brendan Zogit observed the fact that Preston Nichols had heavily qualified what he had said by saying the temperature was kept in these tunnels at an extremely low temperature, where the boys were all dogpiling each other just to stay alive by rubbing each other and maintaining their body warmth, which gave their persecutors, the people who held them captive, nothing but gratuitous sadistic pleasure to watch, while they're all worming over each other in an attempt to get to the bottom of the dog pile to be the warmest, and the weaker ones being pushed towards the outside to pretty much freeze to death. And so they're too busy trying to stay alive by keeping each other warm, as opposed to trying to tear through what Peter Moon claimed was weak-ass chicken wire. But the fact that Peter Moon is trying to skeptically, in detail, deconstruct what Preston Nichols is saying, it speaks volumes in and of itself. And so I don't know if Brendan's able to come in and speak to reinforce that observation. He's more than welcome to. So Preston Nichols also purchased a school bus, with his dream being that he was going to go around the country and pick up kids. That this was his idea of somebody purchasing a mobile home and driving around the country to God knows what. I can't understand why people do that. I mean, I've never understood the joy of shaving in gas stations and taking a shit in, public outhouses. It's like, what the fuck? Thank you. I'll gladly do without. But mobile home living, for some reason, is extraordinarily popular. And most people, of course, never move their mobile homes. They park them someplace and then live in a trailer the rest of their lives. All that being said, he had purchased a school bus, and this was his version of that dream, was to go around the country picking up kids, which is, it's like, there is nothing redeemable about Preston Nichols. He's a thoroughly repellent character, more so than just his physical hygiene or anything else about him. All that being said,
sounds like a real bro, though.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Everyone says that about him. Yeah. Oh, but yeah. He was a bro, and one of these days,
genius.
One of these days I'll try and drag this out of Aaron, but. Aaron, of course, was interviewing Preston a number of times, and Preston essentially at one point made a pass at him. So one of these days I'll drag that out of there. But Sears, to talk about the people that I worked with, at this point we're dealing with people who are forced to employ their talents in what is obviously a far more rigorous manner that is under constant observation. So their results are actually measured. So that's extraordinarily a definitive point to make here. And even though seers can spot the lines of unknown people as they interact with the lifeline of the person being read, they cannot trace the lifeline backwards to find out who the person is without considerable effort, meaning the unknown individual who's encountered the person under the reading. The life threads are neither regular nor constrained in 3 dimensions, and the interactions between the threads of twin lifelines might be physical, such as bumping into someone on the street, or intangible, like talking on the phone. So the only time a seer can definitively trace an unidentified lifeline back to the owner is when the owner is within both visual range and ESPR range, or ESP range, the range, of course, of the reach of their mind. And, of course, the lifeline interaction being traced backwards from is such that it matters to the person being read. So in those circumstances, it doesn't matter if the person will leave the seer's line of sight and then return later. The life thread is a metaphysical structure, and the seer can see the entire thread from interaction all the way back to the person's heart, in defiance of Newtonian range restrictions. So this is operating at obviously a far more tactical level than what Aaron is dealing with, because Aaron was dealing with seeking out answers that are very deep, cosmic in scale, but we're dealing with something that is being exploited for reasons of intelligence in the espionage sense, and therefore it's measured to a far more scientifically minute degree than what Aaron was dealing with. Does that make sense? I hope I'm being coherent. And
oh yeah.
Okay, thank you. And
I did drift a little there.
Okay.
Full honesty.
Oh, so our dear Aaron says, as always, you're smooth as silk, weaving in and out of topics,
Yeah.
never losing your place. It takes much effort in my part to keep my points on topic. Good night, good sir. Thanks for the time. Thank you so much, dear Aaron. Love you dearly. Love all your family. Stay safe and be well. And thank you so much, Holly, and Amy.
Oh
of
no,
course,
that was really great though. Talking about the oh man,
well,
I was listening so closely.
Well, there's more to say. Basically, a seer obviously can't see everything. There's simply
the seer and the scryer.
Yeah, well, that's another skill. That's a different skill. Yeah. But for the seer who's dealing with the kokoro, or the heart line, there's simply too many life threads out there to account for a single seer to see everything. It's because I'm getting these questions now in the emails as well. So all of these lifelines, they may be related to why most seers can see only from 1 to 10 life threads at a time. It appears to be some sort of subconscious editing function.
Yeah, to stay sane.
Thank you. It's in the brain. It's there to eliminate the background garbage. It's very similar to how a person reading a newspaper focuses on only a few letters in one column at a time. I'm dating myself simply by giving you that analogy, but it's with peripheral vision involved. The reader notices that other letters are around, but as they are not at the very moment of reading, interpreting the symbols you see in your black and white zebra print, if you're as old as I am, you're focusing on a few letters at a time, reading a newspaper, and the rest of the letters in peripheral sight are unimportant at the time of reading. They remain unidentified and ignored until you turn your attention to the other column. They might be in a different paragraph or even an unrelated story. So how, if at all, they interact with whatever the person is focusing on is unknown in a quantitative sense, in a mechanically measured sense. And this parallels how seers ignore other lifelines, occasionally even lifelines that they might consider important, if only they knew. Meaning that they could have someone heading towards them with every intent to kill them, having identified that they're a seer and operating for the other side. And they might not even see that coming because they're focused.
Seers aren't infallible.
Of course not. No.
Yeah.
No. By the way, our dear Brendan points out, Unme no akai ito. Unme no akai ito, the red thread of fate. Thank you so much, dear Brendan, for that. Yes. So with the restriction that I've just articulated or qualified, the amount that a seer can determine might be severely restricted. Yet similarly, seers can pick up the terminated life threads of dead people, as long as the seer can see the past and the death occurred within, shall we say, a relatively recent period of time, because believe me, it takes a little while before the person who's dead realizes they're dead or is willing to accept that they're dead. So a seer can see the dead before they realize they're dead. And I've personally seen a few cases where that happened. Basically, the person's lifeline will seem to be pointing straight to their heart, even at the extreme end of the seer's chronological range. The attachment is blatantly obvious. It might seem problematic if the dead person's body has been moved, but for some inexplicable reason, that's simply not the case. Seers believe it's because a person's life threads are not an actual physical path, but rather a metaphysical path. Hope you're hearing that, dear Aaron. Now, since that path covers events both real and spiritual, it can also be used to determine a physical path for the person in question, but since it's primarily a metaphysical path, it will always appear to a seer to be pointing at the owner, even if they're dead. Whatever the explanation, a seer can pick up the threads of a dead person without pause and make some determination of the person's cause of death, and perhaps even whether foul play was involved. In fact, especially so. But I would say, dare say, the only exception would, of course, be thanks to vampires, naturally enough. That makes, well, that confuses the color lines. Let's put it that way. And again, it adds to the mystique of the vampire. Yeah? Oh, go on, Amy. Jerry.
The mystique of the vampire and their purple-colored friends.
Yes, and their purple friends. Their little purple friends. Yes. That's
100%. My phone's about to die. I gotta go. But thank you so much. I'll keep listening on the other phone.
Well, I love you beyond expression. Love you dearly, dear Amy. And, remind me to spank Brendan for his, what he said about the Blood Boys the other day, about my putting them through stress. Honestly. What's that?
He'll feel better when he's not doing this job he hates so much.
It's so true. It's so true. But, I really need to spank him because he didn't talk about how the Blood Boys torment myself. Oh, my fucking God. They've turned me into a borderline diabetic. Little fucking sugar hounds. I mean, it's the
tree sap.
What's that, honey?
Make the tree sap. It's better sugar.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try. Look, it's like talking to a wall. They're sticking their tongues out at me while licking at ice cream cones. It's that. Talk about sadistic. It's like there's a reason their blood is sweet, but I swear to fucking God, I stopped drinking Coca-Cola for months, like 4 months, and it was like, and I still registered as borderline diabetic because of these little sugar plum fairies and all of the bonbons they devour throughout the night. It's and there's nothing I can do about it. It's beyond which, when they're trying to concentrate while doing some of their assignments, in the background they play shit like Cats. That's I swear to God, I would pay money to erase visual memories that I've seen from Cats. It is horrific. The fat cats in particular.
Okay.
Spreading their legs to scratch their crotch. They actually do that in that film. And the Blood Boys love it because they're kids and they think it's cute or funny or something. It's just, I swear to God, that was released in 2019. That's what brought us COVID. I swear to God, that was at least the harbinger for COVID was cats.
Good night. I gotta go.
I love you, honey.
Night.
Okay. Love you.
Night.
Good night, Eric.
Good nighty.
And then whatever happened to you, I don't know.
Yeah, you saw it. He dropped. You hurt his feelings.
Bring him on. Anyway.
I love you. So, Amy,
Sleep
we'll
tight.
talk privately soon. Yes. Okay. Catch up. All right. Dear Amy and dear Holly. So, tell us, dear Holly, what else comes to mind? We've obviously had quite a night of it so far, and I certainly don't intend to do anything particularly professional tonight. I do want people to know that all the misadventures I've dealt with have really taken it out of me. I'm just here to be here. For warning for the upcoming month, my dentist, Dr. Nazib, who I made an appointment with on Friday, the 8th, they are now pulling the same shit the allergy department does at Kaiser, where they're not allowing any appointments on Fridays over at UCSF Dental. And I'm presuming the logic is because if with allergy department, it's if they inject you with an allergy shot and you go into full-blown anaphylaxis, the allergy staff doesn't want to be responsible for that before a weekend because they won't be there on the weekend to respond to your anaphylactic shock. So they don't give any injections or see anybody on Fridays, which basically gives them a fucking 3-day weekend. And
I'm wondering if it's the profit motive on that.
Yeah, I'm sure. I wouldn't be adverse to entertaining that, but how would that work? How would that be more profitable?
Well, less payroll.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody has to work harder.
I guess. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
Super
that makes
harder.
Sense. Yeah.
They probably slash staff as well, so they're down to a skeleton crew.
It's
And I mean, really, the working slob, I'm telling you, as one, 2 days off is not enough. And people aren't even getting that anymore.
Well,
they're getting a morning off or an afternoon off or so.
Well, you're preaching to the converted here. I'm on your side.
Yeah.
But the hospitals or the dentists.
You're also losing a day's pay, so you're screwed.
Yeah, it's there you go. And that may be going on with them. I have no idea. They might be paid straight salaries. I don't know. But with the dentists, I'm sure it's some logic like that. They're not allowing people to be seen on. So she sent me a text to change my appointment from Friday the 8th to Thursday the 7th, which kills the Wednesday night episode on the 6th. So Wednesday night will be, I'll just be, the only good thing I can say about it is the beginning of the fucking month, so it's not going to impact with my fundraising in any significant way that I can think of. But on Wednesday,
I try to keep Thursdays clear of anything traumatic early for that reason.
Thank you.
The Douglas Show.
Yeah, thank you. But for Wednesday night, the 6th of August, a forewarning that night I'll just be here to be here, and I'll only be here a few hours. I mean, I'll be shutting down at, early that night. I'll just be here a few hours, yeah. Because I see her at 9 a.m. in the fucking morning, so... Yeah, I'll
total buzzkill.
Yeah, it's like fuck that. It's it's a real pisser. It's like and of course she sends this. Oh, can you do this? Can you switch the? Yeah. What am I gonna say? It's not. Do I have a choice? It's like seriously, like what? It's like I don't have a choice. You can't call them and say no. I must have. It just doesn't work like that. Yeah, it's so aside from that little bit of trivia, what else comes to mind? Let's try and just have what fun we can tonight. We as I said, we had a contribution of 600 United States dollars from T-Tank Barry. Goddess bless him eternally. Someone who's far more of a brother than simply a member of Team Dietrich. Yeah. And as important as being a member of Team Dietrich is, you're all relations to me as far as I'm concerned. But aside from that, we had a contribution from a person who wishes to remain completely anonymous. And I'll use the they pronoun with them just to try and be as, keep them as anonymous as possible. They sent 250 United States dollars to my personal account. So, yes, we should be able to make rent without a problem this month, thanks to these incredible individuals. Bless them eternally. And T-Tank Berry, hugs, kisses. And with that, we're going to make somewhat of a night of it tonight. But like I said, with everything, plenty of which I can't even talk about, except to members of Team Dietrich privately, that happened. Again, nothing really alarming, but certainly disconcerting. Nothing alarming in the sense that no threats to my life other than the oven itself was one. We've got something now that does...
Excursions into your email.
The excursions into my email. I haven't even bothered to check. I just assumed that they're ongoing as
cool.
Aaron Tice pointed out. Aaron Tice pointed out the one that signed in from New York never signed out. Yeah, they're just in there, they're just in there. Yeah. It's but at any rate, we are, as I explained, targeted individuals, and we have lives that are very different from others. I don't know if you've ever had that feeling, or you haven't had the impression you've been under siege in an occult sense the way that Brooke Gibson and Brendan Zoget were. Did you, Holly, at any time have that? I'm glad it was. Glad that didn't happen. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
And
sure is.
Yeah.
I got no safety net.
Yeah. By the way, just funny stuff now that I'm looking through the email, stuff like Ziggy buys houses. I get this in my email. No repairs or inspections when you sell to Ziggy. It's like, God, dude, I don't even own a house. It's
in your life.
Yeah, in my life.
In my whole life.
In my entire life. I've never owned. How did I get on this guy's mailing list? And then J.P. Morgan Chase.
That's
yeah.
Oh, really?
I mean,
that must all be faked up.
Well, J.P. Morgan Chase, I bank at, so it's understandable they send me stuff. But what doesn't make sense is what they're sending me, dude. I mean, look, I used the J.P. Morgan Chase credit card and tried to maintain it like an adult for a number of years, and just finally said fuck it due to a number of incredible emergencies, and I just couldn't. I just go shit. So you're talking about somebody who owes them what, $6,000, $7,000? These guys are saying, don't delay, Douglas. It's time to work with a J.P. Morgan financial advisor. Build a financial plan for the future. Dude, I don't have money. You know my account. You have my account. I've got $1.
It's official phishing.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I mean, it's company certified.
Yeah, but they know I got nothing. Of all people on earth, they know.
That doesn't filter. There's some, generating station in Bangladesh that just does their IT. God, they're spamming, and it's all real.
I mean, it's funny in its own way, charming in its own way, but it's just like, it is what it is. How about, so you've been eating vegetables lately? I remember that you were avoiding them for a while because of course, the fire.
Yeah. They're just now thinking it's safe enough to clean it up. Okay. And so that's longer than anybody's wildest expectations. And, the plan's still on to go gung-ho forward. But Trump just did slash all the renewable energy money. So that means you don't need battery storage.
Interesting.
So, yes, it is. And so we'll see what. I don't think that. I'm not sure anybody knows. I know there's a lot of people want to do a lot of things. And the battery storage has got the full green California light. I mean, it's like we have to save it. the same time, it's nuking up all over the place. So it's bizarre.
Yeah, it's trying to be environmental while destroying the environment. That's beyond bizarre. That's just nuts. That's just fucking crazy.
That's happening. That is so happening. I mean, they used what's that Monsanto Roundup to get rid of all the foreign plants to put in the native plants, and I haven't heard a cricket since for 5 years.
Yeah.
You know, it's wildly just off the hizzle. So we'll have to just see day to day. And that red elk thing, I've been thinking about a lot in terms of politics, because just like the plane crash last night, even though it does appear that they're locking a lot of incredibly oppressive structures into place, there is so much random, chaotic stuff happening at the same time that it really is hard to predict it more than 3 days in advance.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
As the dude said so long ago.
Yeah.
Figuratively speaking, you know what I mean? 3 minutes.
No, I get it. At the same time, I do feel that the future is, in a sense, very predictable when you take a look at it in a very macrocosmic sense. A very
Agreed.
Yeah, thank you.
And that's the way I've always taken it.
Yeah.
But now that it does seem that time and change and novelty are compressing on a tighter and tighter time wave, that random events are going to be more and more common.
Okay.
Of a potentially worldwide import. I mean, we're living in the age now when there are worldwide events like COVID, say, or there's a couple other of them, the cell phone, or, you know, the whole earth is changed by these events.
Yeah.
So that's why I can't go into what history and my mind is telling me is set in stone in terms of the horror.
Wow. Yeah. And
or at least that's one lifeline I cling to. That random events could affect things in unpredictable ways. I once knew somebody that used to say, what'll happen is not imaginable.
Interesting.
Which kind of stuck with me. It won't be like what you imagine. And so time will tell, depending on how long I live.
Right.
Whether that be true or not. But it's getting pretty beyond my imagination now.
Yes. Yeah, already. And that in itself is
and I ain't dying.
Yeah.
So
So if anyone else wants to join us, feel free to do so. We're going to, of course, try to maintain a show of it tonight to a degree.
Right.
We're not gonna try too hard.
Don't make me sing.
Yeah. Oh no. It's
No.
Yeah. And if people just don't get it, they're like they don't know what it's like. When I deal with these little things, it's like you said. You understand all too well. For a complexly post-traumatically distorted person. Yeah, I'm distorted. Yeah, I'll go for that. For a complexly post-traumatically disordered individual like myself, the little things are the worst of all. They just make it unbearable. And even though it all settled down and it all worked out well, I'm fried. I'm just at the end of it. I'm happy to just basically go back to sleep sooner than later and then wake up refreshed, now that it's a totally stabilized situation so far as I can tell. Still haven't tried 2 trays inside of the little Chefman toaster oven that I purchased. I think it should be safe. seems to have barely enough room for them. The plastic shouldn't melt, but
Oh.
yeah, it's definitely bigger than the plastic melting little thing that I had before that I was dealing with.
Yeah.
Yeah. In terms of what else comes to mind, we all pray that you're well out there, dear Brendan. Let us know that you're alive, and we'll just talk a little bit about current events. Oh, did you hear what I said after Brendan checked out and I went into a bit of monologue? You didn't have the opportunity to return in the last episode. You always try to return, but oftentimes you don't.
I did. No, and I didn't follow up either.
Oh, so you weren't able to hear.
Was that the physics talk night?
No, I went into physics.
Okay, because I want to hear that.
I haven't gone into that in depth. No, it's something for the future. That's something for the future we're discussing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he had a past episode that he actually entered into the Infinite Call, so you just need to scroll up, you'll find it. That's a past episode in which I spoke about physics. Yeah. And
Yeah.
And so that's
okay,
there.
Good.
Scroll up. And
very good.
Oh, and did you have an opportunity to read all those pages that I dumped in? You have to put them in order, of course.
No, because it was too small. What was that?
Oh, you gotta make it larger. You don't have the capacity to make it larger. You know.
Yeah, it was awful tiny. I blow it up and then I'm reading it like a word at a time on my phone.
Oh, yeah. You have no other. Yeah. You have no way to access it on some other medium than your phone, which of course it would be illegible. Yeah.
That's what I'm pretty much down to. Yeah.
Oh, that's so
sad. What was that? Yeah.
Oh, that was.
I should go to the copy store and get it printed out.
Please do.
Yeah.
Then it'll be self-explanatory. You just put the pages in order and then read it.
Yeah.
And so.
But give me the gist.
Of course, gladly. I'll happily do so. And this had to do with what was brought up by George Knight, was that he was bringing up these old books that either had a tremendous influence on myself or they were books that I influenced myself by dealing with the author of the book. And as people know, I've dealt with far more people than Peter Moon without ever being credited, because I wasn't seeking the credit. I was just seeking some form of remuneration, or I was seeking some form of recognition at that time because I was working with Michael Aquino, seeking recognition by the Department of Defense to ultimately transfer into a think tank. That story at that point, in terms of my narrative, is as old as time. Everybody knows when I was working with the Department of Defense, my ultimate dream was to get a job in a think tank with RAND, MIT, or one of these think tanks contracted with the Department of Defense, and work with the greats, especially like Herman Kahn, who was still alive at that time and wrote tremendous books that are completely ignored. Everybody knows about his work with nuclear weapons, if they know about him at all. They know about his work with nuclear strategy, but very few people knew that he worked on many other things as well in terms of social engineering. So, when I was doing that, one of the people that I worked with was an individual who went by the name Dean Ng. And this never made any sense. He was a Aquino cultist, was operating under orders of Michael Aquino to go into publishing or working with books. And he was not a likable individual. He produced, you can tell which parts of the book I influenced in terms of the work titled Systemic Shock, in the fact that they're extremely geopolitical. And you can tell the rest of the book is just senseless bullshit. And that's the part he worked on. I didn't work on much of the book. It's literally amounts to maybe about, at the absolute most, I'd say, if we're lucky, about maybe about half 100 pages. Maybe about, more like actually more of a quarter of 100 pages. It's probably only about 24 to 25 pages in the book. And I sent the majority of that, or the parts that really mattered, to the group call so that people could review them at their leisure. But in that, I was explaining in 1981, mind you, the book was published in 1981. Now, bear in mind, I started working with the library at that time, had already caught Aquino's attention, and was helping people do research to do things like write their books or produce their movies.
Because you had to get published. Being published was a goal, right? To get accepted into a think tank.
It was.
You had to be published or perish.
It was certainly that's the way it was for the normal professional career arc of narrative. I was, of course,
academically,
academically, but I was working in the library and I was helping other people with works they were publishing, and at the same time, it wasn't even. I was really working on the strategy that that certain influential people, particularly Michael Aquino, would just help me make a lateral transfer into the think tank. That's what I was hoping would happen. I ultimately had the opportunity, as I said, to be interviewed by the think tank. So that did come about. It was a strategy that
Rand.
But it did not work out because they were not happy with what I had to predict, which they said was undeniably far more likely to happen than any other scenario, yet that wasn't what made them money. Their money was made off of maintaining a very steady state income on the greater Soviet threat, and therefore, since that's what the Department of Defense responded to with their paychecks, they made up everything they could about the greater Soviet threat and what we had to do to spend more and more money to keep up with the greater Soviet threat. So it was just an endless cycle of fantasy that they were perpetrating and peddling. And they didn't want to hear the Soviet Union was going to collapse. That would deprive them of their paychecks. So that would lead to a downsizing of their world. So they were, they weren't there to work. They were there to juice the system and maintain a welfare state for themselves. It was disgusting. So no.
Vietnam, Iraq, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Fog of war, they call it later.
Yeah, well, the insanity about Iraq, that would take an 18-hour college course just to go through the basics of that. That was, remember, when it came to Iraq, the first Bush War I, with the senior Bush, there was still a Soviet Union. It's unbelievable to think about that, but there was still a Soviet Union, and and yet it was so much of a non-entity. At that point, the government had understood how impotent the Soviets were, where they took
no threat to us.
Yeah, where they took everything out of NATO inventory to expend in Iraq. None of those weapons expended in Bush War I were produced in the United States by American industry. They were all out of inventory from stockpiles in Europe.
Totally believable. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was already
right there already.
Which showed
it was a tidy little war.
Yeah. Which
that guy knew how to operate.
Well, that poor bastard.
Evil as fuck.
Well,
but he knew how to.
Bush Senior or Saddam?
Operations.
Bush Senior or Saddam?
No, Bush.
Yes.
Oh God, no, Bush.
Yes. Thank you.
Bush would have us all in hijabs if he could. Hussein didn't.
Yeah. No, you're quite right. She's quite right. Yeah, she's Holly knows what she's talking about. It's all true. It's disgusting. It's just, I've gone into this in some depth before. I don't want to relive the horror right now, but when it comes to that whole thing, the fact that they pulled everything out of Europe to expend in Iraq proves that they had no expectation of a Soviet invasion anymore. That they just knew that it's not coming. These guys can't even advance an inch. So that was an important point to be made. When it came
somebody I know just got back from Latvia and Lithuania and all that.
And tell us,
he says they're shitting their pants.
Yeah.
They are terrified.
It's
I mean, Russia's back. Hoo boy.
I'm really ambivalent. Now, believe me, This is a serious subject. I want people to understand that Russia is a threat, but not in the sense that many people perceive it to be. It's a dire threat. It's one of, when I was involved with the Department of Defense, regardless of the Greater Soviet Union's weakening, increasingly impotent position at that time, and my foretelling, my prognosticating its ultimate collapse within a very short period of time, regardless regardless of all that, the more desperate a empire becomes, the more dangerous it becomes as well. It was still one of the major problems in the world, and certainly historically had proven itself to be one of the major problems in the world, if not the major problem at that time in history. It had to be brought to an end. It was a horrific entity that produced nothing but destruction, nothing constructive. That having been said, Russia's threat now...
Well, Douglas, given the Russian casualties in World War II, didn't that kind of do it?
It's
millions?
very, of course, Holly's very astute. Holly's very astute because this is a very important point. The biggest problem was trying to get people to comprehend so many of these things. And again, this is not really something that I'm even in the mood to really talk about, simply because to me it's so redundant. But at the same time, for the sake of our listeners, hey, let's do a little bit of geopolitics here. Understand your average.
Come up.
You just take a look at the map of the Soviet Union the way it used to be, and this is before all of the republics fractured off. And you're talking about, think of a Canada with 14 Quebecs. Think of a Canada with 14 fucking Quebecs. And that was the Soviet Union. That just...
Independence.
Semi. That just begins to describe the tip of the iceberg of what a monstrosity that was. It never should have existed. It was... but on the map, it took up all the space. So people looked at that, and they in turn filled that space in their mind with people. They thought it was just, that's all full of people. And they just imagined, like a billion people subconsciously. Anybody looking at that who was not incredibly educated as to the nuances of how underpopulated, now thinly populated, the Greater Soviet Union would have no idea what an empty space it was. They would just think of that as hordes of people, because that's their memory from the propaganda of World War II, is hordes of people. And well, the Russians paid a price for that. Yeah, the Russians paid a fucking price for that. They expended half their fucking population, and they never recovered. They never recovered from World War II. So Holly is quite right. The only thing that helped them recover to the period of time, their golden age, when they were truly a threat to the world, regardless of all these shortcomings, was around the time of the 80s, was when Reagan was confronting them head on. Was when you had them, was when you had them at least steal and enough technology where they were an emergent problem because they invaded Afghanistan. At that point, it was a game changer, and the balance of world power was impacted enough where things looked really serious. It was like, now, obviously before then in the 70s.
And they still controlled Cuba. Oh my God.
Yeah. And,
that's a problem.
Yeah. And in the 70s, it was the Sino-Soviet conflict, which no one acknowledges. They have done everything to cover that up in the world. Everything in the world to cover that up. They have, it was at a time when that looked like the world was going to go nuclear. But of course, as I've said, it's that there is such a limit to their nuclear technology and their ability to have these delivery mechanisms actually work. It's you talk about a ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic missile, which is supposed to be a multi-stage rocket that is going to not only launch itself, but be directed to a assigned target and re-enter all of this without fucking up along the way and disintegrating in the atmosphere and all this good shit. You're supposed to be able to do this incredible... This is equivalent to a moonshot. Seriously. So the idea that someone is going to have thousands of these missiles launch at once, which is what? They knew that the overwhelming majority of are just going to fall to the ground. They knew the overwhelming majority of them are going to so our dear Brendan, when I said I pray go on, honey.
This was totally the end of the world scenario of the 70s.
Oh yeah, and everybody believed all these things would work flawlessly.
They'll hit all these major cities, boom, at once.
And
we got to be ready to do this thing.
It's not only that, you know, in 1977 when Star Wars was released, was when Stanley Kubrick released Damnation Alley, which was a total flop. But Damnation Alley was about the result of a nuclear war based on a short story by Roger Zelazny, who was a fantasy writer. And Roger Zelazny's...
I remember him.
Yeah, and Roger Zelazny's idea of a post-nuclear war scenario was based on fantasy, not science. And it was just to give the reader a incredible hallucinogenic LSD experience of an exciting story full of dragons and monsters that are biologically impossible. But this was in the popular mind. The nuclear weapons were an act of God, and they were something that could change the very genetic structure of everything to the point where it would not only mutate, it would be viable mutations that would carry on with spawn that would somehow, not only would they not be sterile, but they would somehow reproduce, and that their spawn would hold true to the mutated genome, and that the mutation would carry on in a new speciation. Think of the insanity of what I'm saying. If you were a biologist, you would realize how stupid this is. But
resulting in The Hills Have Eyes.
Well, The Hills Have Eyes is far more.
Isn't that like the end game?
No. The Hills Have Eyes is at least believable. Okay, that's believable. As far as I'm concerned, we got people like that walking around. Were you there when I was talking about Michael Berryman? Were you there when I was talking about Michael Berryman? You were.
Yeah.
Right. So you saw that. Yeah. And did you hear the part that I said later? I said Michael Berryman is also an element of evidence that I really am Hitler's son, because my mother said she had to use a sperm because she was trying to hide from my legal father the fact that he was sterile.
Yes.
And even though he suspected it, he was hoping that by marrying an Asian woman, she would be much more fertile. This is what I call positive racism.
Right.
But at any rate, it was.
And why on earth did he want another kid?
Well, he never had children before. You mean, why did he want another one after my sister? My father had never had children. He was married 5 times, remember, and never had children with a white woman. Every wife he had was a white woman, but he had no children with any of them. So he was hoping by marrying an Asian that she would be much more fertile and would have children, because he thought Asians were much more fertile. And she did. So I guess you could call
more
that...
than you.
Yeah, both myself and my sister, not to mention children from another marriage before that, which I'm not even quite sure my father was even aware of until much later. But at least later in life, I think he was made aware of it. It's like, at any rate, but the whole point is that obviously there were a lot of secrets involved, and that was just 2 people. You can imagine how large your families must be.
Right.
But at any rate, when it came to... the thing about that is that if I had truly been my legal father's son, almost certainly I would have turned out like Michael Berryman, because of all the nuclear radiation my legal father had been exposed to at multiple nuclear test sites.
Right.
So yeah, it's like, so he's further evidence that I'm Hitler's son as opposed to my legal father's son is the example of Michael Berryman. But yeah, but at any rate, for those of you who don't know, Michael Berryman had a father who was on site, the ground zero of Hiroshima, and in other words, he was dispatched
and bikini there and all that, right?
No, that's my dad. That's my legal dad. With his dad, dad, he was just at ground zero of Hiroshima for an extended period of time. You're talking like helping with the cleanup process, monitoring everybody's disintegration as a doctor. So his dad was an MD. This is another thing that Michael Berryman said, that unless the Marine Corps was radically different in terms of its organization at the time, which it might have been, from my experience, and I know this is a fact, the Marine Corps has no doctors. The Marine Corps has no medics. All they have is medics assigned to them from the Navy. Since they're the infantry of the Navy provides their medics and their chaplains. Yeah, so that's so when he said,
I gotta go mute a minute.
Oh, okay. So
I'm listening.
So when Michael Berryman said his dad was a Marine Corps doctor, either the structure of the Marine Corps was radically different at the time, because at the time they also had things like Marine Corps Raiders, which then didn't exist. They eliminated that position for decades, generations after that. And they also had Marine Corps paratroopers, which again they eliminated for decades after that. So unless I had Marine Corps doctors at the time, which I highly doubt, his dad was a naval doctor that was assigned to the Marine Corps at Ground Zero. But at any rate, going back to Brendan, he's joined us. Thank you, dear Brendan. Happy to have you back with us. Is there some details you can give us about the current situation? It sounds like a bit negative. What's going on?
What? No, everything is fine.
Oh,
as fine as it can be.
Yeah, when I asked, I pray thee be well, because you dropped out of the call, you said, of course not, with multiple exclamation marks. I didn't know. It's,
yeah. I'll give you the deets later.
Okay.
But yeah, everything is okay.
All right, thank you. As well as
we'll just say that.
Like
we'll just say
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, why I said that is because it's never good.
Yeah. Yes. No, it never is.
Yeah.
So did you hear me going off on the Blood Boys with Amy, telling them about how you didn't talk about how they torment me and make me a borderline diabetic and shit. Yeah, gorging on bonbons all night, sticking their tongues out at me while licking ice cream cones. And
of course. Good.
Yeah, and all that sugar goes into me and oh God. Oh well. At least their blood is sweet. So
they already got you back with the cats thing.
Yeah, that thing. So. Yes. Oh my God. And I swear.
That shit's hideous.
It's like I said.
It was a movie so bad it brought on like almost the end of the world.
Honestly,
it was an herald.
Yeah,
an harbinger of doom.
Yes, I swear to God, it was the harbinger of COVID. I swear to fucking God, it came out the year of COVID. It was and it showed nothing but empty streets. And anyone who suffers through cats, because they play it in the background, they find it all giggly. It's the funniest thing in the world to them because kids are sick like that. And it's all empty streets. It's total COVID. It's like COVID world. And the fucking
it's like it was like a psyop to like screw people's minds up. It was like a preemptive assault.
Yeah, predictive programming. Yes, that's right. Oh, and like I said,
because there's no artistic reason they had to make it that hideous. I mean, come on.
It's
even the play was better looking than that.
Well, yeah, you can understand men and women going to see the play to see people with fit bodies in tiger stripe suits and going around waving their tails, basically shaking their ass. The men are there for the woman in general.
Basically that shit was what caused furries to happen.
Yeah. Well,
like all those like drug addicts from the 70s were going in there like, this is how I want to live. I want to be a dog and shit. And then they started putting leashes on each other. It's sick world. Yeah.
It helped to normalize it. It helped to normalize the furry phenomenon.
Well, I still don't think they're normal. Like they keep trying, but it's not gonna work.
Well, I don't know if this will normalize it, but I can guarantee you we will get to the point where we have the genetic capacity where people will start altering themselves, though there's only so much you can do while you're alive. I mean, you have to like have someone mess with the chromosomes of the fetus to really create a genuine, honest to God, humanoid furry.
Well, let's not give anyone ideas.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll happen eventually. But what'll happen is you're going to have uplift programs where we're just uplifting certain species, and you got anthropogenic cats and shit. I mean, eventually something like that'll happen. But when it happens, you're going to have.
Well, there are already like people with animal spirits. It's just you have to have the eye to see them and stuff.
There you are, totemic animals and like Brooke with her squirrel.
Well, not like evolutionary animals. I'm talking like
okay,
like you can see it in some of these singers and stuff like that. They sound like dogs and cats already. Just from their nature is like that because they're reincarnated. Because the animal spirits, because humans are devolving, the animal spirits have a chance to come in. So it like opens. There's like a little open space for that seepage to happen. Which is good for the animals, but bad for the people that are devolving. So, just so everyone knows.
Yeah, by the way, for what it's worth, that's V's attitude as well. She feels that we shouldn't be messing with totemic animals because she feels that's a step backward in evolution. So I see what you're saying. Yeah, so you're echoing or reflecting or reinforcing what she says. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with totemic animals in that sense, but if it's taking the place of human evolution, then that's where it causes this issue.
Right.
Like human spirits have to move up, and then those animals come in. It's happening in the opposite direction, where humans are falling, so the animals can come in. So it's skipping a step. That's why you can actually see the beings that are more animal-like just living normal here.
Huh.
But they can't explain why. Like.
No. Now I'm sharing this. Yeah. I'm sharing screen. Can you see the screen? Screen share? Cursor movie? That sort of thing?
Yeah, I could see you guys like.
Okay.
On a frozen river or something.
Yeah. You notice I didn't even notice that this was in the photograph that she's undoing my belt. I really didn't even notice that until later.
Dang, how much drugs were you on?
No, I noticed it when she undid the belt. I knew it at that time, but I didn't know it was caught in the photograph.
Yeah, well, you're not a photographer. You know they take like 100 photos a second. Right?
Yes,
like,
yes.
It's not just like any photographer worth their salt doesn't just do one click.
Yes, thank you. So
it's basically at this point the cameras are so good, you just basically got to consider it like it's a movie.
Yes.
Just you're getting so many photos in like the 5 minutes you're doing it is. Might as well be a movie. You can string them together and make a film out of it.
Thank you. So here we are now. This is from.
You're old school. You're thinking it's like a film where you gotta wind it up and shit.
It's true. Yeah, I'm very much a product of the 20th century.
It's not a Polaroid.
Yes, thank you. Alexander Griffin 6314 says, "Hey."
Oh yeah, there you go.
He says, "Hey, interesting story, Bren. About 3 hours in regarding the pain in your leg. The same thing happened to me." He says,
yes.
It was bad. Very similar to the way you described it. Maybe it wasn't as severe, but I was limping for a while. Would have killed me and eaten away at my life force if I didn't upgrade on a spiritual level. So please respond to him, okay?
Yes, I shall. Yeah.
Thank you. And
yeah. So that's good. So they attempted to get him, at the same time, because he introduced me to yourself. So there's some kind of connection. There's some kind of connection there.
Got it.
So they tried to take us both out at the same time. So, but he understands like the ancient Chinese like gu, like what that is, and so he was able to counter it as well. And I actually owe my ability to counter it to himself with the learning about it through the kung fu films and different Chinese occultism and things that he's introduced me to. So that's like a miracle. Because if it's just some normal people and you get hit with that, like you're done. Like it's like it would be like something out of an anime where your like foot melts off and the doctors say we don't know what happened.
No, seriously, this sort of thing happens. Yeah. And look at this shit. Can you still see the cursor moving around?
Yeah.
Okay, look at this stupid shit. The crap that they are trying to pull now. Since I've exposed everything about dropping the bomb on Nagasaki, in particular, how it all went through, the ass of that individual, his intestinal tract on mastic, and so essentially, look at the shit they're trying to pull. The goal of the atomic bombing of Nagasaki was to destroy its urban area, not industry. Here's the deep dive from World War II U.S. bombers. See, we meant to. They don't describe that they had tried to bomb Kokura, fucked up.
Of course not.
Yeah, and then dropped it in a panic because it was bathed in highly flammable, high octane aviation fuel. The entire bomb bay was filled with it. So they flew over Nagasaki and dropped it. And since none of the industry was destroyed, as I explained, and the mountains deflected all of the force from any of the underground industries, which just kept on building, so that what they're trying to say now is, but you see, that's what we intended. The goal was to destroy the urban area, not industry. It says,
right.
Yeah.
Which is absurd. Why don't they just cop to the fact they were using petrol bombs? Why do they gotta, juice the atomic bomb? I mean, it's so stupid.
Well, look at this shit. They can't hide that they were that they fucked up with Kokura, so they say it was diverted from its primary target, the city of Kokura, Japan, to Nagasaki due to target visibility issues over Kokura, which is
they claimed it was like a cloud deck. It's really you have paper maps and a fucking scope. You can just bomb through the cloud.
It's an atomic bomb. You don't aim it. It doesn't blow away in the wind like regular ordnance. It's super fucking heavy. It's just gonna drop.
Well, they expect people to be ignorant. They think it's they think it's like a pinpoint. Like you got to pinpoint it. It's like, no, it's a giant big ass bomb. You don't need to do all that.
Yes. So then they're saying the bomb destroyed. Basically they say the bomb was dropped 2.1 miles north of the assigned aim point at Nagasaki, that the bomb destroyed 1.8 square miles of Nagasaki and killed 40,000 people. Had the bomb detonated at its assigned aim point, a case can be made that the death toll would have at least doubled to 80,000, given its location to Nagasaki's urban core. So what they're saying is that we're merciful, and we did this as opposed to the panic that was dropped in a blind panic over Nagasaki, which is why the mountains deflected the energy of the bomb and it killed so few people. They're trying to say, we weren't trying to kill as many people because we're nice guys. This bullshit. It's like,
but how does that doesn't gel? Because then why would you be attacking civilians? I mean, something's not gelling.
Yeah, there you go. At all. I mean, why attack the civilians at all?
Yeah. In total war, you don't attack civilians because they're not attacking you. Basically, they're fodder. They're useless. It's not.
Thank you.
Militarily, they're not going to hit back at you.
Yes, thank you. It's all bullshit anyway. We know it's all bullshit.
And if you really if they really want to take that stance, then that just proves how evil and satanic they are.
Yeah, it's so true.
You just wanted to vaporize babies in their cribs. What was the point of that?
It's
there's no winning that. Why don't they just say, look, we did most of our damage with petrol bombs, which is what happened.
And that all the strategic bombing put together in their own survey did less damage to Japanese industry than domestic earthquakes. I mean, that's how useless it all was in the end.
Of course.
It's just all that was all fuck up. None of it worked, and it was all but they still wanted.
Yeah, but the firebombing did a lot. The carpet bombing or whatever they called it. As far as urban areas, if they're talking about urban bombing, then that did more than
but it's none of it was
anything else.
None of it was of military essence. All of their military was overseas and outside of Japan, and what they're doing is they're simply killing civilians in this attempt to destroy morale. But I've gone into this in great depth. Again, the book will be rewritten because we're going to have to rewrite the book, and nevertheless, it's I've gone into this in great depth.
The book was never written. It was hobbled together by a madman.
Yeah, it's so true.
With a melting brain.
It's so fucking true. It is so fucking true. This is where Aristides if he's still with us, Aristides I did ask Aristides. Aristides is an engineer, but obviously I could see why he would say, when he said, well, there are people who survive large brain injuries. And I said, have you ever worked with a person with traumatic brain injury or cared for one? He said, no. But the reality is, when I brought up that Peter Moon had a huge part of his brain die and was bragging about it, bragging about how much of his brain was dead, that he was running on empty, and Aristides is saying, well, those people who have big brain damage and keep on going. It's like, no, they're not. They're not. They really are.
But those are the lucky people. I mean, even if they're able to move, they're lucky.
Yeah, and tell them.
And an external injury is different than an internal injury, because the internal injury, like,
strokes,
dies around it.
Yeah, everything dies. Tell him about what Peter said about his brain. How much of it died was an enormous part of the brain, which Aristides, I don't think, grasps just how small the brain is. And so when you have the amount of brain,
he said something to us like it was 2 centimeters.
2 cubic centimeters.
Yeah, well, the doctors don't tell you. They just say 2 centimeters, but they're measuring it in cubic centimeters because it's like a radial effect.
Yeah.
Like when you stroke out, it doesn't just happen in like a 2D slice.
Yeah.
So we're talking like cubic centimeters of brain tissue. That's a lot of brain tissue to lose.
Yeah.
And especially near like an artery, that means other tissues were like starved of, that thing.
The oxygen and everything, oxygen, blood, everything, nutrients.
So realistically, it's more like 5 centimeters squared, but they had partial function or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's what Pete told us. He told us that he lost 2 centimeters in the last stroke. And I said, I think on air, I don't know if it was to you or to him. I said, oh, that's like quite a bit. Or did you feel anything? And he's like, no. You might have asked him.
Of course, he doesn't feel anything. He's brain dead. His nerves are dead.
Yeah, but it changes the way you think. So
it sure as hell does.
You can't tell. You can't tell. Yeah.
Yeah. You'd be the last person, if you were a victim of such a thing. You'd be the last person to be able to tell. But tell him about your own experience with this guy you knew who had, how fucked up he became at work, stealing.
There was this poor guy. Yeah, this poor guy. He was like a biker, like a bicyclist.
Motorcyclist. Yeah.
No, bicyclist.
Oh, bicyclist.
And he got hit like a really rough hit where it like broke all his bones, but the brain injury was so severe that he lost like motor function for years or something. And when he finally recovered, his wife, who was like, just with him because, she couldn't abandon him. She had like some compassion, but she was like, she basically forced him to get a job to kind of like rehabilitate himself. But he was like almost non-functional because he'd been used to like working, like he was a strong worker before, very proud worker, but he didn't realize how limited he was in his function, and his brain capacity brought him down to like the level of like, I want to say like a teenager or like a preteen. So he wasn't able to like do social stuff very well. So he would like lose his temper and when people would work more than him, and he would get frustrated that he couldn't keep up, and he would like hide people's water bottles and try and mess with people, not in like a prank way, in like this kind of like in something that like a little kid would do,
out of this kind of resentful jealousy, like this kind of
resentful jealousy thing. And he didn't realize that it was like so goofy of him to do that, but it was the brain injury that caused that. So we didn't really want to go like too hard on him, but there was a couple times when we had to say, look, dude, you can't do this. Like, like we didn't like, rough him up or anything, but it was just like, look, you can't be doing stuff like this.
Yeah. Cause he's stealing people's shit just out of to try and sabotage their ability to work so that he could keep up with them. That was the the brain injured logic. Yeah.
But if you were to try to explain to him, like, look, this is because you got the injury, he understood that he went through that, but he didn't understand that that's why he was behaving like that. Like, it creates this weird blind spot. It's hard to explain. But the brain injured person doesn't always know that how much of their ability they've lost. So it's really sad. It's like tragic, actually. But, that you have to, you still have to do certain things to get by in life.
Yeah.
So.
Yes. Yes, it's
and the wife was like, I felt so bad. The wife was like coming in with other dudes and stuff to pick him up. Like he was just like a
hey,
an adopted child.
I don't begrudge you that. I don't begrudge you that. That's
well, yeah. We didn't hold it against her. It was just like it was rough. It was rough.
Yeah,
Let's just say
that is horrible though. That's horrible to witness. Yeah, that's
yeah.
But,
and he thought like in his head she was like sticking with him and all that, but he just like had this weird blinder.
Yeah.
Like we would ask her like, who's that guy? And she, just a friend and stuff. But like, we all knew. Like, we were trying to see like, is it his brother or someone he knew or something? And it was like, no, it was just a rando.
Yeah.
And so we knew what was going on. Like, because like if you get that kind of injury, you're not the same person. Like we get it. Like we get that.
Yeah, and so Peter,
you got to kind of give it to her though. She stuck with him and at least tried to help him. Like,
yeah, that's right.
But,
no, got it, Peter.
But it was obviously out of guilt. But
true. It's a yeah.
Because you can't like, what do you do? Just say, look, you're on your own. It's like that's a tough situation.
Plenty would do that. You know it.
Yeah, so she's a better person than any of us.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah. But with Peter, yeah, he truly was fucking brain dead. Yeah, he was. Holly dropped off, by the way. Poor dear. Hope she's okay, wherever she's at. So do drop back.
I have to. Oh man. Oh yeah. Okay.
What's going on your end?
Nothing. I was gonna say something really crazy. It's okay.
No, she's typing something.
She's listening. Oh shit.
Yeah, here you go. So let me press the share button again. And I'll show you.
But yeah, I don't think Pete realized like the extent of his injuries. That's what I'm trying to get at.
That's it. Thank you. Pete's yeah, he was.
Oh, and speaking of that, did you see that article I sent you?
Oh, which one? The recent ones I didn't get a chance yet. So
that city that he got. Remember, he kept quizzing me, trying to get the city out of me.
Okay. Yeah.
And where my uncle's house was that I was living, which I'm no longer living there. So if anyone wants to attack it, they're welcome to attack it. But anyways, so he got the city out of me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he said he kept saying, "Oh, I know that city. I know that very well. I know it very well." So that's where the Golden State Killer was found. That's one Aquino connection, where Aquino told him, "Oh, go hide out there because the police department is totally corrupt and all this shit." Yeah. And that was the police department that said, "Look, we're not your bodyguard. You're on your own." When they found out that I knew you, basically, like the higher ups said, "Don't help this guy."
That's right.
He's Aquino's. He's Doug. These Diedrichs. Yeah. Aquino told us not to touch him. Yeah.
That's right.
And shit like that. Because like they were scared to even come. They wouldn't even come over. They would say, "Look, we're on another street, 2 streets over. Watching the house, but we can't help you." Shit like that. Stuff that no normal police department would do.
That's right.
So the big wigs definitely called them and said, "Look, why did you even help him?" Shit like that.
No, it's true. It was awful. At first, when your uncle was really harassing you, threatening you physically, is when the first officer came, was very helpful, and then after that, they shut it all down and. Said you're on your own.
He disappeared. He said, "Look, stop calling me. I'm on vacation." Which, who knows what the fuck that meant?
Yeah.
They laid him off for even helping me or something.
Yeah.
And then the subsequent people said, "We know you keep calling. Why are you calling us?" And I'm like, "What do you mean? He told me to call." And they said, "No, we're not helping you. We're not your personal bodyguard. Figure it out." Shit like that.
As for the other officer, they put him on paid leave. That's what it's called. It's paid leave is what they probably put him on. Probably.
Well, that sucks.
Or
all for helping Doug.
Yeah, that's
someone
right.
That knows Doug.
Yes.
And he probably doesn't even know. He probably thought we were like some like mafiosos or something because they heard us speaking Arabic. He probably thought you stumbled into some shit.
Yes, like some genuine terrorism or something like that. Yeah. Well, it was terrorism, all right. I mean, when you think of the damage done by Hurricane Helene, they said that FEMA, the experts concur, FEMA did far more damage to the environment in the cleanup than Hurricane Helene did to the environment. In other words, as bad as Hurricane Helene was for people, obviously a hurricane doesn't do much to the environment. But when FEMA came in and started cleaning everything up, they wound up killing a bunch of endangered species. And so it was so the damage done.
As they always do.
Thank you. So the damage done by Peter Moon with his
get this. Yeah. So get this. So that same city released on their local, whatever it is,
Yeah.
newspaper
Yeah.
online said, and I won't say the name of the city, but you could read it yourself. It says this city, it says the name of the city, and then it says, man, meaning the guy from that city, was pardoned by Trump during January 6th, but is now back in custody, found receiving child pornography.
Oh, wow.
Kyle Travis Colton, 37, of that city, was found guilty of one count of receiving child pornography, according to the U.S. Attorney Kimberly Sanchez. So he was pardoned by Trump.
There you have it.
Lived in the same city where Pete kept saying, I know it very well.
I bet.
And guess what? Guess what? He's back in the clink.
Yeah.
So multiple pardons were issued for January 6th for this guy named Colton by Trump. And he was scheduled to be sentenced, so he was bailed out by those people. But he now faces, he was pardoned from a 20-year prison stint for not leaving the Capitol on the 6th. He said, I'm not leaving, not going anywhere. So they booked him. And, they scrubbed the rest of the article? Oh, of course they did.
Oh, that
So the rest of the article described, here it is. It says, his home, court documents revealed law enforcement's search of his home, Colton, this guy, uncovered images, videos depicting graphic sexual abuse of children. And the material was saved on his desktop, and he had a number of bookmarks linking to known sites. And the material was downloaded between July 22 and December 23.
Jesus Christ.
He had previously pleaded guilty to disorderly conduct, disruptive conduct, in restricted grounds in connection to January 6th.
Yeah, there you have it. Thank you. No, I appreciate that profoundly, and that makes
isn't that
sense.
That's like spooky? I mean,
of course,
like, really.
No, it's to be expected. It's
so
spooky.
There's Aquino connections to that town.
Of course,
without a doubt.
Yeah, definitely.
And Pete kept saying on record, "I know that town very well."
Oh, yeah.
He had no reason to ever visit.
That's true. That's true. We were wondering about
suburb.
that. Well, we know now.
It's some random suburb.
Well, we know now. I mean, he was visiting his friend, the Golden State Killer, to pick up child porn. Yeah, to pick up child porn. Yeah.
So that's really weird.
Yes.
We'll call it that.
Yeah, that's sick ass fuck. Yeah, that's it's.
So we're not jumping to conclusions. It's just odd.
Oh yeah, it's not jumping to conclusions at all. Considering everything that we know about the son of a bitch, brain dead pedo motherfucker, pedo predator motherfucker. It's it's anyhow.
Yeah. So there you go. There you go. So that's the spooky connection. Yeah.
Yeah. It's spooky at the same time. It's not surprising. It's to be expected. That's what a
But
nightmare.
how did he even make it to like DC? Like they were all like summoned there or something?
Yeah, they were.
Back then?
Oh yeah, back then when Trump gave out the order, there were all these people, and where did they get the money? Everybody always says whenever these like liberal progressive protests happen, they all say George Soros funded the vaginas that they put around their heads for the female protests. Who put all these vaginas around their heads for, when birth control was threatened. George Soros paid for them to be, he's flying them in. Well, who's paying for all these fucking right-wingers to go over to assault our Capitol and try and kill,
and light all the fires.
And try and kill our legally, elected representatives, despite how dysfunctional they may be. It's our legal government. Yeah. They were trying to overthrow and kill, mass assassinate these people, and these people are all flown in. Somehow they all had just so much money they could buy airplane tickets and rendezvous and spend money on hotels. I mean, neither Brendan nor I could afford to do that.
In DC, which is the most expensive metro area in the country.
Yeah, certainly up there. Yeah, it's like it's not cheap to get a plane over there and then coordinate and then get into a hotel. During COVID, no less. During COVID, they were.
Or no, it was pre.
What was it? Wait, COVID was 2019. What year was January 6th? Was 2021?
It was January 6th. What was the next year?
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, it was during COVID, dude. That was when flights were impossible. Yeah. Yeah.
So what? They all had gas money to just drive there? Geez.
No,
that's like thousands of dollars.
No, a lot of them were flown. They all said that. They all said we were flown.
Well, military then had to do that.
Yeah,
who else
had
could
to be. Had to be. It's like they were rendezvousing at various points. Well, a lot of them, the overwhelming majority of them were police and military background, remember? That was what they exposed. But then many of them were doctors, attorneys. They all flew themselves in, the doctors and the attorneys, some of them on private planes. But yeah, no, it was after COVID, because COVID was, COVID-19, 2019.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was like 2021 when they tried to, because he lost the 2020 election. That was it. He lost the election in 2020. So
I see.
Yeah, so then they stormed the Capitol in 2021. So it's after COVID. And it says all these infected COVID mongers, were running all around, spreading their disease and germs and shit. And, as I said, I am totally heartless toward the blonde cunt who was a former military female who then stormed the Capitol and got shot by a policeman dead trying to kill politicians, breaking through the window, and he had to stop the horde from getting through that window, or they were going to kill all those politicians in that room, and he did so by killing her, and that scared him from coming in, the rest of them. And he did the exact right thing, and I have never been able to follow up. I'm not going to invest any money or time into doing so, but if anyone knows, I'm hoping she never got no military funeral. They better not have paid to give her a military funeral after trying to overthrow her own government, which makes her a traitor, and which is what they all are. Trumpers are traitors, which means all the Republicans are, because they're all Trumpers. Yeah.
And then in the case of this guy, like what's with the 3 names? What is up with that?
Oh yeah, they all.
Kyle, Travis, Colton. 3 names.
They all have 3 names.
Yeah, 3 first names. 3 first names.
Yeah. That is like Travis is the first name, Colton. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
Like, how does that always happen?
Because, well, of course,
is that like the calling card that says they're government agents, basically?
Well, it's basically pedophiles will always take 3 first names so they can switch the names around as they molest different kids. And when the kids are reporting them, they always give the kid only one of their names. They'll say, oh, my name's Travis, or it's Colton, or it's something that could easily be either a first or last name. And then when the child reports it, and the cops will say there's thousands of people with that name.
Yeah, it'll come up with hundreds of thousands matching the same description.
Yeah, that's right. And when you got 3 first names, it's just going to be the same thing. It hides you in the data. It hides you in the data. It makes you almost impossible to find. So all pedophiles, like Larry Michael Lloyd. Yeah, like Larry Michael Lloyd from Australia. Hey, AKA Nemo Albano, motherfucker. Yeah, the asshole who triggered my post-traumatic stress disorder, constantly bringing up subjects about blacks. And of course, my experience with blacks has been extraordinarily violent. And he triggered me so violently.
Well, he kept prodding you. He kept prodding. We knew when it was gonna send you over, so we would stop. But he just was like, I commend Doug for being so honest, and just would egg you on.
Yeah, and of course wouldn't say shit himself, the piece of shit. And of course,
when he came on, he was so nice to Troy.
Oh yeah. It'd be like,
yeah, but in the background he would tell me some horrendous stuff.
Oh yeah, just fuck niggers, kill all niggers was what he was like in the background. That son of a bitch. Yeah. Anyhow, he cost me contributors, of course. Yeah, and
then doesn't contribute even though he was going to pay you to kill people.
Yeah, that's right. And
a cult killing.
Yeah, a cult killing. It doesn't even matter. It's the same thing. You might as well just say he was trying to pay.
Yeah, but they can't take us to court for that because the Aquino clause, right?
I would only. I get what you're saying, but all I can say is it would be a laugh riot if they tried to take us to court over that. We would just, say the truth.
The Australians are crazy, man.
Yeah. They are. Oh, of course they are. I mean, they're out of their fucking minds. But yeah, that's
I saw some video online where they got there was some Qantas airline. Don't ever use Qantas, by the way.
Of course,
it's an Australian airline.
Yeah, of course.
They diverted a flight in somewhere in Thailand or something, and they confiscated everyone's passport. It's how can they just operate like that? It's not even legal.
Yeah, no, it's outrageous. It's outrageous.
And they had boxes of everyone's passport, and they said it was easier for us to do this instead of to scan it a bunch of times. And it's never ever give up your passport, people.
Thank you. Never.
Doesn't matter who they say they are. Don't ever give it up.
No, of course not. Ever. ever. Yeah,
Unless it's like by gunpoint or some kind of dictatorial state or something.
well, at that point you have no choice. But even then,
Yeah.
you try to get out of it. You try to get out of it any way you can. Once that passport's gone, you're gone. I mean, you'll be disappeared into their system, and the chances are extremely high you're never getting out. So yes, I just
So
don't.
that was an Australian ad.
Yeah, just don't go to Australia. It's a dangerous place, full of white people.
Yeah, with no freedom. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
a prison
Anyhow,
colony.
that was the lunatic part of Nemo. His hatred of blacks. It's like, what blacks do you even fucking know, asshole? I mean, all he knows is a bunch of half genocided indigenous people that he never runs into. Who runs into indigenous people in Australia? The Aboriginal people are, I didn't see any while I was in Australia.
Yeah. No, it's like there's way less population than even like Mexicans or any minority. In the US.
Yeah, it's like that's so there you go with that. It's again, like I said, we're just here to be here tonight. We're just gonna yuck it up a bit for another hour or so, and then I'll probably check out because I was left so exhausted.
I sent you so much material.
I'll look at it then. I'll probably be hopping hopefully Wednesday night. But like I said, I was fried. By the way,
What about this?
The one I didn't respond to, I responded to a bunch of them, but I didn't respond to the body inside of the tray at the food counter because I said he's just getting back at me for the bruschetta. I said he's getting back at me for the bruschetta and the cucumber. You were getting back. Remember the school cafeteria thing or something? Yeah, body. That's you remember you sent me that image
of what? What? Are you sure it was me?
Yeah, yes. Let me share the screen. Let's do a screen share. Here we are. Let's do a screen share, and then we go to. Let's take a look at. Here we are. Let's go to Brendan Zoge, and then scroll up. Let's see. Shrink this down. Scroll up, and it was.
Well, wait. Stop at the Netanyahu thing.
In a second, I'll get back there. I'll get back there. Here we are. You still have to review that part about the Moose Lodge that Vin was talking about. Yeah. Now,
that's an important one. The Trump.
Yes. Here we are. Let's see if this takes me there. There we go. So it takes me there. This was sent by a guy named Brendan Zoget. Yeah, school lunch. I'll be fired today. Yeah. I said he's just getting back at me for the bruschetta and the pickle conversation. So it's like,
right.
So I didn't respond.
They're trying to be cheeky and it's all salami and shit. Yeah, good luck.
Oh,
that's not salami.
Yeah. So you remember now. Yeah. So, well, let's go back to some of the other links that you had sent myself because, as you say, they're all important. Germany urged to reverse the Yazidi family Sacramento Bee. Producer Jody Bacon. I just put a check mark on that because does she deserve it?
Yeah, they fired that bitch.
I mean, she worked for 40 years there. I mean, it's like she should be 100 at this point, and then they fired her.
And she said something like totally innocuous. It was like. It was so stupid,
she said basically stop bothering them at the border. Fuck, you're just, hitting women and children, and
they forced her. They forced her to go. Like they literally grabbed her, put her in the car to come on an ice raid with them.
Oh, okay.
Like why would you even do that? Like what? Yeah. So she could get shot up? Like that's crazy. That's almost torture in and of itself. And so while she was driving them, she kept saying on air, look, I don't agree with this. This is whack.
Got it. Okay.
And they got pissed off.
Sounds like they wanted her killed. Sounds like they wanted her shot. They were hoping somebody blow her away. So what are some of the other stuff you sent me that you want to point out?
Scroll down slightly. I don't remember what these are right now. So let's not take any chances here.
Yeah, good point. So Netanyahu.
Yeah, this one.
Yes. So the Asian Chronicle. There we are. Let's see if I can.
Should I read it or you?
Please read it. Yeah.
Yeah, it says Israel used jinn, supernatural forces during the last war, claims an Iranian official. And then scroll down a bit more.
Yeah. Well, that's to be expected. Nice image in the background of Netanyahu, sick fuck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably an actual photograph. Yeah. And
that's a real photo.
Yeah.
It looks sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then scroll down to the text down below.
Let's
'Cause
see.
it gives the.
Okay.
Yeah, let's
I don't see anything. Oh, here we are. There we are.
Yeah, in a bizarre claim, Abdullah Jani, a
Ganji.
prominent Iranian.
Yeah, go on.
Oh, Ganji, yeah. Ganji, a prominent Iranian conservative and ex-editor of the Javan newspaper, claimed on X that Israel deployed occult and supernatural spirits, including jinn, during its 12-day war with Iran. So there you go.
Yeah.
I have no reason to doubt the guy.
Yeah, there you
At
go.
least he's honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, fuck, why not? I mean, it's what I'd expect. It's
Right.
So let's take a
And
look.
they did that during the Gulf War. That's how they beat them the first time, right?
Yes, that's right. That's quite true. That was Aquino's last action in uniform. That was his,
Yeah.
There we
So there you
are. Citrus Heights man, pardoned by Trump,
Yeah.
now found guilty of receiving child pornography. Yeah, that's no doubt a friend of Peter Moon's. That's why he was
Yeah.
calling them all. That's why he was calling them all political prisoners and saying it was like storming the Bastille. Remember how he lionized the insurrectionists? Yeah, like
he
you
took
said,
it personally, and I always wondered, like, why does he care? I mean,
Thank you.
isn't
Yeah.
he supposed to be like totally out of the loop? Like, why does he care? But
No,
was
he
so
took it. He was
involved.
so. Yeah. It was
But
personal.
he
to
claimed
him.
to be against the system. Remember, he would like talk about like 9/11, all that stuff.
all
like
that shit. Yeah.
So
Well,
that's just weird.
yeah, but he wanted the pedo peddlers in power, and that's
And
what
what's
he
with
got.
all these boomers? Like they understand, and even the Gen Xers, like you guys, they understand like that there's all this conspiracy and underhanded shit, but they still fall right every time politics comes up. They fall right into the cracks, into the grooves.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I have to pick a side. I have to do. It's like so weird, you know. So online they could be talking about, oh, the military spraying us with chemtrails and all this crazy shit. They're
Yeah.
hitting us on the food, and they're all a bunch of evil J-men. But then when politics comes up, instantly, just no, I'm siding with them. I'm siding with the military. It's so strange.
Oh yeah.
Talk
It's-
about dissonance.
yeah. It's just they're just a bunch of bobbleheads that are pre-programmed from birth to worship the fucking military. It's disgusting, and
Yeah, but for what? It would be bizarre shit. Like my uncle kept saying, remember that whole fiasco with the student loans?
yeah.
And him and I'm just using these people as an example because it's just I dealt with them directly. But they're all like this. All these Gen X are weirdos.
Yeah.
They're like, why do we have to pay for your student loans? And I said, what about the military taking $500 billion? Like 10% of that will pay off every loan in existence, student loan, and then your country will have actual educated people, and you could actually function.
Yeah.
And they said, no, the military protects us. And it's just like, are you kidding?
From what?
Like, what has the military done for you exactly?
Yeah,
Like,
thank you. For one thing, the military can't protect you from Russian cyber assaults, where you've got all of these people cyber assaulting your brain on Facebook with bullshit
That
about.
was not. No.
Yeah, they're shipping in illegals to vote. They're shipping in illegals to vote. Both fucking shit. I mean, if you're stupid enough to believe, you're out of your fucking mind. There was this one woman on Facebook just started raving one time when I was still on Facebook. This one woman started raving that they released all the prisoners to vote. They've released all the prisoners to vote. It's what
You
world?
vote in prison, bitch. Like,
Yeah,
are you
what
talking about?
world do you fucking live? Well, for one thing, when you're arrested for a felony and you go to jail, you lose the right to vote for the rest of your
felony
life.
assault, yeah.
Yes, you lose the right to vote for the rest of your life. You lose the ability to even own a firearm. You know, it's just anyhow.
Right.
So, but like you said, Citrus Heights, that's where your crazy uncle and well, he's zombified now. He's the Walking Dead. So, and this one was over 120,000 Russian soldiers died since start of invasion.
Yeah.
Talk
About winning. About winning.
Dude, it's like far more than that. This is quite the understatement. These are like conservative numbers. You know, it's been 1 million deaths.
Well, look at the source.
Yeah, it's Japan. They're very conservative. It's NHK. Yeah, they're very.
No. They got it from the
Oh.
U.S. and Russia's numbers.
Okay, got it. Well, there you go. That's the problem. It's you know the I don't know if you know this, but it's so convoluted. The Russians now, because they're just a satrap to communist China, have turned over all their Russian citizens who were known Falun Gong practitioners to the communist Chinese to put in camps. To put in camps. I mean, their own Russian citizens who were known Falun Gong practitioners. They turned them over to the Chinese to put in camps. That's how much of a satrap Russia is now to the communist Chinese. And yet these Russians control.
Like, what do they think they're gonna do? Like, learn kung fu and like come back to fight them?
It's
as far as I know, Falun Gong's not militarized. Is that the case?
Of course not. They're just a bunch of meditators. But you know the interesting thing. Remember how much Peter Moon hated them. Peter Moon hated them. They're the most persecuted religion on earth. You know they torment them to death in communist China. For no goddamn good reason, and say on the media, you know, like one time when that Rose, you know, V's friend, was at the salon, Beaver was dropping by, and Rose said, Falun Gong, they kill people, you know. They say it on Chinese news. And Beaver, who of course is not communized Chinese, he's, how? But breathing on them? Yeah, it's like
exactly what the fuck are they gonna do? Karate chop you?
Yeah, but remember how Peter Moon was saying, "My black master told me they're fucking people up." Yeah, remember
they're
that
evil.
bullshit? Yeah, he's such a stupid piece of shit. Yeah, it's like they're a cult. Yes, they're a meditation cult. So what? It's like fuck. Comparatively speaking, they're angels.
Are they the same people that do the Shenyun show? Or is that something else?
They do Epoch Times, and they do maybe the Shenyun show. I think so. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the traveling dance and all that. Yes. Yeah. Yes, that's them. That's them. Yes.
Yeah. So like, how evil can they be?
Yeah. Thank you. And
they're like, we want to preserve China's traditional
culture. Yeah, that's right.
Culture, and there's like, they're evil.
And Peter Moon says they're fucking people up. It's like anything about him is just so repulsive. He had it all. It's like let me see if I can do something here. I'm gonna roll over and see if I can find it, and then I'll share the screen again. Let me see if I can go over to my emails. Here we are, the inbox. Go over to my draft and scroll down till I find it, and let's see if I can do that. In the interim, here we are. This is like all right. I'm gonna make this larger. Go back to sharing screen, and here we go. So look at this stuff. This is like here we are. Native. You know, indigenous peoples in America, nah, they were black. It's like all they do is they use the filter and they just literally take a tar brush with CGI and paint it over some poor victim.
Like photo.
Yeah, and it's why do some Native Americans look black? # Black History. This is the black supremacist Montauk Indian shit Peter Moon was pushing. Peter Moon said, I'm the Montauk Pharaoh, that I meant they won't recognize the black Indians, the Montauk Indians, because they're black. Yeah, and because the great Moorish navigators had colonized the world. Remember Peter Moon's bullshit?
They were saying the Moors were like in South America and stuff.
Yeah, it's like now there's Mesoamerican faces that look. This does not look black. Okay, this is not black. This is no. That's this. If anything, I would dare say this looks more to me like Neanderthalic. I would say this is like.
Yeah, I think that's like some AI shit.
Yeah,
is that a real photo.
No, it's a real photo. There's people that look like that. Native indigenous people did look like that, but that's,
it's like overly exaggerated.
Yeah, but it's an extreme example. It's an extreme example.
Yeah.
But I think this is like a face before they were exterminated. Like one of the last photos taken in the West or something. But it's like. For one thing, Indians, the men did wind up looking like that because of extreme weathering. They're exposed to the elements all the time. It's pretty frightening. Indians, out in the reservations, they age very quickly because of their exposure to the elements. Just being out there,
Right.
and they don't call it the Badlands for nothing. So
Yeah, like the sun and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah, but Peter Moon's big trip was that the Montauk Indians are black and they're not recognized by the other Indians. Well, if they're truly black, of course they wouldn't be recognized by the other Indian tribes. So wouldn't that only prove
Duh.
your point? But then he says, I'm the Montauk Pharaoh, the last of the Montauk Pharaohs. But this is black supremacism, really. It's like. So there you go with that. It is what it is.
Yeah, like they can't blackify everything. I mean, like some of it, yeah, but not.
Well, they do that with.
And like I said before, they disrespect like all those,
yeah,
those real kings that were in Africa. Like
yes,
when the Kush people like actually took over Egypt later through conquest.
Yes.
They just say no, they were always there. It's like no, they fought Egypt for 1,000 years.
Yes.
Before they invaded.
Yes.
But by scrubbing that, it just, and not to mention all the like the kings, like,
Yes.
like the Mali group and these different West African like actual kingdoms. They don't ever mention those. Yeah. They just want to take the already established other countries.
They want to jack Egypt because the West recognizes Egypt as an accomplished civilization that by their standards. In other words, the Egyptians have big ass pyramids, and everybody looks at that and goes, "Ooh!" So it's like so they want to jack that because that's the attention grab. Yet there's megaliths of equal size
in South Africa.
Yeah,
huge stone circles and.
Yes, in Black Africa, there are megalithic structures that would far better convey the accomplishments of black civilization in Africa. But, you don't need to jack Egypt. But there's the Olmec heads. The Olmec heads are in Mesoamerica that do look very Negroid. They look Negroid, and that you're onto something with that. Okay, that I can buy that there were blacks in Mesoamerica.
But the timeline doesn't match. It's much before.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's
when the Moors would have came. Yeah.
Yeah. It has nothing to do with the Moors. That's whatever happened there is something else. It was some other civilization reached that point or evolved there. But what puzzles me is that according to conventional science, this is like, of course, that doesn't mean shit because science is always subject to politics. And whatever political spectrum that the civilization has taken on is going to mutate its science. There's no denying that. And in the case of American science, we have been politically corrected to the point of pathology. It's an insane science at this point because it's politically impacted. As I said, we've degenerated from the Middle Ages when we had metaphysics down to the concept of physics without the meta. And what has physics given us? Physicists have given us no flying cars, no anti-gravity, no starships cruising the space lanes. We have nothing constructive from physics. All we got are lasers and masers and grazers and nuclear bombs and weapons of mass destruction. There's nothing that physics does that's constructive. They're completely destructive and they're completely repugnant. So this is because they have no meta, no moral guidance to their physics. They're just physics without the meta. But that being said, when it comes to conventional biological sciences, they're equally twisted and warped, but their agreed conformity party line, which is of, shall we say, no consequence to reality, is that we're all black. So I don't understand what the black supremacist trip is, since all the conventional science says we all are African. We've all come out of Africa. Why do they need to continually say, oh, see this face? It's really black. And they point out these Asians and they blackify the face and say, see, now they look black. You'd think they were black. It's like, where does that come from? It's like the conventional science is already claiming that. Where is this need where you're saying somehow that it's not acknowledged? It's the party line. It's all your conventional scientists say we're coming from this, in America. They all say we're coming from this one source in Africa, which is, in my opinion, patently absurd, but it's
right. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yes, the worst of it was now. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. Can you verify this? There's some rumors recently. Somebody claimed they found the Genghis Khan burial site. Is that true? Because that was the thing that really pissed me off about this one charlatan in UCSF who was making these documentaries on PBS and shit, saying, he was this blonde-haired, tall, Nordic, Aryan-looking guy who's had this lantern jaw that you could draw with a T-square, and he's going around hugging, like, pygmies in Africa and saying, we're related, and, hugging, like, Mexican immigrants, that are small and brown and squat, and saying, we're related, and trying to say we're all one family, we're all related, and trying to say we're all from Africa, we're all from this, singular source. And he, one time tried to verify his lunatic thesis by saying that, which, by the way, is the standard party line of all genetics in America, but he claimed he approached a bunch of Mongols living in San Francisco. And San Francisco is one place you can find people from anywhere. And we have a lot of Mongols. So he approached a bunch of Mongols in San Francisco. Let me take your genetic test and see if you're related to Genghis Khan. And they're all like, okay. And then he came back, you all test positive, you're all related to Genghis Khan. And they're all like, all right. And it's like, of course they would. It's like telling a French guy he's related to Napoleon. It's like, but
yeah, well, that's like a fallacy in genealogy. Like, if you take pretty much anyone on Earth right now and test it, they're related to Cleopatra, because the genetics, like, through exponential progression, just at some point you're related to everybody. It's just redundant data. It's just the data will loop back on itself because there's no way to filter it.
Thank you.
It's just stupid. Yeah.
And what made it so stupid was they never found the body of Genghis Khan. His burial site was never discovered. So there's no.
They take like the kings, like, from the Mughal period that claimed they were related to him, and they say this bloodline is still there. Like, it's not, none of it's true.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So
and no, they didn't find his burial site, because it's like what they say with Alexander. They say we never found it.
Got it.
But there's people that come up every couple years
and claim they found,
and they say it may be his burial, just like Akhenaten's grave. They say we maybe found it.
Got it. So there you go.
It never amounts to anything.
Yeah. So without the corpus delicti, you can't make a solid genetic comparison, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, but beyond that, it's
because it just turns into that Cleopatra fallacy. You just say that everyone's related to him.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's too far back. It's too far back.
I appreciate that. And then again, just for people who don't know, for people who think this is universal. Unfortunately, in the West, it is. In the West, they bought into this whole out of Africa thesis, where they're saying that, was beyond that. They say that it all goes back to a volcanic eruption, which destroyed the majority of humanity, and we're all descended from these few people, these few survivors of this volcanic eruption. Volcanic eruption. Let's look it up. Volcanic eruption. Nearly destroyed, made humans extinct. We can look that up. But my impression is that was in Indonesia. So are they saying we're from Indonesia or Africa? They're all fucked up. But the Chinese believe we all came out of China. I'm not saying that's right, but obviously not everyone agrees to the Western thesis. Now, there we are. For decades, scientists have debated just how apocalyptic it was when Toba, a super volcano located in Sumatra, Indonesia, erupted 74,000 years ago. But they concur that it nearly wiped out Homo sapiens. It covered the Indian subcontinent in 2 inches of ash, 5 centimeters of ash, or 2.0 inches of ash. Volcanic, plunged the world into an apocalypse, almost wiped out the human species. They said that only a few thousand people were left, and we're all descended from them. It's like, I mean, if that's the case, we're all real incestuous. I mean, you might as well start fucking your sister if that's right.
No thanks.
Yeah, it's yeah, that's right. Yeah, your sister's not much. Oh man, it caused a severe human population bottleneck. Yeah, it's so there you go with that. At any rate, I do believe that if the spark of evolution occurred, why would it not occur in multiple places? This is called polygyny, which is now viewed as Nazi, of course, and therefore people deny it. But it makes as much sense because you would be evolving to fit into different climatological regions. So why are they married to? We have to come from one source. We have to come from one source. It's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, it's not. It's certainly not the case.
Yeah, think of it like this: life is like fire. It's not something that happens on a planet. It happens to a planet. And as I pointed out, Earth is the only place in the universe with fire. Other planets have volcanoes. That's not fire. That's magma. Other planets have lightning. That's not fire. That is plasma. There's no other planet that we've detected in the universe that has fire because fire requires extensive life. So without life, there's no fire because you have to have carbon to burn to create the fire. So without Earth is the only place on Earth with fire because we have life. And you have to have a lot of life for there to be fire. And again, life is something that doesn't happen on a planet. It happens to it. It's like mold. It goes all the way through it. So we've got life on Earth, and it's an incredible phenomenon. And if it happens, why wouldn't it happen everywhere at once? As opposed to this, no, it happened here and then it spread, which gives you even more of an impression of something similar to cancer. It was like cancer, it metastasized. But all right, so we've got that settled to extent. Now people probably think I'm more racist than ever.
And it wasn't just a single source. Like if you go by like the Hopi, like the holy people made 4 groups, and they were all made by different beings.
Yes.
So there was the red dragon, the yellow dragon, the black dragon, and the white dragon. So
cool.
The 4 races were independent, and they were made by different beings. So it wasn't just one place started. Something started in one spot or something.
Cool. Yeah, there we are. I like that. And of course, we can always fall back just for the sheer fun of it. I'll never regret our lovely Victoria bringing on Christina, because that was just fun in its own right for its extreme insanity. That was an extremely insane experience. But yeah, I do, however, will always have to qualify that, Christina never allowed me to answer a question. She was too busy going on the assault. And because of course she was just
she never found out like the like we kept trying to tell her, like, do you know who you're talking to? You'd be shocked if you knew who you were talking to. But she couldn't absorb it. But it was like, you're talking to the son of Hitler.
Yeah, that she just would have at that point just even been, no doubt that would have just,
well, on air she was already screaming, you guys are Nazis.
Yeah.
You guys are Nazis.
Yeah. Well, she's like, by the way, Incubate says good night. Good night, dear Incubate. Hugs. We love you dearly. Thank you for joining us in the chat. Do join us again soon. Hopefully Wednesday will be a lot more professional, quote unquote. I'm in no mood for it tonight. Tonight I'm just rolling along. I'm just here to be here. And I don't think I'll last long enough for George Knight to come on. George Knight did hope he was going to come on. Oh, no, he was supposed to be on with the last episode and he didn't show up. So I held out for a while for George Knight on the last episode and he never showed up. Yeah, maybe he does intend to come on tonight. He did apologize for that. Let's see what else he said about it. And if anything else cropped up with him. But then we'll go over some of the other links that were provided by Brendan, because he provided quite a bit, and I appreciate that profoundly.
Well, there's a couple important ones. Like, I was, checking out some of the etymology in the Japanese language. So when you're playing cards in Japan,
Yeah.
like Western playing cards, they're known as trumpu because in the early days they were considered like, you know, trump cards or whatever.
Yes.
Like playing cards as opposed to tarot or the native Japanese cards, which were something else. Hold on one second. There's
Sure.
some activity here.
Yeah. Take your time. I'll go back to your own
Okay.
account so we can look it up.
Yeah, apologies.
No worries.
So I'm here. Yeah, so it says, so in katakana it's known as trampu, and there's another term known as trump tower. Trump tower in Japanese is akin to a sandcastle with the same figurative sense as a house of cards, which is a house made of cards or something paper that is doomed to fail.
Wow. That's so true.
So, Trumpu Tower in the Japanese mind means a house of cards, which everyone knows a house of cards is like just flimsy, it falls apart.
Yes.
So it's all encoded into the fates or the field that he's not going to, you know, he's going to build a tower, but it's going to fall just like the tarot card, you know.
Yes.
The tower card. So
excellent.
There you go. Yeah.
Excellent. I mean, that's incredible, and I appreciate that profoundly. And it speaks so much. So, are we still? How's the astrology of our current situation? You warned us about a week ago to watch out throughout the week. Are we still in that phase of?
Yeah, it's still active. Yeah,
Okay.
K2 Mars and Leo. It's people have been acting strange, so just be cautious, and especially when traveling. There's been like a ton of plane issues and a train derailment in Germany. So like just be cautious traveling.
Yes.
For at least another week.
Yes.
Minimum.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly.
Don't take any excessive risks. Don't get into conflicts with people because Mars and Leo is dangerous. Like there's double fire. So, yeah.
Wow. Okay. No, that's important. And yeah, well, we got good numbers. I feel guilty about this, but honestly, tonight's one of those nights I'm almost tempted to call it a night early and just, get my sleep, get normalized, and then get into my regular diet, because that was very interrupted by the inability to heat my meals for a while while I was interred in the crypt, and I had to rush out and buy food. Had fun with Beaver, of course, driving me first to Best Buy and then to Costco before I settled on purchasing the Chefmin little oven. That seems to be working out well. I'll find out more by heating up 2 trays in it at once sometime soon. Yeah, definitely want to normalize and then get back into the swing of things maybe Wednesday. By that I mean I'll be here Wednesday, and hopefully it will be much more normal by then. But definitely, yeah, it was a wild ride. I was writing a lot about, of course, the world within our world, which is the planet named Teuris, and that's still a diminutive. People refer to it by the diminutive of Theia as opposed to Teuris, but it's actually it got a longer name than that. And I want people to understand that when you diminish a name, you also diminish its meaning and what it can mean. All of that will be obvious when I send the essay out finally to all members of Team Dietrich. But while I was working on it, all these little problems arose. You know how it is. They really don't want you to finish these things. And I'll probably tack onto it a number of other essays or send it alone first. Probably send it alone first. And the sooner I finish that, I'll feel at least that's accomplished. And again, for those of you who don't know, it is conventionally accepted in astronomy, that in planetology and geology, that another world crashed into Earth that then formed the moon while it was absorbed into the Earth, which at that time was in a molten state, and that the moon formed from the debris caused by the molten Earth being impacted by this comparatively large planetary body, approximately the size of Mars. This world is something that was actually conceived of in the West by an astronomer that it's very difficult to find any information on. And I have to open up my files to get his name, of course, but I wrote about him in the essay. And then, of course, the Americans separately conceived of it with a couple of weirdos who, of course, had very strong German connections. One was born on a U.S. military base in Germany, and the other obviously has a German name. But at any rate, they tend to call it Thea by a very shortened name. They have politically correct ways to refer to the impact so that it doesn't sound too Nazified, and all of this is to avoid speaking of Unterland, which, of course, the Third Reich in exile, when it established itself in massive caverns within the crust, are, in a very real sense, living on the surface of this planet within our planet. So I was digging through all my files to find out as much as I could about that, put it to paper, and or put it to digital file, and then get it out to the people in Team Dietrich, because George Knight shamed me into it. He was asking me about it so much. And then Aaron Teist asked a bit more about the concept of the Black Tsardom, which, of course, I had to explain that the old Tsar was the closest you could get in the Eastern Orthodox Church to the Pope. The old Tsar was essentially viewed as a regent of God on earth, and therefore served to the Eastern Byzantine Orthodox Church the function that the Pope did to the Western Church. When this was because of the fall of Constantinople, the Christian Rome, the second Rome. With the fall of Byzantium, Moskva became the third Rome. And with that concept, when the Tsar abdicated his throne, it was very similar to the Pope saying, well, we had a Pope recently abdicate his throne simply because he was a Hitler Youth, and they wouldn't stop harassing him about it. And yet he was one of the more benevolent among the popes in history, Cardinal Ratzinger, who became the Pope. And Ratzinger was forced to abdicate the throne. Is he still alive? He died shortly after that. I can't remember. Do you remember, Brendan?
The German Pope, he's dead. He's been dead.
Yeah, he's been dead. Sad.
It's like 2016, 2017.
No, Jesus. Did he die that quickly? God damn.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
Yeah. What was his name? Benedict?
Benedict, Pope Benedict. But he was originally Ratzinger, Cardinal Ratzinger.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
oh no, he died later, 2022.
Oh, okay. I was about to say,
So,
I was about to say, Jesus Christ. At any rate,
no, he resigned in 2013, and
yeah. God damn, that was too soon. He should have just said "fuck you all" and just stayed in, just for the sake of, owning the.
Nah, he got his bragging rights, and he did. Good for him.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. And
like the rest of the time he's walking around saying, "Yeah, I was the Pope, bitch."
Yeah, that's right.
No one could talk him.
Yeah, that's true. And he, and it was unfortunate. They just used that meme of Palpatine and him. For those of you who don't know, Palpatine is portrayed by an old woman. You can look that up. It's an old woman who portrays Emperor Palpatine in the Star Wars franchise. Always was. First time Palpatine showed up.
In the first one.
Oh, it was in the first one only? It was the first one only.
Yeah,
okay.
and then they got like more money, and they paid Ian, the guy that did it later.
Okay.
All the way up into the final
I didn't know that. See, you know much more than I do about that. Oh my God, that's so fucking funny.
Yeah, and it's horrible. It's like you just type in his name in evil, and it just has like him with eye bags.
Yeah.
It's just like, that's so wrong. It's like dude was like in his 70s, 80s.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And like, I know evil when I see it.
Oh my God. Assholes.
Well, we don't know like what they were up to, but just you can't just go off of eye bags.
Yeah. And so when it came to the Tsar and his abdication of the throne, with the fall of the, well, that was the fall of the Third Rome. And when the Third Rome fell, Moscow trying to keep up that pretense under the Greater Soviet Union of godless communism is insane. They tried, but it was meaningless. The Third Rome fell with the Tsar. Now, the descendants of the Tsar, there are still descendants of the Tsar that exist, but it's not to them that the Russians have turned to, which shows they've really turned their face away from God. The Russians have instead turned towards the likes of Alexander Dugin, who wants to establish a black tsardom, as he calls it. So Aaron asked me about that. I wrote a essay on that, and I'll send that out as well to people. Of course, on Team Dietrich. That was something that they'll know what to make of it when they read it. Of course, understand that Russia's going in many different directions. Here we are. Brendan has brought some wonderful images. I'll download these. These are beautiful. Where are these from? This is beautiful.
There's some tarot card designs from Japan.
That's incredible. I'm impressed. And as always, the Japanese they do it so beautifully.
Yes.
And
it's not AI. The AI can't make a tarot card. I've already asked it to. It just doesn't know what it's doing.
Thank you.
We gotta raise it properly first.
Yeah. And of course, the Japanese use real illustrations. There's no AI illustrations here for their cards. I've only experimented with AI very, very sparingly, and so I'm, what I've done with AI, I feel is acceptable, but I certainly that's not my medium of preference, and it shouldn't be for other people, of course, who can't draw. You know what I think? When Peter Moon was messing with that stupid AI and producing the last video atrocity that he made, I really think that, I don't know if it's conscious, but the old man in the chair is, you and I assumed it might have been Al Bielek in the Montauk chair, but that could be very well Peter Moon subconsciously recognizing that's him in Joel Derrick's fucking virtual reality chair while he's receiving his Cascade programming.
Well, whoever it was, they look like the Crypt Keeper, so.
Oh, yeah. They look like shit.
Trying to show.
Yeah.
Yes. He looked like what's that, like, that one Marvel villain with the little thin mustache that was the wizard, but like almost dead.
I can't remember.
Mysterio or whatever the hell his name was. Looked like Mysterio, like in a zombie form. It was like we were supposed to think that was cool or something. I don't.
To some idiot like Peter, it probably is. Yes, it's.
Yeah, and that whole trip with the swans was just a hit at like Saraswati and stuff like.
Seriously, yes, seriously. Yeah, I told Aaron about that. It's like, what's the point of showing all the swans dead? And he focused on it forever. It was
some renditions of the Swan Lake, they the girl, like, it's like implied that she kills herself, but it's not like part of the story actually. I don't know what the hell they get that from. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
It's like some evil Russian version or something.
Yes. Seriously. Yeah. It's like, it's unfair to say that because there's obviously it was Russian in its source, but still, it's like they had an alternative dark end.
Let's say post.
Yeah, it was like some alternative dark ending. Yeah.
That somehow Pete liked.
Yeah, of course. Of course he would.
Yeah, they all die. Even though they were in love and shit.
Yeah, and again, the whole thing with Hurricane Helene, for those of you unfamiliar with the story, he kept probing me to get the name of the anti-god Ubosathla, which, then after... Which again,
no one, on all the stuff he's complained about, and, and he eventually gave up, but all the stuff where he said we were making fun of him, he never brought up that we were just exposing it.
Yeah.
Like, he never once said, I never used an anti-god to do all this.
Yeah.
He never once. Or like, like in a normal trajectory, you would say, see how crazy Doug is. He's, talking about these weird entities. It's like they never brought that up. No one's
No one ever brings that up in as a detraction point against my persona. Yes, against my personality. Yeah.
Exactly. It's just all this obscure shit like he's reusing photos. Oh my god. And then they always come to me, how can you trust Doug when he's cosplaying? And it's just like, oh god. Like I don't give a fuck if he's cosplaying, what does that matter?
Or Nemo's the dolls. The dolls, like I said.
He doesn't make the dolls. No shit. He never said he did. He's fucking crazy.
If I were making the dolls, they'd all be shaped like obscene blow-up dolls with, triple D cup tits and big hips and big lips.
Right. Yeah, they definitely wouldn't look like those. I mean, well, you do dress them, but I think that's it.
Yes.
But I don't know what would be his point of even sending that. That's what I never understood. It's like, what is the point? I was just like, okay.
He's implying.
Like, there's a website for the dolls. Okay.
Which I've always said the government purchased them from Japanese manufacturers who had been doing this for generations. How does that in any way, shape, or form detract from what I've said? It's but
I have no idea.
But somehow they think they found. See the proof. He's lying. It's like it's like if it's because the method of dress was similar. What do you think? It's based off the World War II uniforms that my mother was dressing.
It was obviously a fascist uniform. Duh.
Yes, obviously.
You think the Taiwanese don't know about that?
Yeah, no shit. They were on the side of Japan. They were fighting with the Japanese, and of course they did those Nazi parades and all the rest of that shit. So it's like. Anyhow.
And knowing your aesthetic, it's like, why wouldn't you take from that design? I mean, it just doesn't add. Something's not adding up.
Thank you.
So stupid. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if this is bad news, but it's bad enough. It's serious enough in Taiwan. So the opposition party did not get wiped out. Basically, they were trying to prevent them from retaining too much control because the president has no capacity to really get anything done because it's similar to the American government. It's like a president who has a hostile party controlling the House and the Senate. That's the situation in Taiwan.
Yeah, and it's a bunch of chai coms.
Yeah, that's it. It's the Guomindang, which
or they're all paid off. They're all paid off. Yeah, Guomindang.
Well, yeah, for all intents and purposes, they're the party of treason at this point. They're the Republicans of Taiwan, basically, and so many of them want to reunite.
And they'll say it they'll say shit like, if we were together, the economy would flourish and shit, like as if China has something to offer. It's so stupid.
No, it's beyond insane. Look at all one needs to do is look at the example of Hong Kong. I mean, that's you had a thriving capitalist economy that's been throttled, and I told myself for years, the Chi-Coms won't kill the goose that laid the golden egg. They won't be that stupid.
Oh, no, they did.
Oh, they did. They took that goose and they choked that chicken.
They cooked it. They cooked that shit.
Yeah, and they cooked it and they they fucked it up. They killed the goose that laid the golden egg.
Now it's Peking goose.
Yeah. Yes. Now it's Peking goose hanging on the rack. Yeah. They've eaten it. Yeah. It's horrible.
Yeah, but they did one thing where they left the gold. So that's like the only reason why it hasn't collapsed. Okay. They didn't touch the gold.
There we are. Thank God for that, at least. I mean,
because it's a bunch of Brits and Jays like within the banks, like so they wouldn't let them take it.
There you go. And so there's that. And so there's this, at least some remaining vestige of old Hong Kong, but it ain't much.
And apparently, all the investors, because they're spooked with all these other currencies, they're claiming to buy the Singaporean dollar for whatever reason. They're saying it's a safe haven, buy it now.
Shit, I'd avoid that. I mean, nothing against Singapore, but it strikes me as another one of those weird, what do you call it, runs? Like what my dad,
it's like a rug pull. Yeah, it's like a rug pull.
Yeah, my legal father would use that term. It's like a run, where everybody suddenly hears, hey, this is the thing, do this, and everybody goes for it, and it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. And the people that had it sell immediately, and then everyone loses their ass.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, it's the oldest trick in the stock book.
Yeah.
It's called shorting a stock.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And for those of you who want me to do some contemporary shit, all I can say is, oh, we can feel safe now. Oh, Trump has signed an executive order on a national scale for the cities and the states to get their homeless off the streets. It's like he knows there's going to be a lot more homeless now that he's making everybody homeless. So he says, let's get them all.
Where are they going to put them? Yeah.
He says hospitalization, forced hospitalization, I guess back into asylums, but we don't have those anymore. So where are they all supposed to go? My gang brother Beaver was in the hospital for follow-ups on his fucking metal pinned left foot now. I think it's his left foot that collapsed on him and had to get the metal pins all around it. So I call him like Long John Silver because he's got like a peg leg and shit. But he says when he shows up for follow-ups on the appointments for that shit that the hospital's empty. He says the Latin Americans don't go to the hospitals anymore because they're afraid La Migra or the ICE is going to raid and bust them, and the other people who are on different forms of insurance can't afford to pay any, the co-payments. They can't afford the co-payments, which are just getting bigger and bigger. So the hospitals are empty, and yet people keep claiming the economy's doing great. That's insane. It's we're
stupid.
Yeah, we're collapsing. We're like we're falling apart. It's the Russians have succeeded in bringing us down to their level, and they're all happy about it. The fucking gap between what CEOs earn and the working person, the working man, I would have said, except now I'm politically conscious of the other gender. The working man is making, what is it now? Anyhow, the pay is so astronomical.
Basically.
Yeah. It's an increase of 268 to 1 from the average CEO to worker pay ratio for the Standard & Poor's 500 index companies in 2024 was 268 to 1. It's risen under Trump to 285 to 1 in 2023, and it's just going to get bigger. And your average person is like making it's you can't even live off it. $4,500 a year or something like that. It's something crazed. And then
$4,500 a year.
No, I don't know, but I've seen that in some cases. But then again, look what I'm dealing with. I'm out of.
It's not even enough for food. Like, what is that for?
Yeah, it's just to say you're getting something, I suppose. It's obviously we're in free fall. Where and then I saw this stupid shit like on YouTube they were uploading, some reporters were accompanying some maniac paramilitary guy patrolling the border just so he could shoot immigrants. He's doing this on his own. He's doing it voluntarily, and he said we're gonna have a civil war. They're all drooling over this shit. They want it.
But why? Like, what do they have to what do they need that for,
I guess they think that they'll finally get some pussy. They got nothing going for him now. I mean, the guy's obviously...
Yeah, it's like they're so bored.
It's like... It's the guy's obviously got no woman in his life.
And all the comments I see about the ICE shit, it's like all these old-ass dudes that have eaten all bad foods and shit, and they can barely move. They're at home on their couches, and they said, if this was going on 20 years ago, I would be first in line to round up these evil immigrants and shit, yeah. He's like, if I could get off my ass, I'd be out there with you, brother. Shit like that. That's literally what they're commenting.
Oh,
I wish I was younger because I would be out there getting these evil fuckers off the streets.
Oh my God. It's like...
Yeah. Here's the latest news. Tesla drops another 6% after already plunging. So there you
go. Please. Has he officially started that third party yet?
No, he has to fix his fucking first shit, his first company. we start something new. Because Tesla's getting hit really hard, though, apparently. Like, people are losing their ass and no one's buying them. And they're losing contracts. And Trump cut all the credits. So next quarter, they're going to lose their ass, anyone who invested. Because there's no more credits coming in.
Oh, my God. Oh, let's look this up. Tesla's most desperate offer. I want to see this. Tesla's most desperate. I want to see what they're offering in times like this. Tesla's most desperate offer for the Cybertruck involves substantial. Here, you read it. Let me turn on the screen share. I can't do justice.
Oh, they can't sell them. They have like entire warehouses of them. I mean, they're all trash.
Oh shit! Can you see this? Of course, the first thing that comes up is some AI shit. But what do they say?
Yeah.
Here? Oh.
Yeah. No, Gemini's okay. Gemini's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see it. Oh, most desperate offer for the Cybertruck involves interest-free loans, discounts of up to $11,000, including the transfer of their full self-driving to the Cybertruck. So that's the scam they were running for years. Is you couldn't transfer. So if you buy it on one car, it's slave circuited to the car. So you pay an extra $2,000 for full self-driving. And then if you buy a new one, you have to buy it again. So this is their gimmick. They're saying, "Oh, well, you could transfer it now." All of a sudden, some Cybertrucks have a lifetime of supercharging for free, and it's just like, okay, like they still don't want them. People still don't want them. Like, what's free fuel if you get locked in and it blows you up? There's no point.
Look at this. It says the situation suggests, this is an AI talking. The situation suggests that Tesla is trying to salvage the Cybertruck's launch by any means necessary, even if it means sacrificing significant revenue.
Yeah, of course.
Oh my God.
Production hurdles, quality issues, market rejection of the vehicle's design and price. Yeah, no shit.
Oh man, so that's funny as fuck. It's good to see him squirm, and hopefully he just has
he did it to himself.
Oh God, yeah. Well, just like Trump. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. Trump was waving that. Tell us what's in the Epstein files. That's what he campaigned on. And then tell him about what you heard.
Yeah, and what do you?
Yeah.
What's up?
Tell him about the audio that you sent me about. He says 12's the limit. I'd fuck anyone over 12.
Oh, that was back when he was on the Howard Stern show. Yeah, Howard was like, so, he's like, are you going to get another wife? And he said, oh, I wouldn't, Melania's going to hear you say that. She won't be too happy. And then Stern, because Stern's like a dirty fucking, basically a perv. He was like, so what's the lowest you would go? What's the lowest you go? And he's like, and Trump out of his own mouth said, he said, well, 12, 12 is like, that's too much. And then everyone in the comments was like, oh, so his limit's 12, not
12's
14,
the limit.
not 14,
Yeah.
not 15, not 16, 12.
12!
And even Stern had to jump to the next question because he was like, oh shit, he wasn't expecting him to say that.
Yeah, there you go. Jesus Christ. Well, got to give Trump balls. I mean, this is what on earth is he worried about in the release of the Epstein files? If it's not something so heinous, since everybody already knows, look, Trump's a dog. The man's a dog. He's gonna fuck, anybody who's over 12 at least.
And the one about when the daughter was born, just born, she was maybe a year old. Yeah. And he was like, oh, I wonder what kind of breast she'll develop later.
Yeah.
She's going to be a beautiful lady. And it's just who even thinks like that? It's just insane.
Yeah, well, I tell you, that Bill Cosby dude who was saying, I like watching my daughter's breasts grow out. That's the kind of dad who thinks like that. Yeah, birds of a feather.
That's just disgusting.
Yeah, but in terms of, since we already know this, and we already know he's a sexual predator, a rapist, and everything else, and nobody gives a shit, what on earth could be in the Epstein files that he would care about? As I've said before, it's got to be something heinous, like he's eating babies or something. But the only other thing that I could think of that would be more reasonable and less extreme would be boys. That would destroy him if they found out he had been fucking men or boys. That would destroy him if that were exposed. So that's the only other thing that makes sense, is that what's in the Epstein files is that he's gone gay several times when he's been with Epstein, which they never tout as Epstein's specialty, but I'm sure that he could have done it if it were asked. So there you go with that. That's all I can think of. And well,
it's got to be something vile, like you said, where they were like cracking skulls open and eating them like jelly or something.
Well, if it's not that, then the only other thing I could think of.
I mean, even the gay thing, it's like, how is that a big of an issue? I guess maybe to his base.
To his base, that would destroy him.
He doesn't care about them.
Yeah, you would think. Yeah, but that's true too. Why would he care about those losers? It's like he's killing them. He's killing them.
Yeah, they're killing them en masse, basically. We're cutting your everything.
Yeah.
They're still like chilling.
Yeah. Oh well, they don't.
We're doing great. Gas is cheap.
They don't feel it yet. They don't feel it yet.
No,
they'll be feeling it soon enough. I mean, that's
a year or two. And
Well, I mean, what do you think of his health? My game brother Beaver says he looks like shit, and he's convinced he'll be dead in about 2 years. He says he looks like shit, Trump. So I mean,
yeah, the health isn't doing well. We know that.
But my game brother Beaver was right about one thing. He may be dementing, but he doesn't. The reason people still aren't really hitting him about his senility yet is that Trump doesn't have Joe Biden's 1,000-yard stare. That's what my gang brother Beaver pointed out, was Joe Biden had the 1,000-yard stare. Joe Biden was just staring into space.
Well, he has the salesman bullshit. It's just on it's pre-installed. It's just his operating system.
Yes.
So he can shoot the shit. Even if he's like 100 years old, he can still shoot the shit. So you would, if you were just someone dealing with him for 10 minutes, you couldn't tell.
Good point.
But if you really dig into it, it's like he's totally gone.
Oh yeah, because he'll say shit that doesn't even connect. Yeah. It's like when
but for the first few minutes, anyone could be fooled and just he's got a lot. He's really skilled.
Yeah.
He's a talker.
Yeah. And
but
go on.
No one falls for that narrative.
Yeah. No, of course not. No, they see right through it. And so
the EU and US trade deal. There you go. The biggest deal ever.
There we are. So what's going on here? They just said he made a big deal with Japan as well.
Yeah, and it's all the same amount. It's 15% tariff. That's for everybody. So it's just all that hooting and hollering he was doing. It didn't do much. They just said, yeah, we'll do the 15%. That was it. Just to make him feel like he won.
But they must have something on him.
Yeah, money. It's they'll crash the U.S. economy. The Japanese already. I mean, if he didn't have that $1 trillion of Japanese investment, in 2 years we'd be bankrupt. Totally.
There we are. Thank you.
The U.S. dollar would just dissolve. So that's what they have.
Excellent. Good God. Let me do a screen share here. See if I can make this larger. Do the share and screen share. That's not Oprah Winfrey, is it? Is that Oprah Winfrey?
I can't see.
See if you can.
Oh, it's just like an AI model of her. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's so fucking weird. But this is not what I came here for. No. So what I came here for is this. Let's see if we can actually get the. Well, no, they keep going back. They don't have the photo of it. Let's see if we can get a photo of the plane. Okay, Germany is now building drones. But that's important because they were avoiding drones for years because they were avoiding weapons of war. Oh, and France wants to recognize Palestine. France is going to recognize Palestine. So that's a big thumb in the eye of the Jews. Now Germany.
Yeah, I think it's a farce. Because it's if they really wanted to, why are they going to wait a month? It's they're we're going to do it in a month.
Interesting.
It's just stupid. I won't trust the Frenchies.
Okay. Now, it says here, of course, we'll read this out loud for our listeners. If you would be so kind.
Germany just built a supersonic space plane no one saw coming. Not even NATO, which is laughable, but yeah, it's clickbait.
Okay, but we'll read the rest of it, and it seems to be making some sense.
What part?
Oh, starting here, the
The
summary.
description?
Yeah, please.
For decades after the Cold War, Germany worked in lockstep with allies. Defense was collective effort, strategic, shared with multiple inputs. But now Germany is solo. In 2025, as NATO debated budgets and future fighter programs, Berlin took a different path, with timelines tightening, threats accelerating. The country began building something no other member of the alliance could match: reusable, unmanned hypersonic space planes, taking off from a runway, reaching the edge of space, and returning armed. With confirmation that it'll carry live combat-ready missiles, the system is no longer research, it's a weapon. Built for the future where NATO may not exist. Well, of course.
Well, I love
Of course
it.
the Germans.
Yes.
Of course the Germans have that.
Okay, there we are.
They always have. It's just they work on black budgets just like we do. It's just now they can bring it out.
Yes.
If NATO gets dissolved, then there's no holds barred, right? Like, so they're doing like a preemptive kind of setup.
Oh, right. Now, this reminds me, this is 28 minutes ago, this comment was entered, and it reminds me to show you this. I can't imagine what these people were saying, but I can imagine why YouTube cut them. So let's go over into Creator Studio, and we're looking at the channel dashboard. We got a good 3420 subscribers plus 3 in the last 28 days. When we go down further to the latest comments, I cannot read these comments because they've been locked. Somebody publicly subscribed to me, this YouTube handle modder. But anyhow, take a look at these other two comments. They were like deleted. I went to find them, but they weren't there. At flowering_gloom 1 week ago said, "What I still don't understand after 4 decades of my life growing up in," and this was the Jennifer Hawkins interview. I have no idea what they said, but YouTube, either they self-deleted or YouTube scrubbed it. One Baisita 1 week ago said, "To everyone that's wonder, don't drink blood, instead use menstrual." You can see why YouTube scrubbed that. I don't blame YouTube for scrubbing that. That's just okay. That's just gross. But we've got a new comment.
That's just that's all bad.
Yeah.
If it was that easy, then we would never hear about vampires. Like,
yeah.
fucking disgusting.
Thank you.
No one would want to hear about that.
Yes, thank you. It's like, so here we are with Jennifer Hawkins interview, and somebody just added. Here we are. The problem with Douglas regarding the ecosystem. This is from somebody called YouTube handle moderator 32 minutes ago. The problem with Douglas regarding the ecosystem is I don't have to hide the fact that I have a compost pile for my garden to blossom. If there was no reason to hide it, then why hide it? Can you make any sense of that?
Maybe they're talking about like the demonology you were talking about. Is that there's like this compost pile of the cosmic compost pile? Is that what they're insinuating? Or
I have no idea. Regarding the ecosystem, here's what I've said about our ecosystem, is that when it comes to the anti-gods as opposed to demons, I've pointed out to people that demons and devils are part of the created ecosystem, that they are the composters, the carrion feeders of our ecosystem, which are underground, as carrion feeders tend to be, or underwater.
Yeah, and even if you have compost, like, you're not sleeping in it, go sleep in it then, you know? It's stupid. Yeah, it's just some like detractor, like someone like we may know in person. It's some troll. It's a troll.
But what they're saying is so stupid. But here's a point to educate people on, for people who have not heard it before. I point out that devils and demons are part of the ecosystem, and the ecosystem would be impossible without them, just as the flowers that blossom above the ground would be impossible without the compost insects breaking down the components that the flowers feed off of. Without these ugly, unsightly bugs and worms and various other carrion feeders or bacteria that break down compost, you don't have the food you eat. You don't have, in an agricultural sense, you don't have the flowers that you enjoy looking at. In an aesthetic sense, they are definitely part of the ecosystem, whereas the anti-gods that Peter Moon worships are essentially the equivalent of nuclear waste or industrial effluvia. They're not part of the ecosystem. They're completely destructive to all parts. So that, I think, is fairly coherent. So this person is saying, oh, the problem with Douglas regarding the ecosystem, and take a look at his name, YouTube handle moderator. Really? I don't have to hide the fact that I have a compost pile for my garden to blossom. If there was a need to hide it, then why hide it? But as I've always said, just because demons are an essential part of your ecosystem doesn't mean that you can play with them. It'd be like if you roll around in a compost pile, you're going to contract ringworm. So, so this guy's saying what? He rolls around in his pile of shit? Of course he does. We know who it is. Yes, someone who rolls around in the shit pile. Oh my fucking god! It makes no sense. What they've even said made no fucking sense. It's like
no,
so
it's a troll. It's
yeah,
a troll. Anyone with that kind of name is a troll. Like.
Yes, and of course for fun we'll go over to the channel and find a Franklin Turtle. Franklin Turtle. I am not a YouTube handle moderator. I am not a YouTube handle moderator. Yeah, so there you go. It says all you need to know. It's totally empty. What more do you need to know? So there you go. That having been said, we'll just block him, or rather hide him from the channel, because he's totally useless and is obviously he's just going to confuse people. So there we go with that. But I'm glad I read that out so I could explain that point to people. And
Right.
yeah, and whoever doesn't get it, you're just not thinking. So that having been said, yeah, and when it comes to working with magic, again, I don't understand this fascination that people have with it. It's kind of like when it comes to this might, and I say might because he survived so much else, but the Epstein files might be the downfall of Peter Moon, and you have to ask yourself, why is this the only thing that people care about? Is pedophilia. It goes to show there's something sick about the American body politic, that it takes this to bring this fucker down compared to everything else he should have been brought down for a long time ago. So it's it's bizarre to me. But I've always said that the American people are obsessed with this because they're projecting, that they're really into it themselves in general, that there's a hell of a lot of this going on. So other than that, what are your own thoughts about this? Any further thoughts on the whole situation with the Trump spectacle or anything else? Musk, any of that? Since we're just having fun tonight, just kind of shooting the shit, and, taking it.
Not at the moment. I think we said it all, really. What else is there to say?
Good point. It's so we'll probably close off soon. I just grabbed a screenshot of this fucker's page just in case I needed it for future reference. I think it's of course bizarre that
here's the latest from Japan. Okay. Japanese news. 20% of NASA employees are opting to leave the agency, according to U.S. media. Nearly 4,000 employees have applied to leave NASA under a program by Trump's administration to cut spending. There you go.
And tell us what you think about NASA in the first place. You never thought much of them anyway, right?
They're just a bunch of fraudsters. It's like, who cares? Like you said, you've already exposed them. It's just a bunch of engineers on welfare. Just on a government dole. They're not producing shit.
Yeah, it's so true. Yeah,
like they need to cut those fuckers off. Just delete the whole thing. They haven't built anything since what, the 90s? I mean, they haven't built shit. So.
Yes, that's right. It's
fucking delete that shit.
Yeah, it's like you noticed why?
Here's the latest. Russian airline starts direct Moscow to Pyongyang flights.
Yeah, great. Yeah. Fucking delightful. It's like where everyone wants to go. Oh yeah, they opened
Right?
up a vacation resort for Russians in North Korea. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, isn't that laughable? What is there? What? How does Russia not have a resort? Like they have so much land. What the fuck do they need to go there for?
Oh God, you wouldn't want to go to a Russian resort. It's that's just
Like you remember those old, the original memes where they would always make the Russian jokes like, "You don't go to Russia, Russia goes to you," and shit like that.
Oh
like,
yeah, oh yeah.
You don't resort in Russia. Russia resorts you. You know, like shit like that.
Yes, thank you. And this, let's take a look at that. Good example of this. Let's see if we can find it.
Well, they have like Sochi and stuff, right, on the Black Sea. They have all kinds of stuff. I thought.
Yeah, kind of, but not with the war. Let's see. Russian guys in ball die. Russian guys in ball die. Here we are. Let's see if we can find the YouTube of that because it's so hideously funny. Here we are. Now we're going to share screen again. This is like this is kind of like doom scrolling, but you know, here we are. Zorb death ride. Zorb ride ends in death on Russian mountain slope, but that's basically a death ride. So here we are in Russia. Their idea of giving you a vacation. Okay, so these are two poor American motherfuckers. You know, they put them inside this big ass ball and say, "We roll you around. It's so much fun." So you see,
my God.
yeah. So here we are now. Come on, guys. We're all here for the death scene. That one guy is supposed to catch them. The one guy at the bottom of the slope is supposed to stop that mass of two men in a Zorb ball. Really? And okay, come on.
What the fuck is the point of this? Just to get sick or what?
It's like, well, yeah, it's obvious that these guys were seeking the Darwin Award. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Yeah. Oh.
So they just died. They just died right there.
Yeah. Believe it or not, this isn't Douglas Dietrich and Brendan Zoget. Yeah, no, it's two other guys. And this guy, look at these people are supposed to stop them. Oh shit. Oh no!
Oh, he missed. He missed his mark.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, you couldn't stop that. You and I couldn't stop that.
Well, they had a whole team. They had 5 blokes down there.
Yeah. They weren't worth the shit. And then it goes over the cliff. Yeah. First he tries again. Yeah, but then it like oh shit.
It looks like it's rolling back. How does they die? Oh, it goes off the cliff.
Yeah. There you go. And he's chasing it It looks almost like this guy. He's pushing it off. It almost looks like he's pushing it off, but he's chasing it futilely, and that's when it goes off the mother cliff, and you know that basically.
Oh, it's done. They're dead.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
They
Shit.
both their brains splattered open when it finally, cracked on multiple jagged rocks and shit.
No one's panicking. They're just like, oh, Russia, too bad. Yeah.
There it goes, all the way down. It's like going down a sink. You know how it spirals before it goes down a sink? What you see spiraling before it goes?
Yeah, they're basically smoothies. Like there's nothing left. Yeah, check the comments. I bet you'll. Yeah, Zorb tragedy.
The Russian Zorb short documentary. Yeah, it's 5 minutes. 5 minutes. What's there to say? Two brain dead
There's
idiots.
nothing to say. They fucking made a mistake and they paid for it.
It's like the calmness of the guy filming the guys rolling to their inevitable death down the rock face is to be commended.
Oh well, they just don't know how the Russians are. It's just they would just be like, oh,
yeah, c'est la vie.
Didn't make it.
Yeah, I just want to know who thought it was a good idea to have one person at the bottom to catch and stop the Zorb ball speeding downhill.
Well, that's Russia for you.
There you go. A round object rolling down a slight slope with no barriers at the end to prevent it from going left down the mountainside. I don't understand how it went wrong.
I wonder what happened. Right?
Yeah, and then this guy is imitating what the narrator said. He's quoting the narrator. Russia's lax enforcement of winter sports rules. I don't think enforcement is the problem here.
Yeah, definitely not.
And then here we are. Does anyone else find it a bit psychotic how calm and steady the guy is with the camera after this goes south? Most people quiver a bit, just trying to video a school play.
No, that guy was like, he was zooming in and shit, and he's like, oh, they're dead.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, he was telling his buddy behind the camera, oh, they're gone. You know.
Oh my God, that went
Das
downhill.
Vidanya, or whatever it is in Russian. What's the goodbye?
Yeah, their version. Oh, dos vidanya, dos vidanya, dos vidanya. Yeah, this guy's.
They're done.
Yeah,
you know, too bad.
Yeah, at Odin 1067 says that went downhill real quick. Yeah.
Oh, and you know they all raided their wallets and shit immediately before the cops showed up.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we are. Accident report reads: we rolled the Zorb down the hill, and now the Zorb is gone. That is all.
Oh yeah, you know the police wrote that down too, just like that. Zorb commence.
Oh, here
Zorb
we are.
Done.
The Zorb. Yeah, there we go again. This one's only 20 seconds, so you don't have to. These are the men inside.
Can we see the aftermath?
These
Can
are
we
the
get
men
like
inside.
the smoothie at the end?
Oh, I wish we could. They can't show that on YouTube because it's all splat. But here's one of the fuckers inside. O'Neill. O'Neill's inside. He had his name on so they could identify the body. It's like he was preparing to die. I mean, the name's on his outfit, so they could identify.
Well, I think that was just the ski suit.
No, okay, yeah. Yeah, there we are.
Oh yeah, they're toast. Oh yeah. Yeah, see if you can Google it. Like
Russian Zorb tragedy. Yeah.
Yeah, Russian Zorb final photo. Or
yeah. Let's see.
Like where's J-Mo when you need him? You know,
yeah,
he'll
no
find that
shit.
shit
He would
seconds.
find it. He
would already have it in his file somewhere.
Yeah, here we are. Photo of Zorb victims, Russian Zorb victims, Russian Zorb victims. You know, we won't find shit these days but we'll try.
It's probably already scrubbed. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been scrubbed. Zorb ball. Okay, images. Let's take a look at images.
You'd be better off finding like Jackal Pass and shit.
Yeah. Here we are. The Guardian shows your onlookers watching horror as giant inflatable ball veers off course and down ravine. Yeah, it's like they had something here. No, it's gone. Yeah, whatever was down there is scrubbed.
Yeah. The family got pissed.
Yeah, of course. Nothing like seeing your loved one in pieces and shit. Yeah. The Zorb continued rolling for about half a mile before finally coming to a halt near a frozen lake.
Oh my God. Half a mile?
The emergencies ministry said both men were ejected from the tumbling Zorb and landed on the snow about 10 meters apart.
Oh, man.
Rescuers could reach the two tourists only by skiing down a sheer rocky gully, dragged the men back up the hill. Yes. Yeah. Of course, this guy died. Burakov died on the way to the hospital from spinal injuries. Shirbakov suffered concussion and remains in the hospital until he died, of course. Yeah.
There's no way he survived, yeah.
Yeah, but in terms of these men, they were both Americans, though. They thought maybe speaking Russian that they would get it. Look at this. There he is. There goes a photo of one of the guys before in the Daily News.
Where he turned into a smoothie.
Yeah, before he turned into a smoothie. That's so perfect. Fuck yeah. In fact, they took it out of the fucking article, but you can see it in the search. You see him in here, but they took it out of the article. His last thing he saw was this, which was like, you know, here we are. The guy's dragging him up. Here's the guy's dragging him up. How is it that, it's like, how did all these people come here? It's like an Olympic event. Suddenly all these people showed up. Where did they all come from? Is it like they...
Oh, it was the coolest thing that's happened in that town probably since the Soviet days.
Yet it doesn't make it into the article itself. It's like linked to... Yeah. Oh, okay. This is the X Games in Aspen. There you are. Take the toll with numerous. So that's something else. That's how it was.
So
confused.
it's just They just reused some B-roll or something.
Yeah.
This is what it would look like if they were dead.
Yeah.
Getting dragged up the mountain. Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh yes.
How long ago was this?
5 years.
12 years ago?
Yeah, 5 years ago. I don't think he continued after that. I mean, you know, if 2 American tourists got killed 5 years ago, then the war happened, right? Yeah.
It's terrible. That's fucking
Yeah, it's so fucking Russian. It's so fucking stupid. And again, it's like, who would do that? Who would put themselves inside of a Zorb ball? That's like you're suicidal anyway. And like you said, what do you get at? What do you see? All you see is the other guy screaming. How is that fun?
Right.
Yeah, it's you're not seeing anything. All you're experiencing is horror. There's yes, it's truly people are these people are.
What could go wrong?
Yeah, yeah, they're just seeking death. They're just seeking it. But okay, look, everybody, we've done 5 hours. We've done our share. We love you all. Come back on Wednesday. I'll hopefully be in more of a shape to deliver something analytical. But I think we did pretty good tonight with the Kokoro. Obviously, I'm still traumatized every time I think about that. It's a good thing Aaron heard that, because it's like, heard it when Peter Moon first said it, because otherwise it's hard to believe. Because people are skeptical about this. He would say that.
Skeptical. That nasty fool was like creeping the whole time.
Yeah.
He's like, Douglas and we're kind of like a married couple. We're married.
Yeah, he's
like,
so disgusting. He was so sick. Yeah. Was that before Paula left? Or right after? Was that right after? It was right after.
It was right time, but it was still stupid.
Yeah, of course. He's still sick.
And he was trying to insinuate that he was like protecting you or something. Like
right.
Helping you out.
Well, he still wanted me to come to his home at that time. Come here.
Yeah, come sign all these books that I didn't produce.
So where's the books? I really want you to sign this, and that's
sign my dick.
Yeah. Oh man, that's when it would have come down to that, and you're left stuck in Long Island. Long Island is the only place where who fucking signed off on the masked cops. They're the only place in the United States to sign off for all their cops to be masked from this point forward. So let me look that up.
Of course.
Yeah. So that's the neighborhood he lives in, of course. Who signed off on masked cops in Long Island? Masked cops, Long Island, and we'll get the name of that guy again. But where else but Peter Moon territory would they do that? There we are. So let me share screen again, because this guy is such a buffoon that you have to see him to believe him. Granted, doesn't stand out. Looks kind of like Rush Limbaugh. Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman signed executive order allowing police officers to wear masks on Long Island. There we are. I mean,
I was never gonna go. Like, what is there even to see out there? Like freaking the Great Gatsby mansion? Like,
yeah.
It just sounds sketchy and dreary.
Yeah, fuck yeah. It's it's like Vermont. And our dear, Amy keeps bringing up the maple syrup as being a major attraction. I mean, well, you know what her idea of maple syrup is?
I don't want to know, to be honest.
Oh my God. What's that alcohol that takes bourbon? It was bourbon. She has got, I think I can say this safely now. We can say it safely now. She mailed me a gift of bourbon maple syrup from Vermont that's so aged that shit has got a picture of Daria, the Daria cartoon character on it. It looks just like fucking Amy Como. Looks just like fucking Amy Como. Yeah, and this bourbon maple syrup that she sent me, it's like she puts that in her coffee.
Oh my God, they're all living off that shit out there. Jeez, it's terrible. So here's the latest bullshit clickbait. DNA from 4,000 years ago reveals predominantly Moroccan ancestry, reshaping the origins of ancient Egypt. It's like, really? 4,000 years ago, Morocco wasn't even
a nation. There wasn't.
Like, that's so crazy. It's like, yeah, they were North African. You didn't discover anything new. what did you discover exactly? Yeah, they were Phoenician. Yeah, okay, they were North African.
Oh my God. Oh, that's delightful.
Yeah, some people should just be banned from using AI to do anything.
It's true. It's true.
It showed like a pharaoh with the Moroccan flag wrapped around him. It's
Oh
like,
my fucking God. Yes, that's so lame. Okay. Well, we're gonna call it a night. Yeah. Yeah. I might give it a few minutes rest, and then if you're still awake in about 20, 30 minutes, I'll give you a call. If not, don't worry about it. Just say, "Going to sleep, Doug. Don't call." All right. We're gonna shut.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's no worries.
Yeah, shut this shit down.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. We'll probably talk tomorrow. At any rate, my love to all who have supported me. This, especially T. Tank Berry. There's no limit to my thanks and my gratitude. 600 United States dollars from him. 250 United States dollars from them. The anonymous from anonymous, and if I do call you within the next 30 minutes, I'll be just talking on the sly about different things. But other than that, again, to everyone else out there, contribute if you can. I still will need money for next month. And we will be back again Wednesday, and hopefully I'll be a bit more professional. But tonight we just, we're, after all that I've been through, I'm just like winging it, and that's fine. We're just here to be here. And we're ending stream. And with that, all right. Okay, we did that. We are triple redundancy process.